I got awesome sleep on my Sleep Number bed. Now, my Sleep Number is a 50. That's the firmness of my bed. But with all the bells and whistles on my Sleep Number smart bed, I actually have a Sleep IQ to tell you about. And that has been in the 90s consistently. The 4 days my wife was gone. And she's complaining, by the way, that even though she stayed at a very nice hotel in Northern California, it wasn't like, sleeping at home. So you can sleep next level as well and unlock your unique potential with a smart bed that performs as well as you. And right now, at its lowest price ever, the all-new Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is only $880, plus special financing for a limited time. Subject to credit approval, see store for details. Only at sleepnumber.com or a Sleep Number store near you. There are several in the Valley.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. The trusted voice of the Valley for more than 100 years. This is the KTAR News Expansion. 15 minutes of commercial-free, non-stop news, traffic, and weather starts now.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock. I'm Jamie West.
The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
Capitol Hill in chaos after this historic House vote to remove Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. 2 Arizona Republicans were key to McCarthy's ouster. We have team coverage just ahead. And the deadline still stands for the city of Phoenix to have the zone entirely cleared out. A judge has denied its request for more time.
The city has to clear out the zone pursuant to the court's order by November 4th.
Plus,
We're tied up on a home run by Marte.
the D-Bags have started the postseason with a bang. Those stories after a check of traffic with Detour Dan. But first,
On this vote, the yeas are 216.
8 Republicans, led by far-right Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz and joined by all Democrats, voting to remove Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. ABC's Liz Landers begins our team coverage from Washington.
The House is now left without a Speaker, meaning no legislation can be brought to the House floor. And nothing will be resolved for at least a week. That's because the House is adjourned until next Wednesday, as Republicans try to plot their next move.
Arizona played a critical role in the historic vote.
It was a split vote amongst Arizona's House members. Arizona's Andy Biggs, Eli Crane, Ruben Gallego, Raul Grijalva, and Greg Stanton voted in favor of removing McCarthy, while Juan Ciscomani, Paul Gosar, Debbie Lesko, and David Schweikert all voted against the motion. Biggs originally made a push for the speakership in January before McCarthy ultimately assumed the role and could now be on the short list of names to possibly backfill McCarthy. Taylor Kinnerup, KTAR News.
And I'm Jim Cross, live in the News Center. Not long before the vote to oust Kevin McCarthy, Congressman Andy Biggs spoke on the House floor.
I think it's time to make a change. We're not the only one, and that's it's somber.
Valley political expert Stan Barnes says Congressman Biggs and Eli Crane, and the congressman, will benefit politically from the decision they made.
They believe that the only way to stop the federal government of the United States on the path that it is on is to do this kind of dramatic political maneuver. And there are many Arizonans that agree with them.
Live in the News Center, Jim Cross, KTAR News.
All right, let's head back over to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Detour Dan, I just got a message from you here. Let me open it real quick. We have some issues going on as far as the crash department, right?
Yeah, things are starting to make a comeback in it, I'm afraid. We've got about a half a dozen surface street wrecks now that have surfaced, and there's still a couple of earlier freeway snags. I'm just going to throw them in. One's a legit, real-deal crash. Westbound 202 Redmount Freeway at the mini-stack near 24th Street. It has been moved off to the right, so all lanes are reopened. That's the good news. The eastbound I-10 at 51st Avenue, the earlier vehicle fire is now all off right. The fire is out. That, I guess, is good news, but the 10 is in slow motion eastbound. Slow and go from the 101 Alfrea into the 51 interchange right now, running at about 10 to 12 extra minutes in ride time. It's pretty thick. Now, also that crash list I'm referring to on the surface streets, Scottsdale Road and Shea, 19th Avenue, south of the 17, 39th Avenue, south of Greenway, 24th Street in Osborne, 19th Avenue in Southern, and Indian School at Bullard. This traffic report brought to you by Redmount Weight Loss. Introducing a revolutionary new weight loss medication, Revelex. No shots, no side effects, just results. Schedule your appointment at Redmount Weight Loss and lose up to 15 pounds per month with Revelex. Detour Dan, KTAR News.
We're kicking off our next warm-up today with Phoenix topping out closer to normal this afternoon. The high reaches 95. Then it's getting hot again, and we're in for at least a 5-day stretch of triple-digit heat starting Thursday. I'm ABC 15 meteorologist Iris Hermosillo.
At 8:04, it is 68 degrees in Goodyear.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
Delay denied. 1 month from today, the city of Phoenix must have the zone completely cleared out.
A judge has denied the city's motion, asking for more time after they were given a November 4th deadline to have the downtown Phoenix homeless encampment removed. KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson says the city must meet that deadline or be sanctioned.
The judge in this case found that the wrongdoing that the plaintiffs, what the business owners are going through, is too egregious for him to delay the ruling and delay the change in what's happening at the zone. So he rejected the city's request for delay in enforcing that order.
The city says they plan to appeal. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Code red at the Arizona Humane Society. Now that Chandler resident April McLaughlin has requested a hearing after 55 dogs were seized from her property last month, the shelter has to house them until the case is resolved, and its kennels are at capacity. In an emergency, seconds counts, minutes matter. Having a fire station nearby can make all the difference, and there's a brand new one coming to the West Valley.
The Phoenix Fire Department has broken ground on a new fire station near 91st Avenue and Lower Buckeye Road that will lower response times and reduce the burden of first responders in the area, according to Phoenix Fire Chief Mike Duran.
Adding this resource to our system now not only provides the safety of the community, but it also adds to the resources in a busy fire department already.
The fire station will include 4 emergency vehicle bays, 16 gender-neutral dorms, and decontamination spaces to wash away cancer-causing particles. It's expected to open next fall. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
You've been smelling smoke the past few days, especially in the North Valley. Blame it on a landfill fire.
Emergency crews have been fighting the landfill fire since it broke out Saturday and bringing it down to a smolder. Brad Busby with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality says the impacts of the fire differ throughout the day.
But oftentimes, especially in the afternoon hours, as we get more warming and winds out of the west, it'll help clear out the air and improve air quality.
ADEQ is also advising people to stay inside, avoid outdoor exercise, and use an air purifier if it's available. Brandon King, KTAR News.
High fly ball.
The D-backs are off to a great start, beating the Brewers 6-3 last night in Milwaukee. It's a best-of-3 National League wildcard series, and Game 2 starts just after 4 this afternoon. You can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7, online, and on the Arizona Sports app. A chance to experience Japanese culture and cuisine this weekend in Phoenix.
Singing, dancing, music, sake, and a tuna cutting show. Of course, I'm talking about the Taste of Japan Festival in downtown Phoenix. The event is this weekend at Heritage Plaza and runs from noon to 9 p.m. on Saturday and ends just an hour earlier Sunday. It costs $15 to go one day and $25 for the whole weekend, but up to 2 children under 12 are free. You can also see a Japanese comedy show and a cosplay contest, among other events. Plus, they'll be featuring local food vendors and retailers. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
KTAR News Time, 8:08. Detour Dan's keeping an eye on things from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Jamie. Let's go back to the East Valley in this one. Let's see how your freeways are doing. Right now, the US 60 westbound, you'll tap the brake lights a few times, approaching Gilbert, and again from Stapley over to Country Club, and then again in Tempe from just west of Rural Road over to the I-10. But in total, these light delays are only adding up to an extra 3 minutes to your ride. Northbound, 101, Price/Pima, an extra 5 minutes for you from Baseline northbound all the way up to Indian School on the Pima portion of that freeway, and the westbound I-10. You get an extra 3 or 4 minutes as well. Slowing from approaching Guadalupe to 40th Street, and then you're in the clear the rest of the way. There are some brake lights westbound on the 202 Red Mountain Freeway as well, from the 101 Price over to Scottsdale Road in the westbound direction, and that'll add a couple of extra minutes to your ride. Also a wreck, Scottsdale Road north of Shea Boulevard. This traffic report brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Replace your home's AC. Call Day and Night and get 0% financing for 72 months on qualifying systems. Just visit dayandnightair.com. Detour Dan, KTAR News.
Sunny and 95 today, 100 tomorrow. Overnight lows around 70. Right now it's 69 degrees in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. Whether replace or repair, Call Howard Air. Well, what began during the Cold War as a way to warn you of an enemy attack has evolved into a system that theoretically reaches every home and business. ABC's Jim Ryan says the emergency alert system initially involved only radio stations.
The EAS then moved on to television, and today includes satellite radio and smartphones. At 2:20 today Eastern Time, the whole system will be tested. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell says the familiar alert tones will be followed by a message.
This is a test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. No action is needed.
The most notable mistake happened in 2018 when someone at the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency accidentally sent out a warning about a ballistic missile attack that had not happened. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And once again, you can expect the alert to go off at 11:20 this morning, Arizona time. From the KTAR Business Center, a new apartment building is being planned near Chase Field downtown. Our partners at the Phoenix Business Journal report the 7-story structure by St. Louis-based Ridge House will have 235 units, a dog park, pool, gallery. Plans have already been submitted for the property at 5th Street and Lincoln. A new grocery store-anchored commercial center is being proposed for North Phoenix. The Phoenix Business Journal reports Phoenix-based Vestar is planning a 140,000 square foot center at Deer Valley and Black Mountain Boulevard, west of Desert Ridge. On Wall Street right now, the Dow is down 59 points at 32,942. The Nasdaq is up 69, and the S&P is ahead by more than 3. For more money news, visit the KTAR Business Center at ktar.com.
KTAR News, Water Watch.
We're going to study the best use of the land, make sure that we're getting the best value out of it, and work to protect Arizona's groundwater.
It's time for this week's Water Watch Minute, and we're learning more about Governor Katie Hobbs' decision to terminate a land lease with the Saudi-owned dairy company. KTAR's Luke Forstner breaks down Hobbs' reasoning and what comes next.
The decision to terminate the lease with Fondamonte, Arizona, and not renew 3 more of their leases next year didn't happen right away, as Governor Hobbs explained.
We wanted to make sure we did our due diligence and that we had a solid legal basis for the one lease we're terminating now, and then moving forward the cancellation of the other 3 leases.
Hobbs stressed that terminating that first lease wasn't targeting agriculture or foreign-owned businesses. Instead, it was because of a default on the lease. She added not renewing the other 3 leases is part of an ongoing effort by the state land department to evaluate the best way to use Arizona's land and water supply. As for the future,
that is the purpose of the Water Policy Council, to update our groundwater laws and modernize groundwater use to protect it for Arizonans.
Luke Forstner, KTAR News.
For more on this water story and others, head to ktar.com. It's time for the KTAR Timeline with Steve Zensmeister. It's brought to you by the Husband and Wife Law Team. After an injury, the lawyer you hire will make all the difference.
It's October 4th, and on this day in 1957, Americans freaked out about that thing in the sky. If you thought we were the country that kicked off the space age, you would be wrong. Russia launched Sputnik 1, the first man-made thing to float above our heads. It orbited the planet for about 3 weeks before its batteries died. It mostly just sent out radio pulses that any average Joe on the ground with a radio could hear. And people kind of freaked out about that.
People were shocked that Russia had a technology that could do this, and we didn't.
It wasn't so much the floating ball in space that had people worried, but the smart people in our country started to realize that the Russians were more advanced than they anticipated.
People were walking around saying, how can this happen?
The panic created an urgency for Americans to reach not only space, but the moon before anyone else. So, in a way, American space travel got knocked down a peg on this day in 1957.
Detour Dan is live at the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. I know we had a late morning growing crash list. Is that improving at all?
Really hasn't gone away, Jamie. It's still with us. Maybe, if anything, the freeway delays have held steady. They're not getting any worse. No, they're not getting any better. Maybe slightly better, but very little. But right now, the downtown has a wreck just approaching westbound 202 Redmont Freeway at the mini stack. That wreck has been moved into the Gore Point now, so it's not blocking anything, but it is off right. It's visible, and it is causing some brake lights, heavy brake lights, from 52nd Street all the way into the mini stack, thanks to that crash. Northbound 101 and the Price Rice/Pima. I'm seeing brake lights here now from Baseline North all the way up to just about Chaparral. North of there, you're in the clear. Now back to that crash list. It's still pretty deep. Wrecks over at Scottsdale Road north of Shea, 19th Avenue south of the I-17, 39th Avenue south of Greenway, 24th Street in Osborne, 19th Avenue in Southern, and Indian School at Bullard to crash there too. This traffic report brought to you by the City of Phoenix and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. October is Pedestrian Safety Month. 70% of pedestrian crashes and half of all bike vehicle crashes happen when drivers are turning. Let's watch out for one another so we can all get home safely. Scan the street for wheels and feet. A message from the City of Phoenix. Dietrich and KTAR News.
Sunny and 95 today, 100 tomorrow. Overnight lows around 70. Right now it is 69 degrees in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air. Every day you get 3 KTAR news expansions at 8, noon, and 5. 15 minutes of commercial-free nonstop news, traffic, and weather brought to you by Sweet James. If you've been injured in an accident, call Sweet James. I'm Jamie West. Mike Broomhead just saw a picture posted by Greg Stanton 3 minutes ago on X, and it's him in the middle seat with David Schweikert on one side, Juan Ciscomani on the other, and they're flying home to Phoenix.
Oh.
So the Democrat of the trio got the middle seat. This would be such an interesting conversation over here. It's so funny.
That's amazing. So I wonder what that conversation's going to be like. You know?
I know. I would have loved to have been sitting in the seat in front of him.
I would turn on my phone and record very quietly, trying to overhear what they're saying. That would be that's a hilarious picture. Thanks, Jamie. Good morning, everyone. Big show today, 8:35. Daryl Crippling joins me. He is the president of the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association. I've been talking a lot about this. I reached out to PLEA. They are the largest. They are the union that represents cops, rank and file cops, up to the rank of sergeants. Sergeants and lieutenants have their own group. But this is the rank and file street cops. They represent the vast majority of those police officers. And so they did an internal survey about what's happening. We're going to get more into the details, so I don't want to dive too much into it right now. But the city of Phoenix has been under investigation for 2 years from the Department of Justice. We have no idea where that investigation stands because we have, the city is not getting any information. It's not that the city isn't passing it on to the people. They really aren't getting any information, and that's kind of the way these things go. And after the resignation of the sheriff and the sheriff talking a little bit about what's happening within that agency, it is the same kind of thing that Phoenix may be entering into at the DOJ. So we're going to talk with the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association and what the cops in Phoenix are saying about this. And we're going to take a hard look at where this has happened in other cities. What has been the outcome in other cities where these investigations have taken place. And we can look as far as Maricopa County MCSO, but we'll look in other cities as well. And we're going to get the impressions we have from the cops in Phoenix coming up at 8:35. So that should be interesting. At 10:35 this morning, the Attorney General joins us, Chris Mays, to talk about the latest with the Saudi companies that are leasing land and using water to grow alfalfa to feed their herds. Because they can't grow alfalfa in Saudi Arabia. So we'll talk about that coming up later in the show as well. We start off, of course, where we need to, which is the Speaker was ousted yesterday. Kevin McCarthy, in an historic vote, out. Liz Sanders, ABC, talking about possible replacements.
Sources say Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who's undergoing treatment for blood cancer, is calling members to gauge their support for him if he throws his hat in the ring for Speaker. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan also not ruling out a bid. And another name being floated, Oklahoma Congressman Kevin Hern, the head of the Republican Study Committee.
The issue here, there's a lot of issues for me in this one, and there were some Arizona members of the House, that I believe it was Andy Biggs and Eli Crane, two people I respect. By the way, I respect them both very much. I just disagree with this ousting of the Speaker. I just think it sends a chaotic message to the American people at a time where there's a lot of things that need to get done. So what happens next? I'm going to stay with Liz Sanders at ABC. She talks about what happens next.
The House is now left without a Speaker, meaning no legislation can be brought to the House floor. And nothing will be resolved for at least a week. That's because the House is adjourned until next Wednesday, as Republicans try to plot their next move.
And so that's the deal here, is what is the next move? To remove somebody because you disagree with something that they did. I've been a hawk on spending We also have to admit that Republicans were a big part of the problem on spending, that there were trillions of dollars added to our deficits during the Trump administration. And I defended the former president. A lot of that had to do with COVID spending. But we look at the outrageous amount of fraud that happened at that time. So there's been spending on both sides. There's a lot that needs to be done. The problem is this appearance, and I think it's more than an appearance. The chaos that's ensuing now by somebody exerting and forcing their will in this. You've got other people that are conservatives, and here's where this is what is going to happen with this conversation. Instead of us having a conversation of whether we agree with this or disagree with this, you watch what happens to the people that voice disagreement like me. And I'm not talking about focusing on me, but disagree like I disagree. They just say, I don't think this was the right thing to do. I don't think we should have done it this way. I don't think that it should have been handled this way. There's a reason why this was a historic decision and that this hasn't happened. There's a reason for it. And what will end up happening is we will be ostracized. People like me that dare disagree will be ostracized. You can disagree so much with what the speaker did that you organize a way to oust him from his position. That is seen as patriotism. Anybody that disagrees with you is seen as rhinoism. You're no longer a Republican. That's where the problem lies with this. There is no respectful disagreement. You're either with me or you're the enemy. And if you're the enemy, we're going to crush you. And I just think that is killing American politics. So Matt Gaetz talking about this said people don't trust McCarthy.
The reason Kevin McCarthy went down today is because nobody trusts Kevin McCarthy.
Okay, and how many people, now what happens next? Because there was when Gaetz was talking about this, when he got up to speak about this, he was booed. He was booed by some of his colleagues, many of them Republican colleagues in the House booed him. And he said, boo all you want. I'm not disagreeing with what he's upset about. I'm disagreeing with the way it's handled. This scorched earth, we're taking over. And then get in line, by the way. We are going to run over the top of you. We are going to call you horrible names. We are going to tell everybody that you're not really a Republican. Oh, and then by the way, when it's time to vote for another speaker, we expect you to line up and vote the way we want you to vote and come back in. We want to kick you out until we need you to vote. And then, by the way, come on in. You know, you've got to be tough. I mean, toughen up a little bit. All we did was call you a few names. It is destructive. And I've always liked Gaetz from Florida. I mean, this is one of those internal Republican, if you're a Republican, it's one of those internal kind of battles where I just disagree with how far they went. McCarthy spoke about not having any regrets after being ousted.
I do not regret negotiating. Our government is designed to find compromise. I don't regret my efforts to build coalitions and find solutions. I was raised to solve problems, not create them.
So this is the other part of this. As Gaetz was questioned, I believe by Laura Ingraham, I think is who was talking to him, and said, you don't have the votes. You don't have what you need. And he disagreed with that. But you've got to deal with the Senate for, the very quick civics lesson for people that don't understand. You have a bill in the House. All spending bills are supposed to originate in the House, but you have a matching bill in the Senate. And then what you have to do is when the two bills get passed in the independent houses, they get together in conference and they have to make those bills match. And then once they match, they get sent to the president's desk for signature. There is no way that what Gaetz wants to get done in the House is ever going to be voted on affirmatively in the Senate. It's just not going to happen. So do you negotiate everything that you can and show progress to the voters in the United States and say, we didn't get everything we wanted and it's because the Senate is being run by the Democrats. If you would like to see more fiscal responsibility, we need in 2024 to elect Republicans to the United States Senate. We need to have both the majority in the House and the Senate. We have to have that in order to get fiscal responsibility. If I'm a Republican, that's the message I would send. What you're doing now is a wish list. You are going to possibly get things done in the House of Representatives that will never see the light of day in the Senate. It's just not going to happen. And the other part of this is all the Democrats were thrilled to get rid of Kevin McCarthy. Hey, we're not going to help him. Did you hear they lined up to say it? They lined up to say, we got no reason to help him. Adam Schiff called him a liar and said, nope, I'm not going to help him. No, not a chance. We're going to help him. So what did you accomplish yesterday? That's, if they end up accomplishing something great, then I will rescind everything I've just said. But right now it just looks like chaos, and it's at a time when you need a lot more than chaos and rhetoric. You need results, and I don't know how they're going to get them. Coming up in a moment, Daryl Kripling joins me. He is the president of the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association. We're going to talk consent decrees coming up here in just a moment. My good buddies at Moving Team 6, I've talked about being a customer. I've mentioned the times that I've met with them. I watch how they operate, how trustworthy they are. We're going to have the Attorney General on later today. They put out a warning from her office earlier this year about this industry when you're moving. Who would ever think that there were scams in the moving industry? Well, here's one of them. They quote you a price, you hire them, they load all of your material in a truck, all of your property in their truck, they get to your destination and they say, you know what, you didn't tell us the truth about some things, you owe us an extra $900, and none of your property's coming off of our truck until you pay us the extra $900. If you don't think that exists, it's happened so much that they warned about it at the Attorney General's office. None of that happens with Moving Team 6. Everything is up front. You know what you're being charged for from the very beginning. You sign it, they sign it, and everybody knows when the job is done what it's going to cost. It is a great way to do business. Go to movingteam6.com. Spell out the word 6 in the website. movingteam6.com.
The Gatos and Chad Show, afternoons.
Kevin McCarthy got fired today, basically. He's still in Congress, but he's not the Speaker of the House. You got to ask yourself a question. What did they do for you today? What did the United States government do for you today? Did they make America better?
Secure our border? Did they work on comprehensive reform? No. Did they make our world safer?
No.
Did they figure out how to chip away at the debt?
No. This doesn't affect me in the least bit.
The Gatos and Chad Show, this afternoon at 2. KTAR News 92.3 FM.
Every day, safe. Prepared, informed. Every day, safety is our top priority. At APS, we consistently make updates to our electrical system to keep our crews and customers safe around electricity. Remember these tips. Put safety covers on wall outlets. Call 811 before you dig to have the location of underground wires marked. And stay at least 100 feet away from downed power lines. For more ways to stay safe around electricity, visit aps.com/brighter.
Judy loves the fall in Phoenix, but she hates to paint, so she called Rhino Shield.
The house that Rhino Shield did for my husband and I, after having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield's better than paint, specifically formulated for our climate.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Phoenix, right now you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 20% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
At Shane Company, we believe everybody is made to shine. It doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. Your moments, your milestones, your love story all deserve to shine bright. You don't need an occasion. You and your life are the event. So put on earrings that make you sparkle, diamonds that light up the room, an heirloom you'll treasure for years to come. We're all made to shine. Shane Company, fine jewelry since 1929.
At the Lund Mortgage Team, we truly love what we do, and we love helping our clients.
Lisa Lund, CEO of the Lund Mortgage Team.
All we do is mortgages. That's what we specialize in. That is what our passion is. Understanding the different markets and knowing the different markets and knowing what's the right time for you to buy, or if you should hold off, or if it's great to refinance and pay off high interest debt. Whatever your goals are, that's what we love to do, and that's what our passion is. We're not an overnight company. We have seen different markets. We've seen the ups and the downs. We've navigated through them. We've helped our clients navigate through many different markets. We're able to show them that this is not a redo of 2008. And we're able to calm those fears for our clients. And we're going to help them no matter what the market is, no matter what the interest rates are. And we're going to give true, honest advice for you and your family. At the Lund Mortgage team, all of our team members are invested in your client experience.
Visit them online at lundmortgageteam.com.
Klein Tools are new at Lowe's, pros. Lowe's knows you want top brands and quality products, and Klein Tools delivers. Right now, get the Klein 3-piece Modbox mobile workstation for $319.94 and the Klein 5-piece cushion grip screwdriver set for just $34.97, both exclusively at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools, the highest quality tool brand at Lowe's. Because Lowe's knows tools, Lowe's knows pros.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Okay, tonight on NBC is so amazing, I'm setting my time machine to do not miss.
You don't have a time machine.
Then how do I know Quantum Leap is back? With dramatic jumps through time and a huge twist, followed by non-stop action on the return of Magnum P.I.
Because you're a super fan. You named your houseplant Higgins.
That ficus is my best friend.
Don't miss Magnum P.I. after Quantum Leap, premiering tonight on NBC.
I should go water Higgins.
Followed by 12 News at 10.
Hi, I'm Jamie West with my friend Dave from Any Hour Services, and we're talking about the concerns you face as an Arizona homeowner. So how do I know if I have enough electrical outlets?
A good rule of thumb is to have at least one outlet for every 12 feet of wall space. Overusage of extension cords and power strips can be a huge fire hazard. Plus, they can get in the way. Don't hesitate to give us a call, and we'll lend a helping hand.
Call Any Hour Services for your electrical needs at 602-609-7187 or schedule at anyhourservices.com.
Arizona's news station. KTAR, on air, 92.3 FM, online at KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app. Your breaking news and traffic, now.
It's 8:31. I'm Jeff Munn. Here's our top story. Arizona's delegation was split almost down the middle in the House vote to oust Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
Republicans Andy Biggs and Eli Crane, along with Democrats Ruben Gallego, Raul Grijalva, and Greg Stanton, voted in favor of removing McCarthy. While Republicans Juan Ciscomani, Paul Gosart, Debbie Lesko, and David Schweikert voted against the motion. Arizona's Biggs could be on the short list of names to replace McCarthy as House Speaker. Taylor Kinnerup, KTAR News.
Jim Cross live in the News Center. There's deep division right now within the GOP, and Valley political expert Stan Barnes says that's just fine with Democrats.
Democrats are loving this. Democrats are loving that the Republicans cannot unite and get their act together. And that's an interesting political phenomenon that's going to benefit Democrats along the way.
Live in the News Center, Jim Cross, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
The city of Phoenix has exactly 1 month to finish clearing out the zone homeless encampment in downtown Phoenix. KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson says a judge denied the city's motion for a stay, which would have given them more time.
Effectively, by rejecting the motion to stay his order, the judge is requiring that the city comply with his order by November 4th.
The city vows to appeal. Several days of work haven't stopped a landfill fire near Scottsdale from spewing out air pollutants. The fire's been smoldering since Saturday in the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community, and community officials are urging people near the area to stay indoors and utilize air purifiers when possible. Time for an update on traffic. We go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center with Detour Dan Beach.
Thank you, Jeff. We got a couple of freeway snags. They're from earlier. One is a crash approaching the downtown, westbound 202 on the Red Mountain Freeway. This is going to be right near the mini stack at 24th Street. The wreck was moved off right into the Gore Point, so they're off to the right safely, but even with all lanes open, everybody's slowing down to get a look, and it was there long enough. There's a pretty good backup, too, from approaching 40th Street into the mini stack on account of it. The I-10, if you're using that out of the East Valley, you're going to get some brake lights, too. They're just for rush hour, slowing from Baseline into 40th Street. West of there, the westbound I-10 looks a lot better, but there is another little spot from the split north up to about Buckeye, so be prepared for another spot of brake lights there. The northbound 101 Price/Pima, I'm seeing slow and go from Baseline north up to McDowell. That'll cost you 2-3 extra minutes to your ride. This traffic report is brought to you by Arizona State University. ASU produces the largest pipeline of engineering and tech talent in the U.S. With graduates ready to fill the jobs of the future, learn more at asu.edu. Dieter Dan, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 95. Tonight clear, the low 70. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 71 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Strong values and strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
You know, I had talked earlier last week, I think at one point last week, I had talked about the potential for the city of Phoenix of entering into a consent decree in which they would bring in a court-observed or overseen monitor that would look at the Phoenix Police Department, make changes. And I talked about the sheer expense and the open-ended agreement and what it would mean. And then Sheriff Paul Penzone left the sheriff's office, and one of the things he talked about in his statement is how this monitor had been there long before he had gotten there, and how they still are there, and it hinders them doing their job. And then we started looking at the sheer expense to the county. That's you and me if you're in Maricopa County. And I began thinking a lot more seriously about what are the implications if the city of Phoenix enters into one of these agreements. Other cities have done it. What are the results in other cities? How long are the monitors there? What does it cost? But what do the cops think? I mean, what are the good men and women of the Phoenix Police Department? What do they think of this? So to talk about that is the president of the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association, Daryl Crippling. Daryl, welcome back to the show. Let's start off with the survey you did. Let's first of all, why do the survey regarding this consent decree?
Well, good morning, Mike. Thanks for having me on. The reason we did this survey is because at no point in this process has the department ever asked the folks that are out there day in and day out doing the job what they think about this survey or about this DOJ investigation and the potential for a consent decree. So we put the survey out ourselves.
There are some big numbers there. The officers of the Phoenix Police Department are not in favor of the city entering into this agreement. There are a couple of numbers I want to ask you about. First of all, 42% of police officers in Phoenix say that they will they will definitely leave or they will seriously consider leaving the agency if they enter into this agreement. What does that tell you?
Well, that tells me that they can go other places and work without that type of oversight and the crushing administrative work that's going to be thrust upon them should the city enter into this. But it tells me that this is a big deal. Our officers are paying attention to what's happening around the country, and they see the destructive nature of these consent decrees, and they want no part of it. And if they're able to leave, they're going to leave.
One of the things I looked at was what are the results in other places that have entered into these other agreements? If you looked into that, and if so, what did you find?
Invariably, we see every place that DOJ has some sort of involvement, that the violent crime spikes, the unfunded liability for police departments and cities spike in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And it's a systematic destruction of police staffing and morale across the board.
So what is your answer to this? You know, the Phoenix Police Department seems, under the current chief, the interim Chief Sullivan, they seem to be making some changes with use of force and some other things. What do you think needs to happen?
Well, I think the city council needs to trust their decisions that they've made in the past, where they've hired Chief Sullivan to come in and help, guide this department into a new era. By simply abandoning that idea and bringing in the DOJ to oversee it, that basically, sends quite a message to Chief Sullivan if I were him. I would be pretty demoralized by that if that actually happened.
Yeah, see, that's one of the things I mentioned yesterday is I've met the chief on a number of occasions. He's been kind enough to come in studio. He's been pretty forthright about some of the changes, the crime reduction plan, use of force, other things they are doing to improve the department. It seems like an odd time that the city would enter into an agreement and tell the chief they hired that he needs oversight and somebody else to monitor him.
Right. No, that would be a bad position to be in, I think, if I were him. But, this really isn't about avoiding oversight in police position, because we believe that there should be some sort of oversight because that helps us eliminate, the officers who are here that have no business being in this profession. What a consent decree ultimately is, it's not about police oversight. It never has been. It's about police control. And in reality, it's the federal government, the federal court, and a for-profit monitor who is generally, most times, a DOJ insider, stealing control of the local police departments from the community that they serve, and is effectively rendering them useless.
What kind of money are we talking about? What in Maricopa County, we're hearing it's in excess of $2 million a year that's being paid to these monitors. I saw the bill for the month of July. It was over $200,000. It was like $212,000. What kind of money are we talking about if Phoenix enters into this agreement?
Well, I mean, it's probably somewhere similar to what the MCSO or what the county is paying for that monitor. But don't forget that these monitors, in addition to their costs, they force the departments to implement certain programs and do certain things that cost additional monies, right? So it ends up being hundreds of millions of dollars having to be added to police department budgets that, it's unfunded. So there's no source for that. So where do you take that? Where do you get that money? You have to diminish the other programs that the city offers to its citizens to pay for this. And it's in perpetuity, it seems like, because some of these consent decrees can last 10 to 20 years.
Daryl Kripling is joining us. He is the president of the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association. So then, do you really fear that you could lose up to 42% of your officers?
I do. I mean, I think the propensity is there. Will they all leave? I mean, a survey is one thing, but, action is different. But I think that having talked to a lot of folks throughout this process, there's not a big appetite for it. So I think that this is probably pretty accurate. I think we would lose, I mean, let's be honest, if we lost even half of that, this department with this staffing crisis that we currently have would be in shambles. I mean, this department would have to rely on resources outside of the Phoenix Police Department to provide, the service to our citizens.
So from what I understand about these consent decrees, they are voluntary, that the city has to agree to it. Now, there could be lawsuits. The DOJ could file suit against the city to try to force them into an agreement. But it is voluntary, correct? They could say, we're going to take your report under advisement. We're going to handle it ourselves, can't they?
They absolutely can. And what makes us different in the city of Phoenix is we have a council that has to approve it. In other jurisdictions, the mayor, the way their city government was set up, the mayor was allowed to enter into those agreements just by themselves for the entire city. So we're unique in that aspect that the city council has to vote on it.
All right, so you get the last word here. What do you want the citizens of Phoenix to know about this process, about this consent decree, and what do they need to do?
Well, there's a few things I'd like to bring up and bring to the citizens' to ears. Why start asking questions? Why hasn't the leaders of the city or the police department been communicating to them specifically how destructive these consent decrees are, how much money they cost? Ask questions as to, are there individuals that might be encouraging the council to accept these decrees because of some sort of potential financial benefit for them if the decree is in place? And I think that they just need to notify and email, call, show up to city council meetings to give their opinions on the fact that, this isn't good for any city. There's been a 30-year history of watching these things destroy cities. Why do we think ours is going to be any different? So make sure you contact your city council folks, your mayor, the city manager, and let them know that this is not what we need. We are not a corrupt police department. We agree that there are things that we can do better, and we're willing to continue to work on those with the department. We don't need federal oversight to tell us how to do it.
Daryl, I always appreciate the time, and I look forward to talking to you again on this soon, because I know this isn't going away, and I hope you'll come back.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mike.
All right, that's the president of the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association. Gatos joins me in a moment. It's the Big Q poll question of the day. If you are contemplating selling your home, if you're considering that, and you'd like great cash offers in just seconds, it's very simple. There is absolutely no obligation. Go to the website, higherprice.com, put in your address, and within seconds, you'll get your home's highest cash offers. This is backed by Carol Royce. That name in real estate in Arizona means something. Carol Royce has been in this industry, been in this market for almost 40 years. She has seen everything that this market has to offer. Since the very beginning of the real estate boom in Arizona, she was there. She's been through the good times and the bad times, and she's been consistently better than the average agent at selling people's homes, and she can get yours sold. Now is the right time, and now is the time to have the right agent. When you go to higherprice.com, they have your back, getting you the price that you desired. You choose when you want to sell and the day you want to move. Go to higherprice.com, enter your address, receive your home's highest instant cash offers quickly with no obligation. That's higherprice.com.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight focuses on the estate planning law firm of Morris Hall and its support of Make-A-Wish Arizona. The firm of Morris Hall has seen firsthand the life-changing work Make-A-Wish Arizona has done for kids with critical illnesses and are proud to help their clients to share their charitable giving with them. The entire team at Morris Hall believe in the power of a wish. If you'd like to learn more about ways you can help, please visit morristrust.com/make-a-wish. KTAR News is proud to shine the Community Impact Spotlight on Morris Hall and their ongoing support of Make-A-Wish Arizona.
Protecting your estate with a living trust could ensure that people you love will be protected when you pass away. Because if you don't have a living trust, all of your assets, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could end up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, who's helped over 35,000 Arizona families since 1995. Call today for 65% off on your living trust. You'll have peace of mind knowing your assets will be seamlessly passed on.
If you're 60 or over, you can save 65% on a living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. This offer ends on October 5th. Call 480-896-9597.
Nothing can get your morning commute off to a worse start than a broken garage door. Dieter Dan here from my friends at Smokey's Garage Door. Smokey's has been repairing garage doors in Arizona for over 40 years. Their competitive pricing and fast professional technicians have earned them a 4.8-star rating on Google with nearly 750 real customer reviews. Schedule online at smokiesgaragedoor.com. It's no wonder Smokey's is Arizona's most trusted name in garage doors. Check them out at smokiesgaragedoor.com. That's smokiesgaragedoor.com.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. But right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff, so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
At the Midwestern University Clinics, we take the time to get to know you. Our student and faculty providers offer unrushed, caring, and thorough healthcare. We invite you to experience the Midwestern difference for your healthcare, including family medicine, vision, dental, physical, speech, and occupational therapy, and so much more. With locations in Glendale and Central Phoenix, visit mwuclinics.com to learn more or to schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
They say the kitchen is the heart of your home. Dave Ramsey here, and if your kitchen is outdated or downright dysfunctional, listen up. You need to call my friends at Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. They're Arizona's only remodeling company accredited by the National Association of the Remodeling Industry. Trevec is an award-winning design-build company, and their goal is to make your current home your dream home. Visit their showroom to check out their semi-custom cabinetry, luxury finishes, and get insight into design trends. Or attend an upcoming seminar to learn everything you need to know about the remodeling process, including budgeting, and get the details on their 10-day kitchen remodel program. Just like it sounds, they can knock out your remodel in just 10 days from tear out to completion. So, go to Trevec.com today and learn more. That's TRAVEK.com or call 480-367-1171.
KTAR News Flash. At 8:49, I'm Jeff Munn. Here's what you need to know right now.
Let's go. Nay. Biggs. Yay.
Arizona's delegation was a split vote in ousting Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Until a new speaker is chosen, the House cannot conduct any new business, including votes to avert another potential government shutdown in a few weeks. This week, Governor Katie Hobbs terminated an agreement leasing land to a Saudi-owned dairy company and chose not to renew 3 more of their leases next year. She explained to reporters those 3 leases were evaluated as part of an ongoing effort to maximize land and water use. The Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Milwaukee Brewers 6-3 last night in Milwaukee to open up their best-of-3 National League Wild Card Series. Game 2 coming up this afternoon. First pitch at 4:08. Coverage on 98.7 FM, the local sports leader. You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top stories on Arizona's news station, KTAR News. Time to update traffic now, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center with Detour Dan.
Thank you, Jeff. Things are actually improving this time around, seeing much better looking freeways both sides of town, but there's some leftovers. Westbound, I-10 out of the Ahwatukee area, still seeing some brake lights that are pretty heavy too. From Baseline into the Broadway curve to 48th Street, once you get past that Hohokam Expressway exit ramp, you're good to go. Northbound, 101 Price Freeway, light, slow and go from Baseline to Broadway, and again a spot at the 202 Redmount Freeway, and again from McDowell to Thomas, and then you're in the clear, but all this very light. 2 extra minutes to your ride is all it's going to take you there. Otherwise, most of the other east side freeways have already cashed out. US 60 westbound does have a spot of slowing from Priest over to the I-10. That's on account of those brake lights on the 10 and the Broadway curve. We're also still working a couple of other wrecks. 15th Avenue south of Camelback, 7th Street north of Thomas, Scottsdale Road north of Shea, 19th Avenue south of the I-17, and also a wreck at 39th Avenue south of Greenway. Detour Dan, KTAR News. The Mike Broomhead Show returns in just 60 seconds.
School is back, and so is Pay Tribute to a Teacher, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. In a world where knowledge shapes the future, there are those who light the way. They are our teachers. If you know a teacher who ignites curiosity in your child and fosters a love for learning, text the word teacher to 411-923 and nominate them for a $2,500 bonus. We select a teacher every month and hand deliver them a check at their classroom during school. It's time to recognize and celebrate these extraordinary individuals who shape the leaders and innovators of tomorrow. That is why we pay tribute to a teacher on the Gatos and Chad Show. Text the word teacher to 411-923. Nominate that deserving educator, and maybe we'll head out to their classroom and hand deliver that $2,500 check. Pay tribute to a teacher, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Message and batteries may apply.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
Hey, good morning, Gatos.
Good morning. You know, the city of Phoenix is screwing around again.
Yeah.
You see, the homeless problem that we've got in the city of Phoenix, and they tried to weasel their way out of cleaning it up. Here's my cue. A judge has denied the city of Phoenix's legal request seeking extra time to clean up its large homeless encampment. So I asked listeners at KTAR.com, what do you think? A, as the judge said, Phoenix created the zone on purpose. Shame on them. Shame, shame. I know your name, Mike. B, Clean it up already. Stop trying to weasel out of it. C, Phoenix doesn't care about the businesses down there at all. And then D, all of the above.
Yeah.
I think, the judge in the past case, when the business owners won their case and sued the city of Phoenix, the judge said, listen, you guys purposely did this, and then you kept it there, and you turned a blind eye to it. That's really the bad part of this. I mean, it's a tough part. The whole thing is tough. But to actually sit down at a table and create the zone is exactly what they did, and now they're still trying to weasel their way out of this thing. It's really sad.
Yeah, the other side, and the side of this, the only place where I give them any, let them off the hook a little bit, is they still are facing the ACLU and these other lawsuits, and then this federal thing that says you can't kick people off the street if there's no place for them to go. And so they're battling against two different judges in a way. And that's my concern, is we need the Supreme Court to weigh in on this so that cities have the tools they need to enforce these laws and clean up these areas.
Clean it up. Stop trying to weasel your way out.
I agree. I absolutely agree. They have to do that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, you know what? You guys have been on the front lines of this thing, and I think you're doing great work when you're covering it, and I've been taking a lot of your audio, and so I think it's a great question this morning, and I look forward to talking to you tomorrow.
Mike, I'll be here tomorrow bright and early, ready to go.
Way to go. That's what I like to hear. That's Kato's. The Big Q poll question today is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Coming up in a moment, we talk economy, job market slowing. Next.
Hey, it's Gatos. I'm here with Jeff Jr., owner of Trajan Wealth, talking 401ks. So, Jeff, I've always heard that 401ks were great, but you're telling me something different.
Well, 401ks are great when you're employed there. However, if you're no longer employed, you probably don't want to keep that 401k with your old employer, and you probably don't want to roll that old 401k into your new employer's plan.
Really? Why is that?
Well, most 401ks have limited investment options and can cost you thousands of dollars more in fees. And that's true even if you roll it over into your new employer's 401k. You also lose a lot of control by leaving your 401k with your old employer. If the company sells or merges, they often freeze it.
Oh, hey, that's great insight, Jeff. So, if you've got a 401k with an old employer, stop what you're doing and call Trajan Wealth. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Going back to school as an adult may seem daunting. I get that. I felt the same way when I considered going back to school for my master's. This is Ben from Ottawa University, and I was a full-time teacher when I started the program. Looking back, it was not as difficult as I first imagined. Ottawa University can help you get that degree that you've been putting off. Apply now at ottawa.edu for free using promo code KTAR. That's ottawa.edu and apply for free with promo code KTAR. Ottawa University, prepare for a life of significance.
72 Sold is now the #1 fastest growing real estate company in Arizona and in the top 5 fastest growing real estate companies in the country in Inc. magazine. I'm Jamie West, and there's a reason the accolades just keep rolling in for 72 Sold. Their program works, and it's changing the way America sells homes for the better. 72 Sold makes selling your home fast and easy, and you can walk away with thousands more. Just put in your address to get your price, a higher price, at 72sold.com.
Breaking news, traffic, weather. KTAR News, Arizona's news station.
Fall in Phoenix, and if you hate the paint, do what your neighbor Lynn did. She called Rhino Shield.
It is a single-wide manufactured home. We moved from our stucco home, which we had the Rhino Shield on. Rhino Shield was what we were going to do. That was no question. We knew we were going to do it.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's not paint, it's better.
The Rhino Shield representative came and we discussed what we wanted done. And this time, we had the roof done as well.
Phoenix, right now, you can have the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 20% off the regular price.
Even the people that have been a little younger than us have said they don't have to worry about getting just an everyday painter because Rhino Shield has the 25-year warranty. And we truly believe in this product.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey, It's Gatos, and it's officially fall. As temperatures in the valley finally start to drop, many of you homeowners begin home improvement projects. Those plans should include Kinetico water. Kinetico protects your plumbing, appliances, and fixtures. It removes chlorine that makes your skin dry and itchy and fades your laundry. You can have great drinking water at the tap instead of messing with bottled water. Kinetico systems are water pressure powered, low maintenance, and super efficient. So operating costs are cheaper than a traditional water softener. I know this. I own a Kinetico, and my family loves it. Rest easy knowing Kinetico has been in business since 1970, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and no complaints with the Register of Contractors. Call Kinetico today and ask about trials, rentals, and financing. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. Or visit KineticoAZ.com.
Maricopa Water is the exclusive, authorized independent dealer for Phoenix and Tucson.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Garden Show, October 13th through 15th at Westworld in Scottsdale. While there, be sure to visit one of our special exhibitors, Level 5 Lighting.
Are you ready for the holidays? Level 5 Lighting installs a discreet, permanent, year-round use LED lighting system. Perfect for decorating any holiday, backyard entertaining, events, or security and accent lighting. Just a tap on your phone will decorate your home all year round. Level 5 lights are the brightest and most vibrant LEDs on the market. Now you can have the best lighting in the neighborhood. And for a limited time, Level 5 Lighting is offering no interest payments for 24 months OAC. Go to level5lighting.com for more information. That's level5, the number 5 lighting.com.
And be sure to visit Level 5 Lighting at the Maricopa County Home and Garden Show, October 13th through 15th at Westworld in Scottsdale. Info at mchomeshows.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. GOP hardline Congressman Jim Jordan announcing he's running for Speaker. It follows yesterday's historic ouster of Kevin McCarthy. Number 2, Republican leader in the House, Steve Scalise. Annalise Stefanik also possibilities. And some are suggesting former President Trump make a bid. He told reporters he's focusing on his presidential run. ABC's Jay O'Brien says Republicans will need someone who can get the votes and do the job.
If you just have a few House Republicans against you and you're running for Speaker, as Kevin McCarthy encountered in January, that can be a long, drawn-out process. And the Republicans I'm talking to, really on both sides of the political spectrum, the moderates and the further right of the conference, do not want a long, protracted Speaker fight when they return next week.
Former President Trump choosing to attend the third day of his civil trial in Lower Manhattan, but it is the first day after a judge overseeing the case issued a limited gag order against Trump. ABC's Aaron Katersky is outside court with more.
Former President Trump is returning here for his civil trial after he was hit with that limited gag order. He angered the judge with a social media post disparaging the judge's law clerk, and Judge Arthur Engoron scolded Trump about personal attacks on court staff and warned of serious sanctions if it happens again.
In Baltimore, classes are canceled for the day at Morgan State University after last night's mass shooting. 5 were wounded during the homecoming festivities. Sean Pollard, a student, says he took shelter with fellow students in a building.
A swarm of students began running in, rushing and screaming.
The shelter-in-place order now lifted. Police say they don't have a suspect in custody. At San Francisco City Hall this hour, members of the public paying their respects to the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. Her casket lying in state there after a military procession earlier today. She served as supervisor in San Francisco's first woman mayor before being elected to the Senate. You're listening to ABC News.
Arizona's news station. KTAR, on air, 92.3 FM, online at KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app. Your breaking news and traffic, now.
It's 9:02. I'm Jeff Munn. Here's our top story. Arizona's delegation played a critical role in yesterday's historic vote to oust House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
It was a split vote amongst Arizona's House members. Arizona's Andy Biggs, Eli Crane, Ruben Gallego, Raul Grijalva, and Greg Stanton voted in favor of removing McCarthy, while Juan Ciscomani, Paul Gosar, Debbie Lesko, and David Schweikert all voted against the motion. Biggs originally made a push for the speakership in January before McCarthy ultimately assumed the role role and could now be on the short list of names to possibly backfill McCarthy. Taylor Kinnerup, KTAR News.
And I'm Jim Cross, live in the News Center. Valley political expert Stan Barnes says it was a dramatic political maneuver from Arizona Republicans Andy Biggs and Eli Crane, one that he says many Arizonans probably agree with.
There are many Arizonans that think the United States government cannot be sustained in the manner of which it's operating, borrowing trillions of dollars and spending money it does not have.
Now, Barnes says Biggs and Crane will most likely be rewarded politically for their decision. Live in the News Center, Jim Cross, KTAR News.
A man is dead after being hit by a car while crossing the street yesterday. Phoenix police arrived at 43rd Avenue in Glendale and found a pedestrian with serious injuries. He was pronounced dead on the scene. According to police, impairment is not believed to be a factor. The Phoenix Fire Department has broken ground on a new fire station near 91st Avenue and Lower Buckeye Road. Phoenix Fire Chief Mike Duran says average response times in the area have risen to roughly 16 minutes. He says the new station will greatly reduce emergency response times and add much-needed resources to the growing community.
Our partners to the north of us, Tolleson and Avondale, our units to the north are going to certainly feel the impacts.
The fire station will include 4 emergency vehicle bays, 16 gender-neutral dorms, and decontamination spaces to wash away cancer-causing particles. It's expected to open next fall. Time for an update on traffic. Looks like we're finally getting a handle on the morning commute, and with the details, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's John Roller.
Yes, we are, Jeff. Good morning to you. Still seeing a little bit of slowing on the eastbound I-10 right around 51st Avenue. That's where we had that earlier vehicle fire, but that has been cleared away. Also have a little bit of slowing coming into town from the Ahwatukee area, westbound I-10. Slowing starting right at about Baseline Road, but once you get through the Broadway curve there, you are good to go. Rest of the Valley main line's looking pretty good right now. We do have that crash in the clearing stages, westbound Loop 202, the Red Mountain Freeway, right just past the 24th Street off-ramp, but that is in the clearing stages. Also have a crash Thunderbird west of 27th Avenue and a crash 15th Avenue just south of Camelback. This traffic report is brought to you by America Roofing. If your roof needs repairs, contact America Roofing, Arizona's #1 roofer and ARCA's roofing contractor of the year. Book your free estimate at americaroofingco.com. America Roofing, we've got you covered. John Roller, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 95. Tonight clear, the low 70. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 75 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Values and strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show, KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
All right, KTAR News is giving you your last chance to win tickets to see Pink at Chase Field October 9th. Just head over to the contest page at ktar.com for complete details and your chance to win. Let's talk about the economy. Private sector job growth cools sharply in September to the slowest pace in 2021. Just a quick, that's the headline. The hiring in U.S. companies slowed more than expected in September, pointing to a labor market that is starting to cool in the face of higher interest rates, according to the ADP National Employment Report. Companies added 89,000 jobs last month, well below the $153,000 gain that was predicted. They also are much lower than the revised 180 recorded in August. And it marked the worst month for job creation since January of 2021. Here is a quote: "We are seeing a steepening decline in jobs this month, according to the chief economist. Additionally, we are seeing a steady decline in wages in the past 12 months." So, as inflation remains high, this is that point where I was concerned about from the beginning. The big thing during the great inflationary time we've seen in the last couple of years, the saving grace, was the availability of jobs, and wages remained fairly strong because there was a stronger job market. They were still in high demand. Employees were in high demand. It was basically a seller's market. If you had a skill set, you were very desirable. Now we're seeing a slowing of that. So we are still seeing high inflation. They are contemplating of another interest rate increase because of high inflation. But we now are seeing moderation of wages, and we are seeing a slowing job market. So these are two things that are very big concerns. But this is interesting. Nearly 40 companies expanded in the Valley in the past year. Now, GPEC, that's the Greater Phoenix Economic Council, says even more are in the pipeline. This is something that we have to start taking a really hard look at. People that know business and people that know industry really well, it is really fascinating that they understand what it's going to take to get to the next level. They know what their businesses need. They hire consultants many times to look at a business. I'm a big fan of Gordon Ramsay. The show Hell's Kitchen is as, I guess, as scripted as you think that is, or it probably is. The idea that you bring in someone that has been very, very successful in an industry, and they give you a brutally honest assessment of what you're doing right and wrong, and then give you the tools to set it straight, is really a business model that companies have been using forever. And to hire the right people to do that. Well, if you look at government and the policies that facilitate business and the policies that facilitate job growth, it's good for everyone. I think the biggest damage is done when we have the class warfare argument enter into it. What I mean by that is nobody wants to help somebody that's got money make more money. Well, I'm sorry to say this, but it is a good investment for a city, for a county, for a state to say we are going to be business friendly. We are going to have a tax base that is friendly to businesses. We are going to have oversight that will make sure we do things the right way. But we are not going to overcomplicate what businesses do well. For the most part, we are going to get out of the way and allow business to do what they do. There is a mindset among some people that what we do is the government has to be the overseer because businesses are greedy, businesses are polluters, and businesses will overrun your state and kill everything if you let them. Which is silly that they're not going to kill their customer base. So there's a balance that has to be met. If you look what's happened in Arizona in the last 10 years, this did not happen overnight, and it didn't happen by accident. So take your political leanings, I'll take my political leanings. We have to look at what works and what doesn't. I am someone that believes in oversight. We have to make sure there's checks and balances. But the government isn't the answer to the problems many times. They create problems, and they create situations where it's difficult to do business. Look at the states and cities that are not doing well financially. Many of them, it's happening because of the overburden of regulation and taxes in the businesses. Dow loses more than 400 points and goes negative for 2023. Interest rates are up. Ford and GM lay off about 500 more employees because of the UAW strike and the key warnings for a recession. So this is, sorry about the rattling of the papers, but this is one of those situations where we had to do this. As a nation, the president and the Fed, but the president had no choice but to move in this direction. The Fed, looking at what's happening with inflation and realizing how destructive inflation can be, we didn't act on it soon enough. I mean, that's just something we're going to have to acknowledge. As a nation, we did not act on this enough. And this is with all the vitriol going on in Washington. And we're going to talk more about this later on, obviously, with what happened with the Speaker's office being vacated yesterday in a historic vote and the anger and the vitriol going on in D.C., that these are not the issues that the American people care about. And what they do care about are jobs. They do care about the economy. They care about the border. They care about crime. They care about these issues, and they don't feel as if they're being addressed. And I think this is what's damaging to Washington, D.C., and politicians anywhere. There is an expectation that the government is going to do what the people want. And we have seen both political parties, I'll keep throwing this number out there, 85% of Democrats and 87% of Republicans believed in a recent survey that both parties in elected offices, both parties are more interested in fighting with each other than they are about solving problems. You look at the places where the government continues to believe that they can reach more and reach more and reach more and do more, and getting out of the way most of the time is the way to do things. The President of the United States said that our inflation was transitory. And it's something that if I were Matt Gaetz and I were Kevin McCarthy and I were these leaders and people whose names are on the front page all the time, this is the message I would be sending. It's not personal. We make everything in politics becomes personal. Joe Biden came to Arizona and gave a speech about civility and discourse and democracy, and he lauded the memory of John McCain, and then he gave a speech that was divisive and just ripped the other side of the aisle and people that disagreed with him. The reality of our economy is policy, and you've got to look at the people for the policies they create and the policies that they live by. If you're a voter and you're on the left side of the aisle and I was running for office, you're not going to vote for me. But I understand you're not going to vote for me because our views on policy are different. I don't take it personally. There are a lot of people that are never going to listen to this show. They don't like my political stance or they don't like my ideas. I get that. I understand. But you've got to be clear. It's not personal. They don't know me personally. They just disagree with me. I disagree with this president. Saying that inflation was transitory was a disaster. And this is the price the American people are paying. Working class Americans are paying a price. People trying to buy homes are paying a price. Higher interest rates and lack of ability to get money is costing businesses a lot of money and time. And it's just policy, policy, policy. The personal attacks need to just go away. In a moment, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the ESA program. That is the school voucher program. How much is it costing and who's calling for better oversight? We'll talk about that coming up here in just one moment. Talking about business, if you're a small business owner, Viva HR brings hiring to life, just like their name says. If you run a small business, if you have the hiring responsibilities for a company, you need to be going to vivahr.com. It is a tool that you are going to love relying on. When you go to hire people, it can be a daunting, time-consuming, expensive task. First of all, let's talk about how simple it is. With just one click of the mouse, they can post your job to 50 job boards. Just one click. That's convenience. But they also give you the tools to track and collaborate with the best candidates, weeding out candidates to make sure you get the right fit in a timely way, in the most inexpensive way possible. There are people across multiple industries that are raving about this tool. This is a small business that looks out for small businesses just like yours. They make it easy for you, offering recruitment solutions to meet your complex staffing needs in your business. vivahr.com. Check them out right now. vivahr.com.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News.
The debate continues between Arizona's Attorney General and our state schools chief over dual language courses for English learning students.
Jim, Jamie, and Detour Dan. Arizona's Morning News. Weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
Protecting your estate with a living trust could ensure the people you love will be protected when you pass away. Because if you don't have a living trust, all of your assets, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could end up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, who's helped over 35,000 Arizona families since 1995. Call today for 65% off on your living trust. You'll have peace of mind knowing your assets will be seamlessly passed on.
If you're 60 or over, you can save 65% on a living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. This offer ends on October 5th. Call 480-896-9597.
KTAR News Flash.
At 9:16, I'm Jeff Munn. Here's what you need to know right now.
Let's go. Nay.
Arizona's delegation split its vote, not along party lines, announcing Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Debbie Lesko, Lon Siscomani, Paul Gosar, and David Schweikert voted no.
Biggs. Yay.
Arizona's Andy Biggs, Eli Crane, Ruben Gallego, Raul Grijalva, and Greg Stanton voted yes. A new ruling says the city of Phoenix must meet a November 4th deadline to have the zone completely cleared out. The court denied the city's motion for a stay, which would have given them more time to clear out the unsafe homeless encampment in downtown Phoenix. Several days of work haven't stopped a landfill fire near Scottsdale from spewing out air pollutants. The fire's been smoldering since Saturday in the Soul River Pima Maricopa Indian community, and community officials are urging people near the area to stay indoors and utilize air purifiers fires when possible. You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top stories on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos. You know Red Mountain Weight Loss has full-strength semaglutide for half the price of Ozempic? It's called Revilex. And unlike Ozempic, Revilex eliminates side effects, so there's no stomach pain or nausea, just weight loss. And Revilex is a tablet, not a shot, so you can skip the weekly doctor visits. Lose up to 15 pounds a month with no shots, no side effects, just results for half the price. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Make sure you tell them Gato sent you.
Coit's here to take 40% off your next cleaning. Your kitchens and bathrooms' natural stone surfaces are exposed to germs and bacteria. So call Coit. Our certified technicians deep clean marble, granite, and more to remove buildup. Then apply a sealer to protect from bacteria and stains. Give Coit a call today, and be sure to have your natural stone surfaces cleaned every 12 to 24 months for a healthier home. Call 800-4COIT now and take 40% off your next cleaning.
I was having a lot of sinus infections. My sinuses were clogged, pressure, headaches.
Linda suffered for years with chronic sinus infections.
You don't feel like doing anything. When you feel like your head is completely clogged, all you want to do is just lay down and sleep. And the pressure is just not fun, always walking around with a headache.
Now her issues are gone. How? A minimally invasive procedure done in the office of Arizona Breathe-Free Sinus and Allergy Centers called balloon sinuplasty.
I really did not know what it was like to feel like you're really breathing and not being so clogged up. I would do it again in a heartbeat, and I would definitely recommend it for someone else.
Do you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, congestion? Find out if balloon sinuplasty is the solution for you. Set an appointment today with the Arizona Breathe-Free Sinus and Allergy Centers. Call 602-635-7302. 602-635-7302. That's 602-635-7302.
Strong values and strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
You're not shy. You get around. You wanna fly. Don't want your feet on the ground to stay up. You won't come down. You wanna live. You wanna move to the sound of fire.
Who doesn't love Foreigner? Thanks for being here. Appreciate you spending some time with us. Here's the headline. ESA Parent Advisory Board members call for more accountability. This is an ABC News story. There are some of the millions of dollars of educational extras paid for using Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship accounts. An advisor to the statewide Universal School Voucher Program is questioning whether more accountability measures are needed after seeing data that was analyzed by ABC 15 to the 14,000 ESA vendors last school year. Brian Hackbarth sits on the ESA Program Parental Advisory Board, says overall he believes in the benefit of the voucher program, especially in a state that ranks near the bottom in public education. Said, I think it's a good thing, it's the right thing. It is the right of the parents who make the selection where their kids go to school and how they are going to be taught and what's going to be taught. So let's talk about this because the Empowerment Scholarship has been a very big debated topic. I've been very supportive of it. I am very supportive of it. I think it is a great way for parents to control how their kids learn and where their kids learn. The parents are the customers. I want you to think, I don't know of another place where you are told where you have to go. You wouldn't go to the restaurants you were told to eat in. You have a plethora of doctors you can choose from in your health care plan if you have health insurance. You can choose the college that you want to go to, but they dictate where your child goes to school. And even if your child doesn't go to that school and you have a choice to go to another school, the money stays there with that child. It is hindering education. Education, like everything else, is changing. Technology changes, the way we do things changes, and companies that don't change don't grow, and if you don't grow, you die. And it's an industry, and it's an industry that needs to change. What's interesting about this is if you look at teacher organizations, the ones that are against this, largely, they call themselves progressives. They are the progressives. See, someone like me, the conservative like me, I'm just the old standard bearer, the old guard. I don't have an open mind, and I just want to do things the way they have always been done. And that's the stigma about people like me. I am a very conservative person in my political thinking. But they're the progressives. And so what they say by progressive is they're going to try these different curriculums and programs, and we've got critical race theory and social emotional learning, and all that's progressive ways of teaching, except the parents don't want it. The parents want their children to be able to read. I'm going to say this again and again and again and again. If you truly want rebellion, if you truly want freedom, freedom is in education. Freedom is in knowledge. And this is coming from somebody that is in a position right now, and I understand it is a position of immense hypocrisy. I was the worst of the worst when it came to students. I thought I was being free by not going to school. You can't make me go to school. You can't make me learn. I'm going to make my own mistakes. I'm going to venture out into the job market. Well, listen, when you are headstrong and dumb, you get taken advantage of. And, you know, as a young person, I was kicking around at useless jobs, and I was a strong back and a weak mind, and I really didn't have much going for me. When I entered the trades, I began to get knowledge in that industry. And I mean this, I hope everybody takes this to heart, because I am an extremely average person. I worked hard. I was a strong back and a weak mind, but as I gained in knowledge, the knowledge showed me I knew I was good at this. I knew I could do that job. And there was a confidence in me that I had never had before. And it was, I know that I can walk onto a job site and I can make you money. You don't have to worry about me. As an employer, if you have employees that you can turn loose and you know that they've got your best interest in mind, that they're going to make you money, that they are going to handle the job as if it was their own company, that the value in that employee increases in amounts you could never pay them. I came to Arizona and was given 3 raises the first year I worked for a company. I would get in a service truck. I had a map book. It was called the Thomas Guide before we had GPS, because I didn't know my way around the valley. They would give me a stack of work orders and said, come and see me when you're done with those work orders. That was how free I was to do my job. Freedom in the knowledge that I could do the job. There is no freedom in a lack of knowledge. There is no freedom of just, giving your finger to society and saying, I'm going to do it my way. The ESA program is supposed to help parents figure out how to get their kids' heads filled with some kind of knowledge. And then assess with a young person. If I was a sophomore in high school and someone had pointed me in the direction of a CTED, someplace like EVIT, the East Valley Institute of Technology, WestMech, MetroTech, somewhere where they said, go find something that you want to do, and we're going to show you how classroom work in high school applies to the rest of your life, because you can't figure that out for yourself right now. You don't know why you're doing this in the math classes. You don't know why you have to do these different things. You don't think you're ever going to use it again in your life. So you just aren't going to do it because you're a headstrong, stubborn 17-year-old kid. But had I seen how this was going to be used for the rest of my life, I would have been a great student in high school. My point is, with this ESA program, I think it's brand new. It has grown faster than anybody imagined. There does need to be more accountability. We need to be better stewards of that money. But to try to say that this program isn't valuable is such a wrong-headed thing. Having this ESA program, giving parents the ability to give their kids the education that they need to get to the next level, this is something that should be everywhere. This shouldn't be the exception. This should be the rule. And I just hope that we bide our time, but the people that are in charge of this ESA program, I hope they see the seriousness of getting it right, that they are going to be the example for the rest of the country. I hope they do. In a moment, we're going to shift to the border. Migrant deaths have more than doubled in one sector of the border because of the summer heat. More than doubled. You'll get the numbers next.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight focuses on the estate planning law firm of Morris Hall and its support of Make-A-Wish Arizona. The firm of Morris Hall has seen firsthand the life-changing work Make-A-Wish Arizona has done for kids with critical illnesses and are proud to help their clients to share their charitable giving with them. The entire team at Morris Hall believe in the power of a wish. If you'd like to learn more about ways you can help, please visit morristrust.com/make-a-wish. KTAR News is proud to shine the community impact spotlight on Morris Hall and their ongoing support of Make-A-Wish Arizona.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I'm looking for fuel injector cleaner. Right now, you can get 2 bottles of STP Super Concentrated Fuel Injector Cleaner for only $10 at AutoZone. Will it also help with my mileage? Get everything you need to restore your performance in MPGs. Wait, is it good for trucks too? Whatever vehicle you have, you can find the right products and parts at AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
For all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons. Whether you need an AC tune-up, a water heater fix, or a drain cleaning, they are the ultimate pros here in the Valley. Parker & Sons is trusted, dependable, and prompt, and they do the job right the first time, every time. I trust them so much I sent them to my parents' house, and they had such a good experience, they called Parker & Sons again the next day to have them come back and do something else on their to-do list. So give them a call at 602-2-REPAIR, 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Everyone's talking about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation, like business owner Brian.
Yeah, Galaxy was great. We have a business where a lot of the service techs are working out in the field, and they'll come in and they'll have either some mud or something on our shoes. So if we're having a meeting, I needed a flooring that could stand up to that, but still look good as an office setting.
Well, if you own a home or a business, Galaxy Concrete Coatings got you covered.
Galaxy was great to work around our schedule. They were able to come in on a Saturday, and the job was completed over the weekend, and we were back in business, so we didn't miss a step.
Lots of styles to choose from. 4 times stronger than epoxy and a 15-year warranty.
It's very nice looking. It's very durable. Really makes the room stand out and shine.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com now. That's Galaxy Concrete Coatings. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. We're out of this world.
Galaxy was quick to respond. They were quick to give us a solution and quick to get it completed as well. And they're going to take care of you.
This is Jim Sharp along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. And Stuart, when you say that we're in the best tax window in history right now, what do you mean by that?
What I mean precisely is that we have 3 years left in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act if Congress doesn't act. People are going to look back at this period and say, I wish I would have taken advantage of a Roth conversion or tax harvesting, something to make sure they have a tax plan. So if you have a financial advisor that isn't talking about how to maximize your benefits under these low tax rates, you're missing out.
And it's just one of the great things you do at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, because you also handle estate planning.
Absolutely. Not just investments, not just taxes, but estate planning as well.
Get your no-obligation portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
$10 says your local Staples now accepts Amazon returns. Now when you return an Amazon order at Staples, you receive a coupon for $10 off of your next Staples purchase of $30 or more. In-store only, exclusions apply. Staples, your new favorite place for Amazon returns.
Arizona's news station. KTAR. On air, 92.3 FM. Online at KTAR.com. And streaming live on the KTAR News app. Your breaking news and traffic now.
It's It's 9:32. I'm Jeff Munn. Here's our top story. A pair of Arizona Republican congressmen played a critical role in the removal of U.S. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, Eli Crane, and Andy Biggs.
Not long before the vote to oust McCarthy, Biggs spoke on the House floor.
I think it's time to make a change. I'm not the only one, and that's it's somber.
Valley political expert Stan Barnes says Congressman Biggs and Crane will benefit politically from the decision they made.
They believe that the only way to stop the federal government of the United States on the path that it is on is to do this kind of dramatic political maneuver. And there are many Arizonans that agree with them.
Jim Cross, KTAR News.
KTAR eyes on the economy. The 30-year fixed mortgage rate has reached the highest level since late 2000 at 7.72%. Valley economist Jim Round says it will make even more expensive for people to borrow money and get into housing.
And that's going to cause some economic distress, and that's another reason why we still think that we're leading to a mild recession in 2024 sometime.
As of August 31st, Zillow says the average Valley home price is just under $450,000.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
This week, Governor Katie Hobbs terminated an agreement leasing land to a Saudi-owned dairy company and chose not to renew 3 more of their leases next year. She explained to reporters those 3 leases were evaluated as part of an ongoing effort to maximize land and water use. As for the terminated lease, Hobbs said it was because of a default on the lease.
High fly ball, deep right field, and that one sails on out of here.
The Diamondbacks opened up their best-of-3 National League wildcard playoff series in Milwaukee with a 6-3 victory. Arizona sports host Vince Marotta tells Arizona's Morning News the D-backs can look forward to a hostile crowd this afternoon as the Brewers try to stave off elimination.
The crowd's going to be nuts. They're going to be behind their team. And you just never know what's going to happen in playoff baseball. Last night was a perfect example of that.
The first pitch of Game 2 this afternoon just after 4 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Time for an update on traffic. We go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and check in with John Roller.
All right, Jeff, we've got a down motorcycle. This is going to be northbound I-17, just adjacent to the Yorkshire on-ramp. It was blocking the right lanes, but it is off to the right. We still have a fire unit on scene blocking the far right lane, so lean to the left, a little bit of oil on the roadway from this crash as well. So heads up there. Also have a stalled vehicle eastbound Loop 101, the Pima Freeway approaching State Route 51. Thanks to a couple of drivers, they were able to help that motorist get off to the right. So that is off to the right, and we also have a crash northbound State Route 51 right at the northern off-ramp. It is off to the right, but have some debris in the roadway there. Also have a crash 107th Avenue in Thomas. Also have a crash at Thomas and 36th Street, and a collision Thunderbird west of 27th Avenue, and also a wreck at 15th Avenue just south of Camelback. John Roller, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 95. Tonight clear, the low 70. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 78 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Strong values and strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
All right. Having to talk about this is tough. Migrant deaths more than doubled this year in the U.S.-Mexico border in El Paso, Texas, reaching the heaviest toll in the region since the public records had begun. 148 compared with 71 people in 2002. The majority of the deaths, more than 100, occurred between May and September, when El Paso experienced the hottest summer on record with 44 consecutive days in triple digits. When you look at what's happened in Arizona with our heat, the deadliest route for migrants, the El Paso sector, is expected to have the highest ever number of migrant encounters this year, on pace to top 400,000 and beat last year's record of 308,000. Deterrence policies and physical infrastructure such as walls and barriers will not stop people, according to this. The reason why I'm bringing this up again, here's an interesting headline, and it's a horrible headline, but I I think we need to have a further discussion about this. The headline is, Infant Girl Dies After Nogales Border Patrol Agent Couldn't Understand Her Mother. So a 16-year-old mother told an agent that her daughter was almost dead and needed to go to the hospital as they drove September 23rd in a transport van towards the Nogales Border Patrol Station. The mother said she was unsure if the agent understood her. The agent later reported to CBP, their Office of Professional Responsibility, that he was unaware the infant was in distress until they arrived at the station and the mother spoke to a Spanish-speaking agent. It's difficult for me to believe, and I do not know what the standard is, I'll be honest. But I did have the assumption that if you worked at the U.S. southern border, you were at least bilingual. Now, they come in contact with people that speak languages from all over the world, but I would think that if you're at the U.S.-Mexico border that you would speak Spanish. I don't know that that's a requirement. Obviously, it isn't. But the headline that somehow this is a Border Patrol agent's fault, I just think is a horrible headline. You've got a 16-year-old kid that has a child that is making this dangerous trek in the dangerous heat in a dangerous place with dangerous people. There has to be some accountability to the parents. You cannot make this mother the victim here. When your children have children, your children are still children to you. My kids will always be my kids, and they're in their 30s. My kids are going to be my kids. And, you have these conversations with them, and, when my youngest, I had a blowout with her about some things and said, hey, listen, you're not a kid anymore. You are no longer a child. You're a mother, which means, and she's a great mom. Both of my girls are terrific mothers. But you still, at some point, when you become a parent, you have a responsibility for another human life. It is your responsibility. Now, I'm not discounting the fact that if we are in a situation where we have border agents on the border that don't speak Spanish, I think that it hinders them from being able to do their job. But again, this is the dangers of this border and this trip. This is the dangerous journey that people are making. The cartels could not possibly care less. They could not possibly care less about this mother and this child. And this is the situation that we are fostering. This is the situation that we are allowing to get worse. This is the situation that we are ignoring. We have got to do something about this situation, and it has been largely ignored. I'm going to continue to go back to all of this topic. We're going to again talk, I think at 11 o'clock, I've got it scheduled to discuss once again what happened with the speaker's position being vacated, and that we're going to get a new Speaker of the House. These are the things that the American people are frustrated by. I have leveled plenty of blame for the horrible policies of this administration and how much worse the border is because of them. And I stand by that. But you can't let Congress off the hook either. We are at a time in America where the American people, where you are hearing Mayor Adams from New York is headed to the border today. Mayor Adams of New York City is going to the southern border of the United States with a message for migrants. Don't come to New York City. That's what he's going to tell them. Do not come to New York City. We don't have room for you. He sounds like the governor of Texas. He sounds like our former governor. He sounds like the governor of Florida. He sounds like other prominent Republicans in saying, stop it. Don't come. When you have that kind of, whatever the opposite political beliefs are and reasons why, the message is still the same. Now is an opportunity for the leadership, and we talk about the Democrats running the Senate. Well, the Republicans run the House, and the Republicans have an opportunity here to get legislation, if they ever get a speaker next week, to get a piece of legislation moving forward that solves a lot of these problems. And you've got to get agreements. You have to get agreements on the Dreamers, and we have to get agreements on immigration reform, and we have to get agreements on border security, but you can get people to come together to do those things. and you've got to try to get something that will get through the United States Senate. But leadership is, these are the serious issues that America is facing. You now have a time where the American people largely are in agreement on the need to get something done, and this is a time to strike while the iron is hot and solve some of these problems. And we don't see any solutions being brought forward. What we see are fights over who's going to be the Speaker of the House, and I'm going to win, or you're going to win, and you're going to get booed, and I like you, and I don't like you, so you're out. It's dysfunction, and it doesn't look good. One of the things that we've talked quite a bit about is the First Amendment. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has now made another decision about the First Amendment and the White House and their pressure on social media platforms to squash certain messages. Wait until you hear what their decision says. That comes up here in just a moment. I would recommend in any climate or any real estate market climate, lending, interest rates, I would say Lund Mortgage is a place you should reach out to. They simplify the process. They've been doing it for 2 generations. It's excellent customer service. But there are 2 things now that I think make it even more important. Number one, with high interest rates on credit cards, and that interest rate continues to go up on credit cards, people are drowning in debt. What is the best path forward? Can you use your home equity, and will it help you pay this debt down faster and cost you less money in the long run? They can help you answer that question and help you move in the right direction. If you're going to buy a home or refinance a mortgage, you want the lowest rates, you want the lowest fees, you want the best mortgage to suit your needs. Now more than ever, let Lund Mortgage do the shopping for you. That's what they do on your side to make sure you get the right mortgage. Go to lundmortgage.com. That's lundmortgage.com, or their office number is 623-875-9940.
The Gatos and Chad Show, afternoons.
Kevin McCarthy got fired today, basically. He's still in Congress, but he's not the Speaker of the House. You got to ask yourself a question. What did they do for you today? What did the United States government do for you today? Did they make America better?
Secure a border? Did they work on comprehensive reform?
No.
Did they make our world safer?
No.
Did they figure out how to chip away at the debt?
No. This doesn't affect me in the least bit.
The Gatos and Chad Show, this afternoon at 2. KTAR News 92.3 FM.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road. So what if I need a new one? No problem. We have the right battery for your car, starting at only $89.99. And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination. Restrictions apply.
It's Gatos for AZ Trim Light. Listen, if you want trim lights, an innovative patented lighting system that goes in the trim of your home, if you want them before Halloween, with all the spooky lights that you could put up, you got to call AZ Trim Light today. I just got off the phone with my friends Dan and Jody over there, and they said, listen, they're willing to offer you spooky pricing. Discount. Get it installed before Halloween, and certainly in time for Christmas. AZTrimlight.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Hey, when it comes to our air conditioning, heating, and plumbing, the difference is day and night. Paul Calvisi here with Jeff, the owner of Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. And Jeff, how about endless hot water? I like the sounds of that. Is that possible?
Paul, we can make that happen. And if you mention KTAR, you get $300 off a tankless water heater installation.
That is Day and Night, our go-to for reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. Call 480-949-0388 or online at dayandnightair.com.
72 Sold is the #1 fastest growing real estate company in Arizona, and they're top 5 in the country. This is Jim Sharp, and for the 2nd year in a row, 72 Sold has made the Inc. 5000 list of the fastest growing companies in America. Why? Well, because with 72 Sold, you can sell your home in only 8 days. Any 8 days you choose, and they get home sellers thousands more. Put in your address at 72sold.com to get your price, a higher price, at 72sold.com.
Does it get any more American than Ford? Ford is America for over 100 years. Paul Calvisi here. We just bought again from our Desert Ford dealers. My first car was a classic Ford Mustang. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. But make no mistake, Ford is the future. That all-new 2023 F-150 with the all-new interior, designed to be the toughest, most productive F-150 ever. In fact, no outlet, no problem. Just plug in all those power tools right into your F-150 F-150. Speaking of, how about the 2023 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV. I drove it, I'm like, man, I see why they call this the new shape of freedom, with 0 to 60 thrills, the expansive range, 0 tailpipe emissions, and don't forget to download the Ford Pass app and earn Ford Pass rewards points for complimentary maintenance when you buy or lease a new Ford. Or you can place your order and lock in your offer. Just click buyfordnow.com. buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 9:47, I'm Jeff Munn. Here's what you need to know right now.
Let's go. Nay. Biggs. Yay.
Arizona's delegation was a split vote in ousting Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Until a new speaker is chosen, the House cannot conduct any new business, including votes to avert another potential government shutdown in a few weeks. A new ruling says the city of Phoenix must meet a November 4th deadline to have the zone completely cleared out. The court denied the city's motion for a stay, which would have given them more time to clear out the unsafe homeless encampment in downtown Phoenix. The Arizona Humane Society says they are disappointed Chandler resident April McLaughlin has requested a hearing after 55 dogs were seized from her property last month. The animal shelter adds their kennel capacity is at code red because they have not been granted custody of the dogs while the legal process unfolds. You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top stories on Arizona's news station, KTAR News. Mike Broomhead's back in 60 seconds.
Hey there, it's Jessica from Zero Res. Can I tell you a secret? Voicing these radio ads is helping me conquer my glossophobia, the fear of public speaking. Speaking of unique fears, did you know there's a fear of dirt known as mysophobia? Well, Zero Res has the perfect solution for that. With Halloween around the corner, Zero Res can banish all kinds of creepy, crawly dirt from your carpets. The cherry on top? Unlike those traditional cleaning methods that often leave behind a horror show of harsh chemicals and soaps, Zero Res ensures your floors are squeaky clean and residue-free. So whether it's carpets, tile, or vinyl floors, Zero Res is your go-to for a thorough and safe cleaning. Experience the Zero Res difference this Halloween and keep all those spooky phobias at bay. Make the most of our current offer. Clean 3 rooms of carpet and get your hallway clean free with promo code PUMPKIN. Call 480-507-2419 or book online at ZeroResPhoenix.com. Zero Res. Spelled backwards or forwards, it's the right way to clean.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly ranked hospitals across the U.S. Accuracy matters, so make the Exergen the chosen thermometer of your home and family. Available at Walmart and other participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
Strong values and strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
As soon as you are ready. All right, here is the headline. Federal Appeals Court expands limits on Biden administration and First Amendment case. So the nation's top cybersecurity defense agency, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, known as CISA, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals expanded its injunction against CISA in September, including them ruling that it used frequent interactions with social media platforms to push them to adopt more restrictive policies on election-related speech. The previous decision from a panel of 3 judges said that it concluded that the actions of the Biden White House, the FBI, and other government agencies likely violated the First Amendment, but that CISA, which is charged with securing elections from online threats, attempted to convince, not coerce. Republican attorneys general who's brought the case asked for rehearing. In Tuesday's order, the Fifth Circuit judge ruled that CISA facilitated the FBI interactions with social media companies. So, in a nutshell, what this is saying is that the federal government is trying to influence the messages that you're seeing on social media, all in the interest of proper information. The idea, this is the problem with, I would say, our lack of civics education in understanding people are people. The founding fathers were regular people like we are. Different generation, different culture, but just human beings. and you do things based on your own personal experience. If something bad has happened to you, you don't want to see it happen to your children. If something bad happens to a generation, they want to make sure it doesn't happen to the next generation. There is a reason why we look at history. You have to look at the history of the people that created our Constitution and our form of government, that wrote those amendments, the Bill of Rights, and what was put in writing, the First Amendment guaranteeing your right to free speech, and that the government cannot infringe on it, your right to worship. This is where it scares me, because nothing that is bad is ever sold as bad. Communism wasn't sold to the Cuban people as a bad thing, but Cubans are still trying to get off that island to escape communism. Socialism was not sold as a bad thing to the Venezuelan people. They are coming to this country in droves illegally because of that government and how it treats its people and what it does. It's all sold as fairness, a chicken in every pot. We're all going to work hard. We're going to share in the work. We're going to share in the fruits of the labor. We're going to do great things, and we're going to all prosper. And what ends up happening is everybody's poor. In this case, they're selling it to you as if we just want you to know the truth. You understand, and I'm going to use the two with a couple of the obvious examples. We just want you to understand that getting the vaccine is the best way to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And if you get COVID-19, you need to make sure you go to the hospital, and you need to make sure that the doctors there treat you in a way that we say is the right way to treat you. And if these people are coming up and posting alternative treatments online, if there are people that are telling you that ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine are viable treatments for this, it could cause people to believe that. And if people believe that, then they could die. So not only is that speech irresponsible, it's dangerous. And we don't want anything dangerous. We want you to live a prosperous, healthy life. So we're going to make sure that that message doesn't get to you because we believe that it's wrong and it's dangerous. That's the pathway. I will tell you, if you are getting your medical advice from social media, you've got a problem. I am someone, again, I want to be very clear when it came to COVID-19. I got the vaccine. I was vaccinated. I was boosted. I've had 3 shots. I got the shot, I got the booster, I got the second booster. I'm not doing it again. And I'm not doing it again because of the information I have now that I didn't have then. I don't think that anybody was trying to trick me. I went and sought out medical advice from doctors I trusted. I didn't listen to social media. I don't listen to my friends that say, don't get the vax, you're going to grow a third arm out of your shoulder. I didn't listen to any of that. I went to doctors and asked them. But if you're getting medical advice from me, or you're getting medical advice from social media, you're getting it from the wrong place. But that doesn't mean that when someone goes online and said, hey, my father who is in his 80s or 70s had COVID-19 and was on his deathbed, we gave him the hydroxychloroquine and the ivermectin, and in 2 days he was much better. They have every right to say that. They have every right to speak about it the way they want. When the FBI goes and says to social media platforms that the Hunter Biden laptop sure looks like misinformation to us, I'd be really careful about what you post online. You're talking about a federal agency with arrest powers and investigation powers, that when they go to a social media platform and say that, and those platforms adjust what they allow on their websites, on their platforms, because of what the government says, that is in direct contrast to what the First Amendment is supposed to be. You have a right to speak. And we know what the liabilities are. When you accuse somebody of a crime that they haven't committed, you're going to end up in a courtroom and you're going to end up with a lawsuit. If I come on the air here and I I'm not going to do it just as an example, but if I pick an elected official or a public figure and I make up a story that there's some kind of a criminal, a predator in some way, and there's absolutely no basis in truth, I'm going to get locked up for that. That's different. But if I have an opinion about the injections, about the vaccines, or I have an opinion about Hunter Biden and his laptop, if I have an opinion about who should or shouldn't be president, whatever those things are, I have a right to say them. And every one of us should be standing up to everybody on the left side of the aisle that looks at this and says, this is all misinformation. What happens if Donald Trump gets reelected and Donald Trump says, you know what the real truth is? The real truth is 2020 was stolen from me. And anybody who says otherwise is not telling you the truth, and they're part of the problem. We are therefore not going to allow that speech, and we don't think that you should do that on your social media platforms. You're not going to like that truth police so much then. Just have to think about it. Just after 10 o'clock, what would a consent decree mean for the city of Phoenix? We had an interesting conversation with Phoenix PD. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. Hey, listen, the good people at American Roofing, you know that this El Nino thing that's supposed to happen in the wintertime, we were saying that they could make up for this dry monsoon season and even more so, that we could have a very wet winter. Remember how wet last winter is. The reason why I'm asking you this and the reason why I'm saying this is I needed a new roof, and I knew I did because when I bought my home, they did a roof inspection and they told me I did. So I hired American Roofing to replace my roof. Now it's American Roofing and waterproofing. If you haven't had a roof inspection, if you don't know what condition your roof is in and it's an older home, now's the time to do it before those rains come and you find out the hard way. This is an honest company. They are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. They are Google guaranteed, which means that every one of their employees is at a thorough background check. This is a fantastic company. Let them help you with all your roofing needs. It's AmericanRoofingNow.com. Check them out online. You're going to love this company. AmericanRoofingNow.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed. Oh, yeah? Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too. Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This season, your coffee orders are getting warmer, and your outfits are getting cozier. The world keeps changing, and so does COVID-19. That's why this season's COVID-19 shots have been updated. They're one of the best ways to help protect yourself against COVID-19. You can get a COVID-19 shot at the same visit as a flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Talk to your healthcare provider to learn more and schedule at vaccines.gov. And don't forget to get extra cinnamon spice. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
Hi, I'm David Hastings.
And I'm Kate Hastings for Hastings and Hastings.
These national firms use the phrase, "We've recovered billions nationwide." But what does that really mean to you here in Arizona? It doesn't mean anything.
What really matters to you is that you have local experienced attorneys working on your case. How can you be more than just a faceless file numbers to those national firms when they don't even live here?
At Hastings and Hastings, we're local accident attorneys, and we've settled over $1 billion just here in Arizona.
Because that's where we live, and our experience comes from settling serious accident cases right here in Arizona for almost 45 years. Our best attorneys are right here, not spread all over the country.
And your first consultation is always with one of our experienced attorneys, not a salesman. And our discount fee means more money for you.
That's Hastings and Hastings. It's about time, and it's about you.
KTAR FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. House Republicans will not be in session until next week following that historic vote yesterday ousting Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. The focus now, finding his replacement so the House can get back to the people's business. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has more.
The House is expected to remain in recess for another week. Republicans will huddle on Tuesday to hear from those seeking the speakership. The aim is to choose a new Republican leader by Wednesday. Two names now being mentioned, current House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan. Both enjoy widespread favor within the GOP caucus. Scalise is undergoing treatment for blood cancer.
The Senate is in session and working on a bipartisan measure, it says, to avoid another government shutdown. That deadline, November 17th. In New York City, former President Trump returned to hear testimony in his civil fraud trial today. Yesterday, the trial judge issued a limited gag order. That after Trump targeted court clerk in a social media post. In California this hour, the casket of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein lying in state at San Francisco City Hall, the place where Feinstein got her start as a board supervisor and later becoming San Francisco's first woman mayor. California colleague and friend Representative Nancy Pelosi is there, paying her respects this last hour, and will attend Feinstein's private funeral tomorrow. Striking healthcare workers from Kaiser Permanente hospitals and medical centers are picketing across 8 states today. Some 75,000 nurses, X-ray, and other medical specialists say they're fighting over unfair labor practices, accusing Kaiser Permanente executives of keeping facilities short-staffed in order to boost profits. Sarah Levka is picketing with workers in Springfield, Virginia today.
Kaiser executives have failed to bargain in good faith over solutions to the Kaiser staffing shortage right now.
The company says it is negotiating in good faith and pays better than its competitors and has low turnover. You're listening to ABC News.
Arizona's news station. KTAR, on air, 92.3 FM, online at KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app. Your breaking news and traffic, now.
It's 10:02. I'm Jeff Munn. Here's our top story. Arizona Republican Congressman Andy Biggs and Eli Crane cast 2 of the 8 votes needed to remove U.S. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Valley political expert Stan Barnes says it was a dramatic political maneuver that many Arizonans agree with.
There are many Arizonans that think the United States government cannot be sustained in the manner of which it's operating, borrowing trillions of dollars and spending money it does not have.
Barnes says Biggs and Crane will most likely be rewarded politically for their decision. KTAR eyes on the economy. The 30-year fixed mortgage rate has reached the highest level since late 2000 at 7.72%. Valley economist Jim Round says it will make it even more expensive for people to borrow money and get into housing.
And that's going to cause some economic distress, and that's another reason why we still think that we're leading to a mild recession in 2024 sometime.
As of August 31st, Zillow says the average Valley home price is just under $450,000. The clock is ticking for the city of Phoenix to finish clearing out the zone following the court's latest ruling.
A judge has denied the city's motion, asking for more time after they were given a November 4th deadline to have the downtown Phoenix homeless encampment removed. KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson says the city must meet that deadline or be sanctioned.
The judge in this case found that the wrongdoing that the plaintiffs, what the business owners are going through, is too egregious for him to delay the ruling and delay the change in what's happening at the zone. So he rejected the city's request for delay in enforcing that order.
The city says they plan to appeal. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
This week, Governor Katie Hobbs terminated an agreement leasing land to a Saudi-owned dairy company and chose not to renew 3 more of their leases next year. She explained to reporters those 3 leases were evaluated as part of an ongoing effort to maximize land and water use. As for the terminated lease, Hobbs said it was because of a default on the lease. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays discusses the situation involving the Saudi company and water leases a half hour from now on the Mike Broomhead Show. Let's get an update on traffic as we go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and get the latest from John Roller.
Jeff, we've got a new crash coming into the downtown area. This is going to be eastbound I-10 right at the transition ramp to the northbound I-17. The far right lane is blocked and traffic getting around and able to use that ramp, but as you come up on it, you're going to have to merge to the left there to get around this crash. So already moderate amount of slowing starting at 35th Avenue. Again, this is eastbound I-10 right at the northbound I-17 transition ramp. Also have a crash in the clearing stages, northbound State Route 51 at the northern off-ramp. Still some debris in the roadway, heads up for that. Also have a car pedestrian crash coming in Camelback Road just east of 56th Street. A crash out in Tolleson, 107th Avenue in Thomas, and a crash closer into town, Thomas and 36th Street. This traffic report is brought to you by the City of Phoenix and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. October is Pedestrian Safety Month. 70% of pedestrian crashes and half of all bike vehicle crashes happen when drivers are turning. Let's watch out for one another so we all get home safely. Scan the street for wheels and feet. A message from the City of Phoenix. John Roller, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 95. Tonight clear, the low 70. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 81 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Strong values and strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show, KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
Just give me something I can use.
All right, thanks for being here. So this conversation started a week or so ago, but it really got rushed for me. It became more urgent for me after the resignation of Sheriff Paul Penzone. And I'm not laying this at his feet. I've not had any conversations with him about what I'm going to talk about. This was a launching point in my mind, because the sheriff did address the fact that the DOJ had entered into an agreement with Maricopa County and a consent decree. So the court oversees it. A monitor is hired who is an independent for-profit monitor. They come in and they monitor the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. They demand changes. They basically run certain areas of the department. And as the sheriff said, there are places where they are spending more money in compliance than they are in law enforcement. It's costing millions of dollars a year with no end in sight. This was going on 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. So this monitor has been hired, and there's no end in sight. This happened under the leadership of Joe Arpaio, and then Joe Arpaio lost the election to Paul Penzone in 2016. And this is still going on. No end in sight. So you've got an overseer, you've got a monitor that says you have to make these changes and you have to do this, this, and this, and then they move the goalpost. The county enters into an agreement and says, yes, we are willing to enter into this oversight agreement with you, but they can't opt out. The county cannot go back now and say to the federal courts and to the DOJ, all right, we're done. We think you've done enough for us. The person that makes the decision is the person that's making all the money. I'm not calling them corrupt. I'm pointing out there is no motivation or incentive for the monitors to quickly end monitoring and changes in oversight, because they're making millions of dollars. This has been going on for over 10 years. The monitor in Maricopa County sent the county a bill for $212,000 plus in just the month of July. $97,000 has been spent on office space, and here's the best part. The monitor hasn't even been in Maricopa County for 3 years. So that was the thought process for me. Because the DOJ has been investigating the city of Phoenix for 2 years. The reason why you don't know what their findings are is because they don't tell anyone. It's not like an audit where, if you go through somewhere, I mentioned inspections, so for me, it's not an audit, but it's an inspection. When I would work on big projects as an electrical contractor, we had to have inspections before the next phase, a walls inspection, a ceiling inspection. So before you can cover anything up, we want to see what's inside the walls to make sure what you're doing is within code. Before you put in the ceiling, before you drop in the ceiling tiles, we want to see what's above the ceiling to make sure you've done things the right way. The inspectors that understand that moving the job forward, what they do is they come in, they find an issue, and they write them down. They don't come in and find one problem and then leave and say, call us again, and then leave when they find the next problem. They give you a list of things that they found that are outside of code or questionable. They expect you're going to fix them, and you keep going on with the project. That's somebody that wants to move it forward. That is an inspector that says this job just needs to be done, but it needs to be done right. Let's keep working. Why would a monitor that's being paid in excess of $2 million a year end it? Why would you turn that faucet off? That's a concern for me. Chief Michael Sullivan was brought here to Phoenix to oversee the Phoenix Police Department at a time when it was being investigated by the DOJ because he has experience with this. By all accounts, from what the naked eye, from what the civilian eye sees, Chief Sullivan is making changes. Chief Sullivan is changing the use of force policy. Chief Sullivan is making changes and being more focused on how we stop crime with the crime reduction plan. There are other things that are happening within the department. Officers that are not doing their jobs appropriately are being held accountable. They always were in the past, but this chief seems to be doing the things that are moving this police department to the next phase. Why would we as a city, why would the city of Phoenix invite the DOJ in and say, okay, now we're going to enter into an agreement with a monitor that we're going to pay millions of dollars a year in an open-ended contract that only they can end? and you look at the other cities, and I want you to do this as a Phoenician. If you live in Phoenix, you do it, live in whatever city you're in. But especially if you're a Phoenician like I am, you're going to pay this bill. Go and look. You can do an internet search on cities that have entered into consent decrees. Agencies that have entered into consent decrees. In every place, they lose cops. Violent crime spikes. It's a huge expense. There is an interview that was done with a retired lieutenant from Seattle that said it was a disaster, that there is all of this paperwork that's mandated, so cops can't do their jobs. Anytime they do one little thing in their job, there's so much paperwork that has to be backed up because of this monitor that cops leave. We have a beautiful valley with cities far and wide now. We are growing by leaps and bounds. Phoenix Police is an intense agency that deals with a lot of stuff. There's no way you can tell me that a 3 or a 4 or a 5 or a 6-year, 8-year officer in the city of Phoenix isn't going to be desired in other agencies right here in the valley, which means they don't have to uproot their kids from school to find another place to work. They can stay in the home that they're in, they can enjoy their neighborhoods, their kids can go to the same school, and they can go work for another agency that pays about the same, that doesn't have the same mess. 42% of the Phoenix Police Department says they will either definitely leave or seriously consider leaving. That's 42%. Even if 20%, even if half of that actually leaves, you've got an agency that's already dramatically understaffed. I think the people of Phoenix have to seriously consider the implications, looking at what happened to Maricopa County. For everybody out there that didn't like Joe Arpaio, I'm not going to fight you on Joe Arpaio one way or the other, but thought Joe Arpaio was wrong for Maricopa County. In the end, it was good to get rid of him and move in a different direction. For those of you that are on the other side of the political aisle and you think it was good to have a Democrat and I don't even know his real politics, but Penzone is a Democrat, and Penzone ran the sheriff's office. And by all accounts, there were positive changes. As a matter of fact, there's a story that someone is quoted in here that was somebody that said, listen, I'm not a big fan of some of the things that happened under the previous administration, but there have been big steps forward been made by the Penzone. I don't know that this oversight needs to be here. Why do we need this monitor anymore? And this is someone that wanted the monitor in the first place. But it's up to the monitor to say it's over. It's up to the monitor to say it ends. So the people of Phoenix have to have a serious conversation about this, and your city council members, about why we would enter into this. If the police department is moving in the right direction, why would we enter into an agreement with someone that we pay millions of dollars, that we have to continue to pay them millions of dollars until they say that the monitoring is over? Why would we do that? I think you should have that conversation with your council members. Coming up in a moment, we are going to talk about a report shows weakest labor market since January of 2021. And at the bottom of the hour, we talk with our Attorney General. All that's coming up here in just a couple of moments. Let's talk about the good people at Sanderson Ford. The Real Deal F-150 sale is going on right now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership. Now, I say it's a real deal for this reason. Sanderson Ford doesn't do what a lot of other people do, and it's called a loss leader. Like $10,000 off on a new truck. When you get there, you find out it was on just one truck, and it's probably sold already, and now they're going to try to sell you something else. They're straight up with real incentives. They have real financing offers, real discounts on over 200 new in-stock F-150 trucks. They've been doing business the right way for over 68 years. I am a customer. I am a proud customer. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, never any added markups. That's why I choose Sanderson Ford. They are the most awarded Ford dealership for customer service and for sales in the entire nation. Check out their Google reviews. Don't fall for the bait and the tactics of other dealerships. Over 200 in F-150s. They're dealing with real deals on America's best-selling truck for over 46 years. They're at 51st Avenue in Maryland or online at sandersonford.com.
Join KTAR at the Integrity Summit in Phoenix on October 11th. You'll experience amazing real-life stories from well-known Arizona leaders like Sherry Colangelo, along with leaders from USAA, Arizona Commerce Authority, Schnepp Farms, CPLC, Go Media, and more. Get your tickets at integritysummit.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack.
But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
There's a certain independence here. A freedom to protect what's yours, those you love, or to enjoy hunting or sports shooting in our beautiful state. Tombstone Tactical has the largest selection and best pricing on accessories, weapons, and ammo. Veteran, family owned and operated, Tombstone Tactical is the only place Mike Broomhead shops. Easy to find off I-17 and Dunlap in Phoenix, or online at tombstonetactical.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 10:16, I'm Jeff Munn. Here's what you need to know right now. Republican Representative of Ohio, Jim Jordan, is the first to toss his hat into the ring for Speaker of the House. This follows the vote to oust Kevin McCarthy yesterday. Several days of work haven't stopped a landfill fire near Scottsdale from spewing out air pollutants. The fire has been smoldering since Saturday in the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community, and community officials are urging people near the area to stay indoors and utilize air purifiers when possible.
Work side up on a home run by Martin.
The Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Brewers 6-3 last night in Milwaukee to open up their best-of-3 National League wildcard series. Game 2 this afternoon. First pitch at 4:08. You can hear it on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top stories on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
School is back, and so is Pay Tribute to a Teacher, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. In a world where knowledge shapes the future, there are those who light the way. They are our teachers. If you know a teacher who ignites curiosity in your child and fosters a love for learning, text the word teacher to 411-923 and nominate them for a $2,500 bonus. Pay Tribute to a Teacher, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Batteries may apply.
We have emergency escape plans, but what is your retirement escape plan? That's the list of items you need to check off before you can retire comfortably. And the team at Q Wealth Advisors, they want to help get you there with a no-cost, no-obligation consultation. Then you can make a retirement to-do plan. Travel, golf, relax, whatever makes you happy. Call the team at Q Wealth Advisors today. 480-680-6868 or online at successintheNewRetirement.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Acute Investment Advisory, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Acute Wealth Advisors, LLC.
Hey, Sarah Cazell here, and I want you to be honest with yourself for a second. How much money have you spent on new clothes over the years because your old clothes didn't fit anymore? I certainly don't want to do that math, but I can tell just by looking at my closet, the answer is a lot of money. Now, what I should have done instead is call Bodify. They are the ultimate cool sculpting pros who guarantee results. So instead of trying to hide with temporary fixes like newer, bigger clothes, let Bodify give you the results you want. Bodify freezes off the stubborn fat that sticks around even if you're eating well and exercising. I first went to Bodify at the start of the year, and I am floored, seriously floored, by the changes I have seen. Their consultations are free and there is no obligation, so why not set up a consultation and see what Bodify can do for you? Head to freezemeaz.com, freezemeaz.com.
Cool sculpting lead is FDA cleared to treat visible fat bulges in 9 areas of the body. Some common side effects include temporary numbness, discomfort, and swelling. Strong values and strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
I can't cool down. Got me spinning round and round. Round and round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Every time.
Okay, thanks for being here. Back to report shows the weakest labor market since January 2021. This is part of the plan. Let me explain. In order to cool inflation, they raise interest rates with the hope of slowing down the economy and goods and services, and the need and the desire for goods and services. It slows that down. Slowing down the economy, hopefully the way that you are able to do it is to slow down the economy without driving it into a recession. That's the big concern. The longer you wait, and I know it's kind of a crass way to equate this, but I do think it's a fair equation, and that is, if you have a serious illness, let's talk about cancer. Everybody understands that early detection is the key. That the faster you detect cancer and begin treating it, the less invasive and the less destructive the treatment is. And it's the same way, that is a good analogy for what happens when these things are going on. The quicker you intervene and begin to do what you can to adjust, the less amount of time you have to do it and the less destructive it can become. Raising interest rates the way you have. Now, there is no direct correlation between when the Fed raises interest rates and, let's say, mortgage rates, but we do know that there is an effect over time, that we are now seeing interest rates. We had such low interest rates on homes for such a long time, and I don't know that we're ever going to go back to that. But people are concerned about how high are they going to go? Are they going to drop it? I'm going to be stuck with a high rate. But people have to adjust when it costs more money to borrow money. So think about this. If you're out there, if you're just the average consumer, and you say, okay, I'm going to hold off trying to buy a home because of this. I'm not going to sell my home because then I have to buy a home at a higher rate. Whatever your reasons are, because it becomes more expensive to borrow that money. Your payment for that goes up each month. Now, I want you to think about businesses, and businesses that use a line of credit in order to operate, because there is a lag time between billing and collecting. We all understand that in the contracting business, that 30 days, if you have someone that pays their bills on time, you treat that customer like gold. If they pay within 30 days, you want to put a plaque on the wall with their name on it. But we're seeing 60, 90, 120 days sometimes before people are getting paid. Well, I want you to think about a company that doesn't have enough cash on hand to float that amount of money for all of their customers until they get paid on these invoices. They have to have a line of credit that they can dip into when they need to make these large payments. So if that money is costing them more, if their interest rate goes up, imagine what they're saying. I'm not going to expand my business. I'm not going to dip into credit. Borrowing money is costing more. Then we had a lot of these bank failures, so banks are a lot less likely, and they're tightening the belt themselves. They're not giving money out as much as they were before, and it's starting to hurt businesses. So all of this makes perfect sense. The labor market is beginning to slow down. This is where the danger lies. If you are someone that is a valuable employee, you're always going to be able to find work. Good economies and bad economies, I always had a job, because I was confident in my skill set and I could show an employer I've always made money on the jobs I do. I'm a good risk. Hiring me means you're going to make money. But when the labor market tightens, even good employees, it's not as easy to just go somewhere else. In a thriving job market, when you're an employee, if you're working for an employer, I don't feel valued, I don't feel like you trust me, I'm getting offers, better offers from other places, then there's a lot more flexibility. You are in control. So what is happening right now is tightening the belts of everyone, and this was planned. Slowing down the economy by making money more expensive, and then by virtue of that, they knew it was going to cost people jobs. That's part of the process. There is nothing here that they didn't expect. The problem is, how deep are they going to have to go? How much are we going to see another interest rate increase? How long will the interest rates be up before we see them say, we think we're in a good place? Let's take a step backwards now. Let's lower interest rates. Let's encourage investment a little bit. How far away is all of that? That's a big question. And as long as it's uncertain, you're going to see uncertainty in the markets. You're going to see people not make big purchases, including businesses. They're not going to expand. They're not going to take risks. They're not going to do those things. So we have got to take this into account when we talk about policy. So I'll say it again. I'm probably going to say it 500 times between now and the election. I have no personal axe to grind with the other side of the political aisle. I have no personal axe to grind with Joe Biden himself. But when I look at his promises, many of them he has kept. We did not get the outcome that they said they were going to give us. We were told that if you make less than $400,000 per year, you're not going to see a tax increase. Except the IRS just changed rules on what you can do to rebuild your 401k, to build it back up. If you need to catch up on your 401k to get to retirement, you could add another $7,500 a year when you are in your 50s to make sure that you are catching up, and it was tax deferred. They're taking away that tax deferral. It used to be if you made money online, let's say you were a ticket reseller, you had to have $60,000, $20,000 in revenue before it was reported. Now it's $600. A lot of changes. Coming up in a moment, our Attorney General Chris Mays is going to join us. We're going to talk about water. They've terminated leases on alfalfa fields with the Saudi companies. Now they are going to fight this. We're going to have a conversation about water and lawsuits next.
Do you know a teacher who's deserving of $2,500? Just text teacher to 411-923 and nominate a worthy teacher today for Pay Tribute to a Teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. Text teacher to 411-923.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, you know, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It's Gatos. You know Red Mountain Weight Loss has full-strength semaglutide for half the price of Ozempic? It's called Revelex. And unlike Ozempic, Revelex eliminates side effects, so there's no stomach pain or nausea, just weight loss. And Revelex is a tablet, not a shot, so you can skip the weekly doctor visits. Lose up to 15 pounds a month with no shots, no side effects, just results for half the price. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Make sure you tell them Gatos sent you.
Hi, I'm Aubrey with Deer Valley Plumbing. If you have a problem with your air conditioner, please don't call us. We can't help you because all we do is plumbing. At Deer Valley Plumbing, we're plumbing specialists. Have been for more than 30 years. So if you need a drain...
Consistently recover some of the top settlements in the entire state. So if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Pay nothing until we win. We can't guarantee the outcome of any case, but it's important you have an experienced and successful law firm on your side. Get a free consultation at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000. Or go to sweetjames.com.
Protecting your estate with a living trust could ensure the people you love will be protected when you pass away. Because if you don't have a living trust, all of your assets, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could end up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, who's helped over 35,000 Arizona families since 1995. Call today for 65% off on your living trust. You'll have peace of mind knowing your assets will be seamlessly passed on.
If you're 60 or over, you can save 65% on a living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. This offer ends on October 5th. Call 480-896-9597. As the leaves change, leave the hiring to Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tools let you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Arizona's news station. KTAR. On air, 92.3 FM. Online at KTAR.com. And streaming live on the KTAR News app. Your breaking news and traffic. Now.
It's 10:31. I'm Jeff Munn. Here's our top story. Arizona Republican Congressman Andy Biggs and Eli Crane played a big role in the ouster of U.S. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, casting the critical votes needed to force him out. Valley political expert Stan Barnes says McCarthy's removal is a perfect reflection of what's going on in the state and nation right now.
Both of them from Arizona that voted to oust the speaker will most likely be rewarded politically for that dramatic move.
Biggs unsuccessfully ran for the House Speaker role last year.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
This week, Governor Katie Hobbs terminated an agreement leasing land to a Saudi-owned dairy company and chose not to renew 3 more of their leases next year. She explained to reporters those 3 leases were evaluated as part of an ongoing effort.
Well, the State Land Department is going to be doing a reclamation study to see how we can best use the land and make sure that the beneficiaries of the State Land Trust are getting the full benefit of that.
As for the terminated lease, Hobbs stressed it wasn't targeting agriculture or foreign-owned businesses. Instead, it was because of a default on the lease. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays discusses those leases on the Mike Broomhead Show in just a few moments. Valley skies are smoky after a weekend landfill fire.
Emergency crews have been fighting the landfill fire since it broke out Saturday and bringing it down to a smolder. Brad Busby with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality says the impacts of the fire differ throughout the day.
But oftentimes, especially in the afternoon hours, as we get more warming and winds out of the west, it'll help clear out the air and improve air quality.
ADEQ is also advising people to stay inside, avoid outdoor exercise, and use an air purifier if it's available. Brandon King, KTAR News.
Listen up, Phoenix. There's 2 ways you can celebrate cultures from far from home this weekend. First, the original Phoenix Greek Festival returns for its annual 3-day run at Holy Trinity Greek Orthodox Cathedral on Maryland Avenue, east of State Route 51. But that's not all. You can also check out Japanese food at the Taste of Japan Festival at the Heritage Plaza in downtown Phoenix. Time for an update on traffic. We go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's John Roller.
Yeah, Jeff, we still have light slowing coming into downtown on the eastbound I-10. Starting right at 43rd Avenue, we had that earlier crash right at the northbound I-17 transition ramp. That crash is off to the right, but we still have residual slowing coming in to the downtown area. Also have a trailer rollover. This is going to be the 83rd on-ramp, 83rd Avenue on-ramp right there at the eastbound I-10. Traffic is getting by on the right. Also have a crash southbound I-17 just past Rose Garden. It was blocking the number 4 lane, but that crash now fully off to the right. Also have a crash coming in Sun City, 103rd Avenue and Olive, and a car pedestrian collision, Camelback Road, just east of 56th Street. John Roller, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 95. Tonight clear, the low 70. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 82 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Strong values and strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show, KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
All right, thanks so much for being here this morning. Arizona terminates lease of Saudi-owned Fondamonte after investigation is one headline over at KTAR.com. And here's the second headline. Saudi company with alfalfa farms in Arizona to appeal the governor's move to revoke groundwater deals. Joining us now to discuss this is the Attorney General Chris Mays. Welcome back to the show.
Hey, Mike. It's great to be back. Thanks for having me.
You've been a little busy.
That's true. That's true.
Let's talk about this, the ending of the termination of these leases, and now they are going to appeal this. Who are they appealing this to?
Well, there's a regular appeal process through likely the State Land Department. I mean, it's the State Land Department that leases state land. This involved the governor making the decision. I think it was the right decision to terminate some leases in Butler Valley and to decide not to renew other leases in Butler Valley, Arizona, La Paz County that had been given to the Saudis back in the 2014-2015 timeframe. You know, Mike, you know my view. I don't think those leases ever should have been put out to the Saudis. I think the entire arrangement was wrong from the get-go. And after some inspections, my office found, and the governor's office found that they had been in breach of several of the leases after an inspection in 2016, found the same violation and they hadn't fixed it. So that's what's going on.
Can you explain what some of those violations were?
Well, it involved some unsecured fuel containers. I mean, that was the specific breach at issue. And then, of course, Mike, I think the arrangement represents a violation of the gift clause of the Arizona Constitution. I mean, I don't think that's something that the governor cited in not renewing the leases, but I certainly think that it could be. We're talking about a situation in which a foreign-owned corporation was allowed to essentially stick a straw in the ground in La Paz County and withdraw millions of gallons of Arizona water in the midst of an epic drought to grow alfalfa and send that alfalfa back to feed cows in Saudi Arabia, and we didn't charge them, the state didn't charge them a dime for the water. So, and then you throw on top of it these violations of the leases, you have an obvious reason for the governor to cancel them.
So is this because it's a foreign company? Is it because it's a company outside of the state of Arizona that Arizona is not benefiting from this? That this is something that you think is egregious? I'm trying to get to the reason behind it. The reason why I'm asking is because what's going to happen to that land now? Are other farmers going to be able to use this land? Are they going to be able to do this to feed cattle here in Arizona?
Well, that's a great question. That will ultimately be up to the state land department. Personally, I think that this is an area of Butler Valley that has a lot of water under the ground. It was originally designed to be a preserve, essentially a water preserve. I know the people of La Paz County want a water preserve. So I think it's a great question. I think for now we've stopped the bleeding, so to speak, and we've stopped the use of the water. I don't think it really, obviously I believe there was a gift clause violation, and I believe there was a breach of the lease, and it doesn't necessarily matter which country was involved or the fact that it was an out of country company. I think most people find that outrageous, just sort of on the face of it. But we weren't charging the entity a dime for the water, so that's fact number one. And fact number two is there was a breach of the lease, and so this company obviously has a right to appeal that. But I can tell you, Mike, as I go around the state of Arizona, there's pretty much nobody that thinks it was a good idea to allow the Saudis to withdraw as much water as we have.
Attorney General Chris Mays is joining us. So what's interesting about this is we know that with the water restrictions that have happened and they've been lessened because of how wet it was earlier last winter, that because of the Colorado River, that there were places in Arizona that were threatened, Pinal County being one of them, where a lot of the ranchers and the feedlots, the ranchers and farmers were going to be restricted on the water they could use. This seems to be in contrast to that, when our ranchers and farmers aren't able to access water because of restrictions, but we're giving it away to the Saudis.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and I think it points out the larger problem that we have here. And by the way, I think we also need to be clear that the governor canceled some of the Saudi leases. They still have leases in a place called Vicksburg in La Paz County, so they're not gone yet. And so this is still, I believe, a situation that we will have to be dealing with, and that lease lasts all the way to 2030. But you raise a larger question, which is, this is happening in parts of the state of Arizona because we don't have a statewide groundwater we don't have statewide groundwater regulation. We have AMAs in certain parts of the state where it's regulated, and in places like La Paz County, it's not regulated. So, a corporation can come in, and this is happening, by the way, in Cochise County, where a dairy owned by a Minnesota-owned dairy is dewatering wells all around the dairy because they can just stick a straw in the ground and essentially It's the company or the entity with the most money wins. And the company or the entity that can drill a well the deepest wins. And private property owners all around these big mega dairies or these big mega agricultural operations are losing out, and their livelihoods are being destroyed, their property values are dropping. And I think it's something that we've got to grapple with as a state. We need a statewide approach to groundwater regulation. People of Arizona deserve that. The people of Arizona know that. And it's why this kind of situation can happen in La Paz County.
I appreciate the time and the update on this. We know that water is a big issue in Arizona, and Arizona's been on the front edge of this for a long time, going all the way back to Senator Kyle and securing water rights for Arizona. But moving forward with our massive growth, we're going to have to do more. And I appreciate the update, and I hope you'll come back soon.
I will, Mike. Thank you so much. Good to talk to you.
It's great to talk to you. That is Attorney General Chris Mays. Coming up in a moment, we are going to speak with Joe Ducey, ABC 15. Let Joe know about a project he's taking on, an event that he is hosting, and a segment on the show that is really interesting. We'll get to it coming up here in a moment. Trajan Wealth, listen, money doesn't grow on trees. We understand that. And you don't want to drop the ball in your retirement. It all sounds like catchphrases, right? Well, here's the deal. Do you have answers to these questions? Do you know what your tax burden is going to be when you retire? In other words, when you set your money aside, are you planning on the taxes you're going to have to pay on your retirement dollars? Do you know that the tax laws have been changing? If you've been in the catch-up program, putting money into a retirement account, if you've been doing those things, the government's changing the rules on that. So what you need is somebody that has the updated information on what the laws and the rules are to make sure that even though you're trying to do the right thing, you are doing it the right way. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. Let them help your family like they're helping me, and they've helped so many other Arizona families. 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300 or TrajanWealth.com. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. This is a paid advertisement.
The Gatos and Chad Show, afternoons.
Kevin McCarthy got fired today, basically. He's still in Congress, but he's not the Speaker of the House. You got to ask yourself a question. What did they do for you today? What did the United States government do for you today? Did they make America better?
Secure our border? Did they work on comprehensive reform?
No.
Did they make our world safer?
No.
Did they figure out how to chip away at the debt?
No. This doesn't affect me in the least bit.
The Gatos and Chad Show, this afternoon at 2. KTAR News 92.3 FM.
Ever wondered what your home's exterior could look like, or are you settling for second best? At America's Home Pros, we believe in possibilities, in transforming the ordinary into extraordinary. Right now, you can get our professional exterior painting and repair service at an unbeatable 30% off. Schedule your free estimate today at ahomepros.com. America's Home Pros. Repair, replace, repaint. Call 480-590-1055.
Hi, it's Dieter Dan here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Dan.
Wayne, can you believe it is already back to school season?
I know, right? Time really flies. But what's even more important is making sure that our cars are ready for the daily grind.
Well, absolutely. That's why I took my car to the local AMCO. They made sure everything was running smoothly before the school year kicked off.
Well, that's smart.
Yeah, well, they provided me a complete inspection, checking the vital components, including the transmission. They even offer back-to-school specials.
Did they find any issues with it?
Luckily, they didn't, but recommended preventative maintenance to keep my car in tip-top shape, of course. And then you guys really do care about customer safety, don't you?
We do, Dan. We want our customers' cars to be reliable, especially with all of the school runs and activities they do. Everyone should take their car to AMCO. We have experienced technicians, payment plans if needed, and offer a nationwide warranty.
Well, there you go. Get your car back to school ready. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Garden Show, October 13th through 15th at Westworld in Scottsdale. While there, be sure to visit one of our special exhibitors, Window World of Phoenix.
When it comes to quality and value, Window World has you covered.
You see, some companies try to bait you with unrealistic offers and then force you to sit through endless sales pitches before they hit you with a price upwards of $2,000 or $3,000 per window. While at Window World, you can get 7 large premium Solar Zone Sunshield glass windows installed, tax included, for one low upfront price of $4,927. That's 7 windows from Window World for about the price of 2 from the other guys. So avoid the nonsense and stick with a trusted contractor. Info at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
And be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix at the Maricopa County Home and Garden Show, October 13th through 15th at Westworld in Scottsdale. Info at mchomeshows.com.
Dr. King is Arizona's most experienced LASIK surgeon with over 150,000 procedures.
You know the most common thing my King LASIK patients tell me? I should have done it sooner.
This month at King LASIK, you'll save $2,000, plus get 0% financing. Payments are just $146 a month.
King LASIK's experience, convenient Saturday procedures, and affordability make now the time to see life better.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation now at kinglasik.com.
KTAR News Flash. At 10:47, I'm Jeff Munn. Here's what you need to know right now. You heard it here live and exclusively on KTAR.
There's pretty much nobody that thinks it was a good idea to allow the Saudis to withdraw as much water as we have.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays tells the Mike Broomhead Show Governor Hobbs' move to end contracts with Saudi-owned farming company Fondamente Arizona was the best move for the state. This comes after Mays investigated the water use on this land in April and rescinded 2 permits. You can hear the full interview online at KTAR.com. We now have bids for the next Speaker of the House, Republican Representatives Jim Jordan of Ohio and Steve Scalise of Louisiana. This follows the vote to oust Kevin McCarthy yesterday. A new ruling says the city of Phoenix must meet a November 4th deadline to have the zone completely cleared out. The court denied the city's motion for a stay, which would have given them more time to clear out the unsafe homeless encampment in downtown Phoenix. You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top stories on Arizona's news station, KTAR News. Mike Broomhead's back in 60 seconds.
72 Sold is now the #1 fastest growing real estate company in Arizona and in the top 5 fastest growing real estate companies in the country in Inc. magazine. I'm Jamie West, and there's a reason the accolades just keep rolling in for 72 Sold. Their program works, and it's changing the way America sells homes for the better. 72 Sold makes selling your home fast and easy, and you can walk away with thousands more. Just put in your address to get your price, a higher price, at 72sold.com.
Going back to school as an adult may seem daunting. I get that. I felt the same way when I considered going back to school for my master's. This is Ben from Ottawa University, and I was a full-time teacher when I started the program. Looking back, it was not as difficult as I first imagined. Ottawa University can help you get that degree that you've been putting off. Apply now at ottawa.edu for free using promo code KTAR. That's ottawa.edu and apply for free with promo code KTAR. Ottawa University, prepare for a life of significance.
Strong values and strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
Hey, as most of you know, our news partner, ABC 15, and Joe Ducey has something called Let Joe Know. He joins us now. Joe, welcome back.
Hey, Mike. Glad to be here.
It's good to talk to you, man. I wanted to talk a little bit about what prompted you to do this, the whole thing. What motivated you to get behind this idea?
Well, actually, I think it was 2015 we started it. We're taking Let Joe Know on the road to the Tempe Marketplace. We're going to be there tonight, 5 to 7 o'clock for consumers. And basically, at the time, I was thinking, a lot of people get tired of talking to people on the phone, get hung up on, those kinds of things, trying to work out their problems. So I thought, how about just gathering some experts and let's talk one-on-one. Let's just get people together, sitting across from each other at a table, consumers and experts, and try to hash out some solutions. I can't say that all the problems are solved in 10, 15 minutes, but a lot of people are led in positive directions because of the experts who we have there and in various consumer fields from all the complaints. We're getting like 1,100 complaints now a month, and we've got a volunteer team of 25 people. So the need is it's daunting.
Yeah, it's strange because I think when you're in the media like we are, that when people are frustrated and don't know where else to turn, sometimes they'll turn to us and say, hey, what can we do? Do you have any idea who we can talk to? How do we expose this from happening? You're kind of doing all of that, but it's not about just exposing things. It's really about solutions, correct?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Yeah, I think in most of our stories, I think the goal is, I mean, we want to help people solve their problems, but we also want to, you know, I'd rather not get an email. I mean, I'd rather, you know, the person not have the problem. And so what we try to do in most of the stories, we're not always successful, but in most of the stories we try to teach and, you know, maybe what can we learn from this person? You know, in a lot of cases, in most of the cases, now I'm not taking away, you know, there are businesses that have bad practices, there are scammers out there, but in a lot of cases, consumers make bad choices. And a lot of the things that happen to them are because they didn't, in many cases, do the right things. Maybe do the homework beforehand. You know, check. We had a business the other day, a moving company, and, you know, they operate out of a UPS store, out of a mailbox. You know, really go by the place, find out if they have a physical address. Where do you go if there's a complaint? The UPS clerk isn't going to help you out. You know, and they started business 2 months ago. So, you know, those are the kinds of things you could do beforehand. Looking for reviews, find out where a company is, what they've done, those kinds of things that get people in trouble. Yeah. So, yeah, we try to educate and so that people don't fall into these traps, you know, like not texts and, you know, not answering texts, not answering phone calls, not clicking on links, you know, going to the source before thinking that, you know, Amazon, you know, charged you something and wants you to call them because maybe you didn't have this charge, you know, and it's all a scam. So maybe, you know, you can go into your Amazon account, those kinds of things.
Yeah, Joe Ducey is joining us from ABC 15, and you're right, doing your due diligence, and you know, there's a reason why people are highly rated at the Better Business Bureau and other places where you can do your homework. So for this event that you are doing, again, can you give us the time and the place, but also who should come? Who are the people that you believe you can help the most by coming out tonight?
Okay, yeah, I think anybody who's got a consumer issue. I mean, we really tried to cover the gamut of most all the consumer issues that somebody may have. 5 o'clock tonight at Tempe Marketplace, 202 and 101 on the district stage area. We take over the stage. We've got 33, I think, experts this year sitting just at tables, big tables. There's a number system. Consumers come up. They tell our volunteer team, which is a great, the Legislative Better Business Bureau volunteer team, 25 people who are devoted to, you know, helping people out. They give them a number, and they go and talk to these people one-on-one. I would think we've got experts. The Attorney General's office is going to be there with 4 investigators. The Register of Contractors is going to be there, representatives if you've got contractor issues. We've got people with auto repair. That'd be huge. Right now, Mike, we're seeing huge problems with people buying used cars from some of these mom-and-pop places where they finance at the lot, and they're getting, you know, massive interest rates. But that isn't the problem. They're buying basically pieces of, well, maybe I shouldn't say it here, but not good cars. So we have auto experts are there. We have family law. We took on family law because we have so many people who have issues with child support, not getting it, those kinds of things. We have those attorneys there. And, you know, just a whole lot of other people. So anybody who's really got a consumer problem, you know, I say bring your paperwork. Talk to the people one-on-one. In a lot of cases, you might think you have a lawsuit or something, but you're not sure, so you can talk. We have 9 attorneys who are going to be there, just independent consumer attorneys. You can talk to, do I have a lawsuit here? Is this something that, you know, does it rise to that? What else do I need in order to maybe make this happen? Are there other alternatives? Bankruptcy, you know, we cover that there. So I think if you've got an issue, I think it's a good opportunity for 2 hours for somebody to come down 5 to 7 tonight at Tempe Marketplace, I think.
And is it first come, first serve? So get there early, get in line early, so you get kind of first shot at this.
Yeah, we've got, and you don't have to stand in line, but yeah, first come, first serve in terms of getting a number. We've got, you know, Mike, we are pretty grassroots, so it started off like, you know, basically me handing out little sheets of paper you see on, you know, these things on posters and things, you take a number. It was kind of like that, but we've graduated over the years, so we actually have a number system now where people don't have to stand, you know, they can sit around and then their number's called out for different categories. So yeah, you come up, and if you want to be, you know, first or first through 10, yeah, get there early, get your number, and then, you know, you can go through Marketplace and do your stuff and come back when the number's called and get an opportunity to talk to somebody.
Joe, I appreciate the time today. I wanted to make sure we promoted the event. It sounds like you're going to help a lot of people. Congratulations on this. I hope it's very successful, and I hope to talk to you again.
Mike, I really appreciate it. And we were here last year for the first time. time and had our biggest turnout. So I think it was because of your show. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No sweat. Thanks, man. That is Joe Ducey. He's with ABC 15. Let Joe know. Tempe Marketplace, consumer, helping the consumer, 5 to 7 p.m. Get there early, get in line, and maybe one of these experts can help you resolve your, at least point you in the right direction of part of a resolution. Great community service program. Coming up just after 11 o'clock, Kevin McCarthy is ousted as the Speaker of the House. What happens next? Is this the right move? Was this the right move? And where do we go from here? We've also got a quote from one of the Arizona members that did not vote for expulsion or did not vote for him to lose his position or vacating that office. We have a quote from Juan Ciscomani. We'll talk about all that coming up here in the next hour of the show. Stick around.
Detour Dan here. If you love your weekend warrior recreation as much as I do, and you suffer from neck or back pain that limits you or even keeps you out of the action, then check out the experts that treat pro athletes and weekend warriors just like me. I'm referring to the board-certified fellowship-trained spine surgeons, otherwise known as DISC. They resolved my back condition, and now I'm hiking, fishing, and golfing again. Check out the Desert Institute for Spine Care website at sciatica.com, or text the word DISC to 411-923. That's DISC to 411-923.
Message and data rates may apply. Breaking news, traffic, weather. KTAR News, Arizona's news station.
Hi, this is Dom with Venezia's Pizzeria. We started in 1998 with our original store in Tempe. Fast forward to 2023 with 6 stores across the valley. We've had a lot of fun along the way, including our pizza eating challenge and our appearance on the show Breaking Bad. Thank you to our employees and customers for 25 fantastic years. We have never changed our core ingredients or recipes, and every pizza is made by hand. I'm a proud 1998 ASU alum and the official pizza partner of ASU Athletics. Learn more about our story at venezias.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If your AC is over 10 years old and you're dreading the inevitable replacement, fret no more. This month, Parker & Sons has state-of-the-art, high-efficiency heating and AC systems for $99 a month. That's just $3 a day. Wow.
$3 a day. That's less than a fast food cheeseburger.
$3 a day? I pay way more than that for a gallon of gas. And with a yearly utility savings as much as $1,000, it pays to act now. Call Parker today at 602, the number 2, then REPAIR. Parker & Sons. We're not your average Joe.
Looking for a personalized approach to retirement planning and investing? Look no further than Bright Wealth Management. As a boutique investment firm, we offer individualized fiduciary services that puts your needs first. Our team of expert advisors will work with you to create a customized strategy tailored to your personal goals and risk tolerance. You can rest assured that your best interests are always our top priority. Give us a call at 888-777-4296 or visit us online at brightwm.com and listen to the Bright Wealth Management Show Sundays 3 to 4 p.m. on KTAR News 92.3 FM.
KTAR FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's news station. KTAR News 92.3 FM.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A day after House lawmakers ousted Kevin McCarthy as Speaker, the list of potential Republicans vying to fill the leadership role is growing. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has more.
There are 2 declared candidates thus far. One is Ohio's Jim Jordan. The chairman of the Judiciary Committee was founding chair of the House Freedom Caucus. He's a fierce defender of former President Trump and a lead proponent of the impeachment inquiry into President Biden. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who has long served in top leadership posts, has also announced a run for the gavel. Scalise is currently battling blood cancer.
The fractured Republican caucus putting the House in limbo until a new speaker is chosen. Former President Biden weighing in for the first time since McCarthy was removed and says it is critical to avoid a shutdown in November and make sure Ukraine continues to receive funding to defend itself against Russian attacks.
It does worry me, but I know there are a majority of members of the House and Senate in both parties who have said that they support funding Ukraine.
The president called on Congress to change the, quote, poisonous atmosphere in Washington, D.C. Former President Trump back in court for day 3 of his New York civil trial. ABC's Aaron Katursky is in Lower Manhattan and has more on the legal defense for Trump, who is accused of committing fraud in the valuation of properties for his family business.
They've already been largely rejected by the judge, but that is the cornerstone of Trump's defense here. Basically, the so what factor. Maybe his financial statements weren't, on the up and up, but the banks made money in the end because Trump paid back his loans, didn't miss a payment. There were no real victims here. Nobody said they would no longer do business with Trump. There's even going to be a witness called who says as much.
Yesterday, a judge overseeing the case issued a limited gag order after Trump targeted court staff in a social media post. You're listening to ABC News.
Arizona's news station. KTAR, on air, 92.3 FM, online at KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app. Your breaking news and traffic, now.
It's 11:02. I'm Jeff Munn. Here's our top story. A pair of Arizona Republican congressmen played a critical role in the removal of U.S. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, Eli Crane, and Andy Biggs.
Not long before the vote to oust McCarthy, Biggs spoke on the House floor.
I think it's time to make a change. I'm not the only one, and that's it's somber.
Valley political expert Stan Barnes says Congressman Biggs and Crane will benefit politically from the decision they made.
They believe that the only way to stop the federal government of the United States on the path that it is on is to do this kind of dramatic political maneuver. And there are many Arizonans that agree with them.
Jim Cross, KTAR News.
KTAR eyes on the economy. The 30-year fixed mortgage rate has reached the highest level since late 2000 at 7.72%. Valley economist Jim Brown says this means it will be much more expensive for someone to buy a home.
You have a mortgage rate of around 3.5%, like what people were enjoying before, and then you're paying close to 8%. You're losing a couple $100,000 of value in what you can afford in a home, maybe even more.
As of August 31st, Zillow says the average Valley home price is just under $450,000. The Arizona Humane Society says they are disappointed Chandler resident April McLaughlin has requested a hearing after 55 dogs were seized from her property last month. The animal shelter adds their kennel capacity is at code red because they have not been granted custody of the dogs while the legal process unfolds.
We're tied up on a home run by Marte.
The Diamondbacks opened their best-of-3 National League Wild Card Playoff Series in Milwaukee with a 6-3 victory. Arizona sports host Vince Marotta tells Arizona's Morning News it was a big win.
They're a young team. People didn't expect them to get in. They stumbled in the final week of the season. They lost their last 4 games. Their bats disappeared. So that was a tremendous win last night.
The first pitch of Game 2 this afternoon just after 4 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Get an update on traffic as we go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's John Roller.
All right, Jeff, we do have some crashes around the main lines, but nothing really serious on the main lines. We had that earlier crash eastbound I-10 right near 27th Avenue and the northbound transition ramp to the I-17. That has been cleared away, so that's slowing. Coming into town looking much better. Also still working that trailer rollover at the 83rd Avenue on-ramp to the eastbound I-10. Just had a heavy tow truck arrive on scene there, so that ramp temporarily shut down. Also have a crash southbound I-17 past Rose Garden. That is off to the right. Also have a crash in Mesa, Guadalupe, just east of the Loop 101, the Price Freeway. Also a hazmat situation up in Phoenix, Tatum Boulevard, north of Cactus. Look for restrictions in that area. This traffic report is brought to you by America's Home Pros. Repair, replace, repaint, and right now you can get our professional exterior painting and repair service at an unbeatable 30% off. Schedule your free estimate today. Call America's Home Pros at homepros.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Sunny sunny today with a high of 95. Tonight clear, the low 70. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 83 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Strong values and strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
In what was a historic vote, Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy was voted out yesterday. All the Democrats, along with, I believe, 8 Republicans, decided to get rid of the Speaker. So this has caused some chaos. I'm going to get to a quote from Representative Juan Ciscomani of Arizona in just a moment. But this is Liz Sanders from ABC talking about this historic event.
The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
8 Republicans led by far-right Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz and joined by all Democrats voted to remove Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. A humiliating defeat. McCarthy served only 9 months, the second shortest tenure of any Speaker in U.S. history. His term bookended by Republican infighting. In a news conference last night, McCarthy said he has no regrets, but said he won't run for Speaker again.
I don't regret my efforts to build coalitions and find solutions.
So what happens next? In a moment, I'll get to that. But I want you to read a quote. I reached out to Representative Juan Ciscomani. I think the Arizonans that voted, the 2 Arizona members of the House that voted in favor of expelling the Speaker was Andy Biggs and Eli Crane. And I will say both of them I admire. I disagree with them on this, but, I mean, you don't agree with anybody 100% of the time. And I'll talk about why I think this was not necessarily a good thing in a moment. But here's a quote from Representative Ciscomani. His office sent this to me. The American people deserve better than the chaos controlling Congress right now. Speaker McCarthy's removal is pointless, unproductive, and harmful to the agenda we put forth when we were elected. We have 43 days to deliver on a spending package to fund the government, protect our borders, and rein in spending that has spiraled us into historic inflation levels. Yet a handful of Republicans partnered with Democrats to stop our efforts to get it done, obstructing the work we have at hand. Washington is broken. That is a quote from Representative Juan Ciscomani. And I agree with Representative Ciscomani. Now, they will reconvene, I think, on Tuesday or Wednesday. They will try to elect another speaker, but there's going to be a difficulty in trying to get enough people on board. Democrats aren't going to vote for a speaker. The Democrats, in my opinion, I think the Democrats love this chaos. I think the Democrats love that there is chaos right now in the House of Representatives rolling very closely into an election year. You know, we look at policies of the past. I had no love lost for Nancy Pelosi. I do think it's funny that Nancy Pelosi was kicked out of her private office and now she wants to complain about partisan politics. This is the same person that threw a temper tantrum and ripped up the President of the United States speech at the State of the Union address. She has not exactly been a symbol of decorum and dignity in the office herself. So for her to complain about somebody else doing something that was a tradition for a very long time and all this other nonsense, she led the way on that too. So for everybody out there on Nancy Pelosi's side of the aisle that didn't like the way she was treated by the Speaker pro tempore, you need to look no further than how she treated people while she was Speaker. You know, she had no respect for the office of the presidency when Donald Trump was in there. She tore his speech up. She threw a temper tantrum. That's just how she did things. So now when it's being done to her, she shouldn't complain. This is just somebody is the opposite side of the same coin that you're on. That's just my opinion on that piece of the puzzle. But Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise have both thrown their hat into the ring for this. Here's the question. You've got 8 Republicans. Now, when Matt Gaetz spoke, he was booed. And he said, boo all you want. You know, he didn't care. The issue is about being a part of a team. I was a coach for a long time, coaching kids, little kids, sometimes Pop Warner kids, 10 years old. Getting people to buy into the team mentality. That is the hardest part of any, in my opinion, any organization. You look at what this Diamondbacks team has accomplished and what a great win it was yesterday against the ace of the Milwaukee Brewers in Milwaukee after losing their final 4 games of the season. There is a sense of team there. You look at what the Cardinals are doing right now. You look at the new leadership with the Arizona Cardinals, and you see these guys fighting for each other. You see them lifting each other up. You see a team. That, to me, is true leadership. The idea that you are going to walk into a room with over 400 other people and say it's my way or the highway doesn't work. I understand anger has always got its place. I appreciate anger when it's justified. But to be angry all the time, to be aggressive all the time, I want you to hear Gates talking. I want to find the right quote. This is him saying, hey, we're just getting started.
We are not at the end of this process, okay? At most, we're approaching halftime.
So that's the deal, is you are going scorched earth, but you have to get a consensus. In the end, it's not a dictatorship, and you are going to have to get people on your side. We all understand the need for a coalition. We all understand the need for people to buy in. I think we've all worked for people that believed that they are the only reason why things are going well, and you just happen to be a tool in their toolbox to be used anytime in any way they see fit. And when they're done with you, they're going to put you away and close the lid until they need you again. And in the meantime, you're going to sit quietly by and do what they say and tolerate any of their behaviors. If you haven't worked for someone like that, then you should kiss the ground every day you go to work. I've worked with people like that. The American people you elect a representative to represent you. And of all the choices you have, you see the person that's there and you say, this is the person that best represents what I want. Now go to Washington, D.C. and do your best to represent my set of ideals. And that is how it works. When you go there, you don't go there as an individual. You have to go there as a part of a team. One of the questions I ask people in private conversations and even on the air when someone's running for office, especially in a House setting like this, is how do you build that coalition? How do you build alliances so that you can be a force in the House of Representatives? The Freedom Caucus is a force in the House of Representatives, and I respect them. I respect the House Freedom Caucus. You have the Congressional Black Caucus, you have the Hispanic Caucus, you have different caucuses within, and they stick together. On a broader scale, if you think about it, we had something here called NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, and it was renegotiated into the USMCA, which is the North America together and its economy together, bidding against the rest of the world. You do it as an alliance. We see what's happening at the border. We're going to talk more about that later. We see what happens at the southern border of the United States. There is some division and dissension between the two nations, but largely we are bound to a greater cause, which is the economic might of all of us together. Same with the Canadians. We don't agree with the Canadians on everything, but we work together in this agreement because as a team we're stronger. And when you have that mentality of being a part of a team, when you want to do this and go solo and go scorched earth, how do you get a consensus to come back? When you're standing up and saying, all right, this Speaker of the House is out, now we're going to do something different, and a large number of people start to boo you, and you say, go ahead and boo all you want. Tuesday, you're going to need them. This is the issue, is how many people would need to be a part of a team. I'm going to say one more thing very quickly. This was my introduction in American history to selfless sacrifice. George Washington, known as a selfless person. George Washington was asked after his time served, they were trying to write the Constitution, and they could not come to an agreement on writing this Constitution at the Constitutional Convention. So they went to his home, and in the middle of the night, as the story goes, they knocked on his door and it was raining, and they said, we cannot come to a consensus on this. We need your help in writing this Constitution. And George Washington said, have I not done enough in service to my country, or something to that effect? I've done enough. Haven't I done enough already? And he shut the door in their face. And the next morning, George Washington got on his horse and he rode to Philadelphia, and he went to the Constitutional Convention, and he helped write the Constitution of the United States. Your service is never over, and you need to sacrifice for the greater good. Is this what they are doing? Have they served the greater good, or is it self-indulgent? Coming up in a moment, we will get you caught up on the biggest news stories of the day. It's called Did You Hear This? So stick around for it. The good guys at Tombstone Tactical have got a great opportunity in the month of October. They like to they have everything from EOTech optics on sale. Optics are such an important part of firearms and hunting, and they've got a great sale going on. They have Kimber handguns with a wide variety also on sale. Springfield rifles starting at just $799, all on sale again through the month of October. This is a great place to shop and an opportunity for you to see why I brag about them so much. They buy used firearms, they sell new firearms, and they take trades on firearms. This is a fantastic place for one-stop shop for firearms and accessories. 9mm ammo, $13.99 a box. 223 ammo for $8.99 a box. Get down there. They are located on the southbound frontage road of the I-17, just north of Dunlap. The big landmark is the brand new light rail tracks that cross the I-17. They're right underneath those light rail tracks. Get down to see them. You can shop online and pick up at the store at tombstonetactical.com.
Get breaking news, podcasts, and listen to Arizona's news station streaming live on your phone with the KTAR News app. Presented by Rias Air Conditioning.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Jamie West with my friend Dave from Any Hour Services, and we're talking about the concerns you face as an Arizona homeowner. How can we maintain our water heaters?
Most manufacturers recommend flushing it once a year. This keeps the sediment from building up at the bottom of the tank and increases its efficiency. Don't be afraid to reach out to us here at Any Hour Services, and we'd be happy to send a technician out to lend a hand.
Call Any Hour Services at 602-609-7187 or schedule at anyhourservices.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 11:17, I'm Jeff Munn. Here's what you need to know right now.
Lesko. Nay. Biggs. Yay.
Arizona's delegation was a split vote in ousting Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Arizona's Andy Biggs, Eli Crane, Ruben Gallego, Raul Grijalva, and Greg Stanton voted in favor of removing McCarthy, while Juan Ciscomani, Paul Gosar, Debbie Lesko, and David Schweikert voted against the motion. A new ruling says the city of Phoenix must meet a November 4th deadline to have the zone completely cleared out. The court denied the city's motion for a stay, which would have given them more time to clear out the unsafe homeless encampment in downtown Phoenix. Several days of work haven't stopped a landfill fire near Scottsdale from spewing out air pollutants. The fire's been smoldering since Saturday in the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community. You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top stories on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision surgeons have performed nearly 100,000 procedures. We know when RLE is right for you.
Find out. Schedule a free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers.
Join KTAR at the Integrity Summit in Phoenix on October 11th. You'll experience amazing real-life stories from well-known Arizona leaders like Jerry Colangelo, along with leaders from USAA, Arizona Commerce Authority, Schnepp Farms, CPLC, Go Media, and more. Get your tickets at integritysummit.com.
Hey, it's Gatos.
This is a nationwide test of the Emergency Alert System, issued by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, covering the United States from 2:20 to 2:40 p.m. Eastern Time. This is only a test. No action is required by the public.
Jeff, so if you've got a 401k with an old employer, stop what you're doing and call Trajan Wealth. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Strong values and strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
All right, let's get caught up on the biggest headlines of the day in a segment we called Did You Hear This?
Did you hear this? Broomhead's reaction to the hottest news stories.
For the first time in U.S. history, the House of Representatives has voted out its Speaker, Kevin McCarthy. 2 candidates have put forth their names for consideration.
One is Ohio's Jim Jordan. The chairman of the Judiciary Committee was founding chair of the House Freedom Caucus. He's a fierce defender of former President Trump and a lead proponent of the impeachment inquiry into President Biden. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who has long served in top leadership posts, has also announced a run for the gavel.
How long will it take to elect a new speaker and get back to governing?
That's my big concern, is that they're going to reconvene on this early next week, Tuesday or Wednesday. They say that they're going to do this. The question I have about this is just that. How do you get now a consensus of people? There were many people that booed this. There were a few Republicans that sided with all the Democrats. The Democrats are in no hurry to help the Republicans elect a speaker. They love the chaos. So how do you get Republicans now all back in line that will rally around behind one candidate after the chaos that's been caused? It's a great question. I don't know the answer to that question, but we need to get it done because there's some serious business that needs to be taken care of. And the longer this goes on, the more chaotic it looks.
The city of Phoenix is pondering entering into a consent decree with the Department of Justice. The president of the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association, Darryl Kripling, says he is concerned about what this would mean for the city.
It tells me that this is a big deal. Our officers are paying attention to what's happening around the country, and they see the destructive nature of these consent decrees, and they want no part of it. And if they're able to leave, they're going to leave.
How would this consent decree impact Phoenix police officer retention?
Yeah, I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about a number of things, and one of them is officer retention and officer recruitment. For the first time, we just saw a story today, for the first time in a very long time, the city of Phoenix will hire more people than they lose to attrition in a year. That is a step in the right direction. I think a lot of that slows down. Part of the officer survey was, would you recommend a job with the Phoenix Police Department? And they said no, not with this consent decree. They would not. Many of them would leave. They wouldn't recommend hiring to their, or coming on board to their friends. I think it hinders the city. One of the other things that concerns me, and we're going to talk at length about this in a few moments, is when you look at the histrionics of this and other places that have signed into these decrees, they are immensely expensive. They do not improve crime statistics in the city. They make them much worse, and this is something that needs to be considered. You are listening to Did You Hear This? We do it every day at 11:20 to catch you up on the headlines.
Governor Katie Hobbs announced on Monday that the state land department terminated one of the Saudi Arabian-owned dairy company, Fondamonte, Arizona's Fort Butler Valley land leases. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays explains why she thinks it was a good move for Governor Hobbs to end the lease.
This is happening in parts of the state of Arizona because we don't have statewide groundwater regulations. And in places like La Paz County, it's not regulated. So, a corporation can come in, they can just stick a straw in the ground.
Will this prompt lawmakers to change our groundwater regulations?
I think this may be one of the things. Right now, we do know that water is a big concern in the southwestern United States. We've got restrictions with the Colorado River. In the city of Phoenix, they are motivating people to conserve water, or their water bills could go up by over 40% if they don't conserve. So they're doing a lot of things to conserve water and pay attention to it. I think this could be one of the things that moves the legislature into statewide regulation. We'll see. There's other things that are at play here as well. We do know that ranchers and farmers need access to water. We can't restrict water access to our own farmers and ranchers. That's also a big concern of mine.
In their first playoff game since 2017, the Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Milwaukee Brewers 6-3 in Game 1 of the Wild Card Series. Arizona Sports host Vince Marotta says that they really came together after the last week of the regular season.
They're a young team. People didn't expect them to get in. They stumbled in the final week of the season. They lost their last 4 games. Their bats disappeared. So that was a tremendous win last night.
Which team has more pressure tonight in Game 2?
I think the Brewers have more pressure. We've got our ace on the mound, which means we've got the inside track here. We beat their ace last night. I think that the streaky play of this team is not an indicator of their talent. It's an indicator of their youth. I think that this being a young team, getting over the hump with Game 1 and getting back in their winning ways could lead to a big streak. They understand that they're playing with house money right now. I think the pressure is squarely on the Brewers to now get past our ace. It shifts. If we win this game, we get to come back home eventually. We do play the Dodgers in the next round if we get past this hump. I don't want to look ahead. Things look good for them today, but now let's see them mature and bring it home. Great job, Julia. We appreciate it as always. Coming up in a moment, we are going to go back to that consent decree conversation with the city of Phoenix, and we're going to talk about what this means. I want to give you a little more detail about why I've paid attention to this for the last couple of days and what I think might happen. Stick around.
The top stories, the latest traffic updates, your Valley weather forecast. Coming up today at noon in the KTAR News expansion. Arizona's news station is KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Garden Show, October 13th through 15th at Westworld in Scottsdale. While there, be sure to visit one of our special exhibitors, Level 5 Lighting.
Are you ready for the holidays? Level 5 Lighting installs a discreet, permanent, year-round use LED lighting system. Perfect for decorating any holiday, backyard entertaining, events, or security and accent lighting. Just a tap on your phone will decorate your home all year round. Level 5 lights are the brightest and most vibrant LEDs on the market. Now you can have the best lighting in the neighborhood. And for a limited time, Level 5 Lighting is offering no interest payments for 24 months OAC. Go to level5lighting.com for more information. That's level5, the number 5 lighting.com.
And be sure to visit Level 5 Lighting at the Maricopa County Home and Garden Show, October 13th through 15th at Westworld in Scottsdale. Info at mchomeshows.com.
72 Sold is the #1 fastest growing real estate company in Arizona, and they're top 5 in the country. This is Jim Sharp, and for the second year in a row, 72 Sold has made the Inc. 5000 list of the fastest growing companies in America. Why? Well, because with 72 Sold, you can sell your home in only 8 days. Any 8 days you choose. And they get home sellers thousands more. Put in your address at 72sold.com to get your price. A higher price at 72sold.com.
Hey there, it's Jessica from ZeroRes. Can I tell you a secret? Voicing these radio ads is helping me conquer my glossophobia, the fear of public speaking. Speaking of unique fears, did you know there's a fear of dirt known as mysophobia? Well, ZeroRes has the perfect solution for that. With Halloween around the corner, ZeroRes can banish all kinds of creepy, crawly dirt from your carpets. The cherry on top? Unlike those traditional cleaning methods that often leave behind a horror show of harsh chemicals and soaps, ZeroRes ensures your floors are squeaky clean and residue-free. So whether it's carpets, tile, or vinyl floors, ZeroRes is your go-to for a thorough and safe cleaning. Experience the ZeroRes difference this Halloween and keep all those spooky phobias at bay. Make the most of our current offer. Clean 3 rooms of carpet and get your hallway clean free with promo code PUMPKIN. Call 480-507-2419 or book online at ZeroResPhoenix.com. ZeroRes. Spelled backwards or forwards, it's the right way to clean.
Dave Ramsey here. Are you confused by mixed messages and conflicting information regarding water treatment? Are you wondering if you need whole house filtration, softening, conditioning, descaling, or purification? Should you use salt or no salt? And just what is your city removing from your tap water? Connecticut Water is happy to guide you through all the choices. Connecticut is American-made and used by home improvement experts, restaurants, and hospitals. Call the water treatment experts at Connecticut. They've helped hundreds of thousands of Arizona families improve their water quality, and they're ready to help you. From multitask systems powered by the kinetic energy of moving water to a more traditional approach, Connecticut covers all your options. Call today, 602-910-6570. That's 602-910-6570. Maricopa Water is the exclusive authorized independent Connecticut dealer for Phoenix and Tucson.
Made to shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
My aunt lives in Long Island. Growing up, we were really close. She's always been really accepting and very supportive. She's a little sassy and even rides a motorcycle. This year, I really wanted to do something special for her and let her know how much she means to me. So for her birthday, I got her a bracelet and I had it engraved with our initials to represent our bond. She loves it.
Remind someone how special they are with a personalized gift. Shane Company, fine jewelry since 1929.
Arizona's news station. KTAR. On air, 92.3 FM. Online at KTAR.com. And streaming live on the KTAR News app. Your breaking news and traffic. Now.
It's 11:31. I'm Jeff Munn. Here's our top story. A pair of Arizona Republican congressmen played a critical role in the removal of U.S. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, Eli Crane, and Andy Biggs.
Not long before the vote to House McCarthy, Biggs spoke on the House floor.
I think it's time to make a change. We're not the only one, and that's it's somber.
Valley political expert Stan Barnes says Congressman Biggs and Crane will benefit politically from the decision they made.
They believe that the only way to stop the federal government of the United States on the path that it is on is to do this kind of dramatic political maneuver. And there are many Arizonans that agree with them.
Jim Cross, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
You heard it here live and exclusively on KTAR. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays tells the Mike Broomhead Show Governor Hobbs' move to end contracts with Saudi-owned farming company Fondamente Arizona is vital to protect the state's water.
A foreign-owned corporation was allowed to essentially stick a straw in the ground in La Paz County and withdraw millions of gallons of Arizona water in the midst of an epic drought.
Something she says they didn't pay a dime for, while Fondamente was sending the water back to the Middle East to feed their livestock. You can hear the full interview online at KTAR.com.
We were in the right place at the right time. We were guys that were riding bulls for a living.
This week on the Amazing Arizonans podcast, KTAR's Mike Broomhead spoke with world champion bull rider Cody Custer. The two reminisced about their days together in the rodeo scene and on Custer's recent record year for rodeo prize money.
It's a great time to be a bull rider or a rodeo cowboy because you can leave a sport with something substantial.
You can hear the full conversation and more stories of Amazing Arizonans at KTAR.com, on the KTAR News app, and wherever you listen to podcasts.
Work side up on a home run by Mark.
The Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Brewers 6-3 last night in Milwaukee to open up their best-of-3 National League wildcard series. Game 2 this afternoon, first pitch at 4:08 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Time for an update on traffic. We go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's John Rowland.
All right, Jeff, we've got a very serious crash down in Gilbert. Higley Road southbound to the Loop 202 is closed right there at Warner due to a very serious crash that has resulted in at least one fatality. Gilbert PD on the scene, that intersection completely shut down. They want to think about Power Road or Greenfield down to Williamsfield Road if you need to catch back up with the 202. No estimated time of reopening. Also have reports of a motorcycle down westbound I-10 right at the Salt River blocking the center lane, seeing a backup building there. Also a crash out in Mesa at Guadalupe east of the Loop 101 Price Freeway, and a hazmat situation Tatum Boulevard north of Cactus in Phoenix, and a crash in the clearing stages 16th Street in Thomas. John Roller, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 95. Tonight clear, the low 70. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 86 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Values and strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
All right. Thanks for being here this morning. I've talked about this a lot last few days. Bear with me. I think it's an important topic, and I think it's one that's going to grow in its intensity in the coming days. The city of Phoenix has been under investigation for a couple of years by the Department of Justice, more specifically the police department, but it is the city itself. The DOJ is doing an investigation like it's done in many other places. What's interesting about this is what's happened in other cities is they said that the Department of Justice said they do not open investigations because of one incident. But we do know that in Louisville, we know in Baltimore, we know in Minneapolis with the death of George Floyd, that it was prompted that they would do some of these things after we saw one major incident when something horrible happened. And then they come in and they investigate not just the police department, but all their justice issues, whether it's lawyers and prosecutors' offices. They look for trends, and then they come up with a finding. And in many of those cases, the findings came out with that there were very serious deficiencies in the city agencies, including the police department. They enter into what's called a consent decree with the Department of Justice and the agency. They hire, at the city's expense, they hire a monitor to come in to monitor what the agency is doing and effectively take over departments, I guess departments would be the right word for it, within that agency. And then they make changes, they mandate changes, they also then track the changes, and it's open-ended. The monitor is paid millions of dollars per year, and they decide when they are no longer needed, which is weird. And I'm not calling them corrupt. I'm just saying that if I said to you, I want you to hire me to come in and assess your company's ability to do its job, and you say, okay, I'd love that. Come in and do an audit. So you hire me to come in and do the audit. And as a part of the contract, I will come in and I'm going to implement some of the changes that I deem necessary for your company. You're going to give me that power. And I go, okay. All right, sounds a little extreme, but all right, let's do that. Oh, and by the way, you can't fire me. You can't tell me that you're done with my help, that only I can tell you when I'm done. So that's a little far-fetched for many people, and that's what's happening. And what brought this to light for me is what's happened. Maricopa County Sheriff Paul Penzone left the agency. He inherited a DOJ this consent decree was in place when he got the job as sheriff 7 years ago, or whatever the number is now. He was voted in 2016 is when he was elected. He's leaving in January. One of the things he talked about in his exit, in his statement when he left the office, and I don't believe for 1 minute that this is the sole reason why the sheriff left the office, but he did say that this monitor is costing us millions of dollars, that there are places where we spend more money on monitoring and compliance than we spend on law enforcement. How long is this going to go on? This has been over 10 years that this has been going on with no end in sight. Then we found out that the monitors have not even been in Maricopa County in 3 years, and yet in July they sent a bill for over $200,000 to Maricopa County. So that piqued my interest, because when Chief Jerry Williams left and decided to retire from the Phoenix Police Department, there was a nationwide search to hire from outside of the agency of the Phoenix Police Department. The city of Phoenix, the city council, the city manager's office, they did a nationwide search looking for someone to lead the agency through a DOJ investigation. They found the police chief we currently have, Chief Sullivan, the interim police chief, Chief Michael Sullivan. Now, I've had great conversations with the chief. He has been very crystal clear and honest about the direction of the Phoenix Police Department. He has been on this show. I've seen him speak at different forums across the city at multitudes of times where he has talked about things that need to be done and changed and fixed, and he has been working in that direction. So the Department of Justice at any time is ending their investigation. We don't know when that's going to be. They've not given anybody any insight into what they found or what their final findings will be. It's going to be a surprise to everyone. They're just going to drop it on someone's desk and say, here's what we found. And if they find that this is horrible and that's horrible, there's going to be very little backup as to how they've come to that conclusion. This isn't something of, hey, why did you do this? And look at this here and what happened in this instance. They're just going in and doing their own investigation. They're going to come to their own conclusions. They're going to throw it on somebody's desk or a bunch of different desks and say, here's what we found. And then the city of Phoenix has to come up with a solution. And will the city of Phoenix agree with the Department of Justice that they need to enter into one of these consent decrees and allow a private monitor to come in that the city will pay millions of dollars per year in an open-ended contract that only the monitor can end? And if you look, and I defy you to do this, go and look at the crime statistics in every single place that a consent decree has been entered into. In every single time, in every location. Violent crime has gone up, officer retention has gone down, so has morale. In other words, it hasn't fixed any of the problems. In the case of Maricopa County, they've been doing it for over 10 years, and they've fixed nothing. They keep saying that it's still bad. It's still so bad we have to stay. In spite of the hard work and the good results of Sheriff Penzone, they believe they still need to stay. Well, they're making over $2 million a year. Why would you leave? So it prompted me to look into this a little further and start asking a lot of questions. I've reached out to the chief's office. I had Phoenix Law Enforcement Association on today, their president, Daryl Kripling, and talking about what this means. 42% of the Phoenix Police Department said they will either definitely leave or seriously consider leaving if the city enters into this agreement. Now again, I don't think, and neither did Daryl say that he believes 42%. As a matter of fact, listen to what he said. I asked him, are you afraid that 40% will leave? 42% will leave.
Yeah, I think the propensity is there. Will they all leave? I mean, a survey is one thing, but, action is different. But I think that having talked to a lot of folks throughout this process, there's not a big appetite for it. So I think that this is probably pretty accurate. I think we would lose, let's be honest, if we lost even half of that, this department with this staffing crisis that we currently have would be in shambles. I mean, this department would have to rely on resources outside of the Phoenix Police Department to provide, the service to our citizens.
In other jurisdictions, in other cities, the way it works is they have what's called a strong mayor system. Like we have a state legislature and a governor, and the governor's got veto power, and the governor can enact certain things. Well, our city is not like that. Our mayor is basically a member at large, which means the entire council, and I would say the majority of the council has to vote for this one way or the other. So I would just encourage Phoenicians to look into this. Go and look at these other cities that they have implemented these things. It has not improved policing. It certainly hasn't improved crime statistics. And it costs millions of dollars per year. Go no further than Maricopa County. Millions of dollars every single year, and nothing is fixed in over 10 years. Then nothing is fixed. Now, that's not the fault of the police agency. It certainly isn't the fault of the sheriff. They've made dramatic changes. The monitor just says it's not enough. Every time you reach one goal, they move the goalpost. And so I'm not accusing people of being corrupt. I'm just asking an honest question from anybody that would sign a contract. Would you sign an open-ended contract with someone where you've got to pay them millions of dollars and only they can tell you when they're done? Doesn't sound like a good idea, especially when you have a police chief that has done this before. He has navigated a DOJ investigation before. They believe he's making the right changes. They believe that he is doing the right things to put the Phoenix Police Department, in the direction it needs to go. Why would you cut his legs out from under him and bring in a monitor and tell this chief, we hired you, we like what you're doing, but we still think you need a monitor? None of this makes sense to me. We got just a few minutes left before we close it out. A few more things to wrap up, and we're going to talk a little bit about the economy in just a moment as well. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, results matter. I want you to think about something. $188 million recovered for their clients last year. Settlements, some of the highest in the entire state of Arizona. A 98% victory rate. 98%. They don't guarantee outcomes. They can't possibly do that. But that is a track record. That is a track record you can believe in. You can hear all the noise coming from people, the discount attorneys, and all these other people. Results matter. How much money in the end you recover and actually goes into your bank account matters. The willingness to go to court when they don't believe you're treated fairly. Taking the risk and saying, we are going to go to court because we believe you are being treated unfairly and we want to get what is most fair for you. They are trial tested and they only focus on one thing, protecting injured people from the insurance companies, making sure insurance companies do their jobs. SweetJames.com. That's SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
The Gatos and Chad Show, afternoons.
Kevin McCarthy got fired today, basically. He's still in Congress, but he's not the Speaker of the House. You got to ask yourself a question. What did they do for you today? What did the United States government do for you today? Did they make America better?
Secure our border? Did they work on comprehensive reform?
No.
Did they make our world safer?
No.
Did they figure out how to chip away at the debt?
No. This doesn't affect me in the least bit.
The Gatos and Chad Show, this afternoon at 2. KTAR News 92.3 FM.
I'm Aubrey with Deer Valley Plumbing. Is your home a water waster? If your water pressure is consistently too high, you could be overusing water. That can cause damage to your fixtures and appliances and leaks in your pipes that can cost you a ton of money. Give us a call at Deer Valley Plumbing and we'll come perform a water pressure test at no charge. And remember, plumbing is all we do. DeerValleyPlumbing.com. That's DeerValleyPlumbing.com.
Oh dear. We're here, DeerValleyPlumbing.com.
It's Gatos. Are you tired of worrying about your leaky roof? Well, look no further. My friends at America Roofing are here for you, your trusted roofing company that guarantees top-notch service and exceptional results. I chose America Roofing for many different reasons. Experience and expertise, quality materials, timely service, attention to detail, and the best customer satisfaction. Call America Roofing at 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing. We got you covered.
ROC number 18643HCR42.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got a COVID shot this season, designed for recent variants. Got it?
Learn more and schedule this season's updated COVID-19 shot at vaccines.gov.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Looking for a personalized approach to retirement planning and investing? Look no further than Bright Wealth Management. As a boutique investment firm, we offer individualized fiduciary services that puts your needs first. Our team of expert advisors will work with you to create a customized strategy tailored to your personal goals and risk tolerance. You can rest assured that your best interests are always our top priority. Give us a call at 888-777-4296 or visit us online at brightwm.com and listen to the Bright Wealth Management Show Sundays 3 to 4 p.m. on KTAR News 92.3 FM.
Hi, it's Dieter Dan here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Dan.
Wayne, can you believe it is already back to school season?
I know, right? Time really flies. But what's even more important is making sure that our cars are ready for the daily grind.
Well, absolutely. That's why I took my car to the local AMCO. They made sure everything was running smoothly before the school year kicked off.
Well, that's smart.
Yeah, well, they provided me a complete inspection, checking the vital components, including the transmission. They even offered back-to-school specials.
Did they find any issues with it?
Luckily, they didn't, but recommended preventative maintenance to keep my car in tip-top shape, of course. And then you guys really do care about customer safety, don't you?
We do, Dan. We want our customers' cars to be reliable, especially with all of the school runs and activities they do. Everyone should take their car to AMCO. We have experienced technicians, payment plans if needed, and offer a nationwide warranty.
Well, there you go. Get your car back to school ready. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more. KTAR News Flash.
At 11:48, I'm Jeff Munn with three things you need to know right now. We now have bids for the next Speaker of the House, Republican Representatives Jim Jordan of Ohio and Steve Scalise of Louisiana. This follows the vote to oust Kevin McCarthy yesterday. Arizona's role in yesterday's vote looked at in depth on the KTAR Noon News Expansion. You heard it here live and exclusively on KTAR.
There's pretty much nobody that thinks it was a good idea to allow the Saudis to withdraw as much water service we have.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays tells the Mike Broomhead Show Governor Hobbs' move to end contracts with Saudi-owned farming company Fondamente Arizona was the best move for the state. This comes after Mays investigated the water use on this land in April and rescinded 2 permits. More coming up at noon. This week on the Amazing Arizonans podcast, KTAR's Mike Broomhead spoke with world champion bull rider Cody Custer. The hour-long conversation explores Custer's family history in the rodeo world and in Arizona. You can find this episode and more stories of Amazing Arizonans at KTAR.com, on the KTAR News app, or wherever you listen to your podcast. You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top stories on Arizona's news station, KTAR News. Mike Broomhead's back in 60 seconds.
Ron had a tax problem he just couldn't handle on his own.
I owed the IRS taxes for over 5 years, but I didn't have any money to pay the taxes.
Those years cost him dearly.
Most of it was fees and interest. It was horrible.
Ron finally called in the pros.
I called Optima Tax Relief, and boy, am I happy I did.
The leading tax resolution firm, Optima, is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients. Ron was overjoyed.
They settled my account with the IRS. I was ecstatic. They are a lifesaver. They are. I am so happy.
Take Ron's advice and call Optima now for a free consultation.
Yeah, don't do like I did and wait. Call Optima Tax Relief. Do it now. You'll be ecstatic like me.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Every day, safe, prepared, informed. Every day, safety is our top priority. At APS, we consistently make updates to our electrical system to keep our crews and customers safe around electricity. Remember these tips. Put safety covers on wall outlets. Call 811 before you dig to have the location of underground wires marked, and stay at least 100 feet away from downed power lines. For more ways to stay safe around electricity, visit aps.com/brighter.
Strong values and strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
Just a few minutes left. Just to reiterate what we've been talking about, and we're continuing this conversation. As I said, I've reached out to the chief of police in Phoenix. I've reached out to the chief's office to maybe get their comments. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth. These opinions are mine. It's not the chief's. This isn't Paul Penzone, the sheriff of Maricopa County. This is me as a citizen of Phoenix looking at this possibility of a consent decree and saying, I haven't seen it do any good anywhere else. What it does is it quells public outrage, because if the city of Phoenix is presented with the possibility of a consent decree and the city of Phoenix says, no thanks, we're good without it, we can make changes on our own without the help, they're going to file a lawsuit, or could. The DOJ could go down and get a case number and file a lawsuit. Now, whether they move forward with the lawsuit or not, the headlines are going to be DOJ sues City of Phoenix. Nobody in the City of Phoenix going into an election year wants to, or any year, wants to see that kind of a headline. But what would actually happen? This is something the city has to wrestle with for sure. And I just want people to be informed. These are my opinions on this. Look into it yourself. I can't find one instance where a city or a municipality, an entity entering a consent decree has ever done any good. They cost millions of dollars. They don't improve crime statistics in a city. They certainly don't improve performance by a police agency. And the worst part about it is there's no defined amount of time. Maricopa County has been going through this, even though they changed the leadership. All of their leadership changed. When the new sheriff came in, nothing is fulfilling the requirements. The monitor makes millions of dollars. And I just don't want to see my city do that. I don't want to see the cops in Phoenix be told that they are going to be monitored by an outside entity. There is no end in sight. Morale goes through the floor. Cops leave. Crime goes up. And the city I love is not going to be improved by it. That's my opinion on this. And I'm going to reach out to my council member and make sure that my council member knows this. My representative on the city council is Jim Waring. I'm going to reach out to his office to make sure he knows where I stand on this. And I think you should do the same thing. Do your homework. become an informed voter, and then make sure your council representation understands you are not interested in this if that's the conclusion you come to. Lastly, I want to say this. My friend Cody Custer, he has been a friend since I moved here in the mid-90s, is the 1992 world champion bull rider. If you've listened to this show any length of time, I talk about how much I love the sport of rodeo, and I wanted to be a bull rider when I was younger, and I was terrible at it, but I love the sport. And he taught me so much about the sport of rodeo and bull riding and taking care of bulls, and his family is so rich in history, not just in the rodeo world, but in the state of Arizona. And in our podcast, Amazing Arizonans, we're telling stories of Arizona people that just have incredible stories, and Cody is certainly one of them. He is a Pro Rodeo Hall of Famer. He was inducted not too long ago. The professional bull riders were just here recently with their team challenge that was going on with the Arizona Ridge Riders, and they were victorious in their team's event in Glendale. And Cody was one of the founding members of the Professional Bull Riders of the PBR. It's a great conversation with one of my friends, and it's very personal to me. If you've been listening to or watching any of these podcasts, I love these stories from Amazing Arizonans, and you can find the podcasts anywhere that you download podcasts, certainly at ktar.com, but wherever you find podcasts, go and listen to some of them or watch them. You can find them all at ktar.com or anywhere. It's under the title of Amazing Arizonans. This week, it's Cody Custer, and I hope you'll go and watch my friend as I talk about how he had such an impact in my life. I thought it was going to be making me into a champion-level bull rider, which did not happen. I was not a very good bull rider. I was terrible at it. But his impact on my life was very, very heavy. I mean, he had a huge impact on my life. So I hope you'll go back and check it out. If you are a social media user, you can keep up with me. I am at Broomhead KTAR on X or Twitter. Mike, or at Broomhead Show, updates you on things that are happening on the show, guests and otherwise. By the way, great guest today. Go listen to the podcast. The Attorney General was on the show, the head of the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association as well. Check out those two interviews, both of them very compelling. It'll be on the podcast. And if you are an Instagram user, you can find me at Mike Broomhead, all one word. Back tomorrow morning just after 8 o'clock with another edition of the Mike Broomhead Show. Until then, have a great day, everyone. God bless.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly ranked hospitals across the U.S. Accuracy matters, so make the Exergen the chosen thermometer for your home and family. Available at Walgreens and other participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
KTAR News, Arizona's news station.
It's Gatos, and maybe you've heard about semaglutide, the new FDA-approved drug helping people lose weight like crazy without strict dieting. But here's what you might not know. Red Mountain Weight Loss has full-strength semaglutide in their newest medication called Revelex. It's specially formulated to give you full-strength semaglutide without side effects. So with Revelex, you'll lose up to 15 pounds a month without stomach pain or nausea. And it's not a shot, it's a tablet, so you can skip the weekly trips to a doctor's office. But here's the best part. Revelex costs about half of what you'll pay for other semaglutide medications. That's right, I said half the price. So why go anywhere else? At Red Mountain, you get no shots, no side effects, just results for half the price. Trust the leader in medical weight loss. Red Mountain Weight Loss has helped millions of people lose weight safely, and they can help you too. Go to redmountainweightloss.com and tell them Gato sent you.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ever feel like the action in a sporting event is going way too fast for you? Like your eyes can't catch up to what you're seeing? Well, for most of us, our eyesight changes, and not for the better as we get older. That's why I tell you every day about Dr. Jay Schwartz and the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz has been the trusted name in eye care in the Valley for over 20 years, and he's the official eye doctor of the Suns, D-backs, and Coyotes. If you're interested in a vision correction procedure, call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for a free, no obligation, comprehensive eye exam. Call 480-483-EYES or go online for more information at teamidoc.com.
I'm Kaylee O'Kelly, inviting you to start your day with ABC 15 Mornings. You'll get the news you need when you wake up and something to make you smile as you head out the door. Join us on ABC 15 Mornings, 4:30 to 7 a.m.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. The trusted voice of the Valley for more than 100 years. This is the KTAR News Expansion. 15 minutes of commercial-free, non-stop news, traffic, and weather starts now.
I'm Jeff Munn. It's 12 noon.
Arizona played an incredible role in this.
That being the vote to oust U.S. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. We'll have in-depth coverage coming up.
The entire arrangement was wrong from the get-go.
Arizona's Attorney General says Governor Hobbs made the right move in terminating groundwater leases. Plus,
we're tied up on a home run by Marte.
The D-backs get a win in Game 1 of their playoff series and look to close it out tonight. First, here's our top story. Arizona's delegation played a critical role in yesterday's historic vote to oust House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
It was a split vote amongst Arizona's House members. Arizona's Andy Biggs, Eli Crane, Ruben Gallego, Raul Grijalva, and Greg Stanton voted in favor of removing McCarthy, while Juan Ciscomani, Paul Gosar, Debbie Lesko, and David Schweikert all voted against the motion. Biggs originally made a push for the speakership in January before McCarthy ultimately assumed the role and could now be on the short list of names to possibly backfill McCarthy. Taylor Kinnerup, KTAR News.
And a local political analyst looks at the moves made by Andy Biggs and Eli Crane.
Not long before the vote to oust McCarthy, Biggs spoke on the House floor.
I think it's time to make a change. I'm not the only one, and that's it's somber.
Valley political expert Stan Barnes says Congressman Biggs and Crane will benefit politically from the decision they made.
They believe that the only way to stop the federal government of the United States on the path that it is on is to do this kind of dramatic political maneuver. And there are many Arizonans that agree with them.
Jim Cross, KTAR News.
Coming up, Arizona's Attorney General says Governor Hobbs made the right move in canceling groundwater leases. Details on the way, but first, a check of traffic as we go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Chuck Rowe.
Thank you, Jeff. Freeway's looking good for the most part this noon. I am seeing a little bit of slowing on the 202, the Red Mountain Freeway westbound. A little sluggish there from 32nd Street as you head through the mini stack. Nothing in lanes. There was also a crash earlier, the I-10 westbound near the Salt River Bridge. That motorcycle crash is out of lanes now. There was a very bad wreck in Gilbert, and southbound Higley is shut down between Warner and the 202 Santan Freeway. Maybe use Power Road to get around that. Bethany Home Road at Litchfield in the West Valley. Watch for a crash there, and a wreck on Buckeye Road east of 24th Street, just on the west side of Sky Harbor. This traffic report is brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Get your permanent holiday lighting installed for scary good pricing during AZ Trimlight's Spooktacular Sales Event. Go to aztrimlight.com to request your free quote. I'm Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 95. Tonight clear, the low 70. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 86 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
You heard it here live and exclusively on KTAR. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays tells the Mike Broomhead Show Governor Hobbs' move to end contracts with Saudi-owned farming company Fondamente Arizona is vital to protect the state's water.
A foreign-owned corporation was allowed to essentially stick a straw in the ground in La Paz County and withdraw millions of gallons of Arizona water in the midst of an epic drought.
Something she says they didn't pay a dime for while Fondamente was sending the water back to the Middle East to feed their livestock. You can hear the full interview online at KTAR.com. And we go further in depth on what comes next during our Water Watch Minute in just a few moments. The clock is ticking for the city of Phoenix to finish clearing out the zone following the court's latest ruling.
A judge has denied the city's motion asking for more time after they were given a November 4th deadline to have the downtown Phoenix homeless encampment removed
removed. KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson says the city must meet that deadline or be sanctioned.
The judge in this case found that the wrongdoing that the plaintiffs, what the business owners are going through, is too egregious for him to delay the ruling and delay the change in what's happening at the zone. So he rejected the city's request for delay in enforcing that order.
The city says they plan to appeal. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
For more on homelessness in the Valley, head to ktar.com/homeless. It's National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and one Arizona state representative says workplaces should consider more ways to employ people living with disabilities. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the news center with more.
Representative Jen Longden says the month of awareness was originally intended to uplift veterans disabled during World War II.
To make sure that these folks were recognized for their abilities and had opportunities to become employed as civilians again.
And she explains that push for more equity in the workplace remains important today.
People with disabilities are able to participate and contribute in the workplace given the appropriate modifications and considerations.
Live in the news center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Valley skies are smoky after a weekend landfill fire.
Emergency crews have been fighting the landfill fire since it broke out Saturday and bringing it down to a smolder. Brad Busby with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality says the impacts of the fire differ throughout the day.
But oftentimes, especially in the afternoon hours, as we get more warming and winds out of the west, it'll help clear out the air and improve air quality.
ADEQ is also advising people to stay inside, avoid outdoor exercise, and use an air purifier if it's available. Brandon King, KTAR News.
In an emergency, seconds and minutes matter. A nearby fire station can make all the difference, and now there's a brand new one coming to the West Valley.
The Phoenix Fire Department has broken ground on a new fire station near 91st Avenue and Lower Buckeye Road that will lower response times and reduce the burden of first responders in the area, according to Phoenix Fire Chief Mike Duran.
Adding this resource to our system now not only provides the safety of the community, but it also adds to the resources in a busy fire department already.
The fire station will include 4 emergency vehicle bays, 16 gender-neutral dorms, and decontamination spaces to wash away cancer-causing particles. It's expected to open next fall. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
The Arizona Humane Society says they are disappointed Chandler resident April McLaughlin has requested a hearing after 55 dogs were seized from her property last month. The animal shelter adds their kennel capacity is at code red because they have not been granted custody of the dogs while the legal process unfolds.
We're tied up on a home run by Marte. 3-3.
The Diamondbacks opened up their best-of-3 National League wildcard playoff series in Milwaukee with a 6-3 victory. Arizona sports host Vince Marotta tells Arizona's Morning News it was a big win.
They're a young team. People didn't expect them to get in. They stumbled in the final week of the season. They lost their last 4 games. Their bats disappeared. So that was a tremendous win last night.
Darts, the first pitch of Game 2 this afternoon at 4, just after 4 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We were in the right place at the right time. We were guys that were riding bulls for a living.
This week on the Amazing Arizonans podcast, KTAR's Mike Broomhead spoke with world champion bull rider Cody Custer. The two reminisced about their days together in the rodeo scene and on Custer's recent record year for rodeo prize money.
It's a great time to be a bull rider or a rodeo cowboy because you can leave a sport with something substantial.
You can hear the full conversation and more stories of Amazing Arizonans at KTAR.com, on the KTAR News app, and wherever you listen to podcasts. Coming up, candidates lining up to be the next House Speaker. That's on the way, but first, check of traffic as we go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Chuck Rowe.
Thank you, Jeff. Just one slow spot on the freeways. No crashes to report freeway-wise. We do have a little bit of crowding on the 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound, starting at about 32nd Street as you transition onto the I-10 there at the mini stack. Now, we do have a bad crash. One person killed in Gilbert. Southbound Higley is shut down for the investigation between Warner and the 202 Santan Freeway. Watch for a wreck at Buckeye Road just east of 24th Street. That's just on the west side of Sky Harbor, and a crash in Scottsdale, Greenway Parkway, just west of Scottsdale Road. I'm Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 95. Tonight clear, the low 70. Right now in Tempe, sunny skies, 87 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air. It's 12:08. House Republicans are throwing their hats in the ring to run in the election to be the next speaker. Congressman Jim Jordan of Ohio and Congressman Steve Scalise of Louisiana are officially in the running.
President Biden urged House Republicans to move quickly to, quote, reorganize and elect a new speaker, noting the government is only funded until November 17th.
We cannot and should not again be faced with an 11th hour decision on brinksmanship that threatens to shut down the government.
The president also said the, quote, poisonous atmosphere in Washington needs to change.
We need to stop seeing each other as enemies. We need to talk to one another, listen to one another, work with one another.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
The White House is announcing additional student loan forgiveness days after payments for federal student loans restarted.
The Biden administration says it's continuing to try and fix holes in the student loan system and deliver some form of debt relief, as the administration is announcing another $9 billion in student loan forgiveness to another 125,000 Americans. The administration says that brings the total approved debt cancellation under President Biden to $127 billion for nearly 3.6 million Americans. This is after Biden's broader goal of canceling up to $20,000 in debt for tens of millions of Americans was stymied by the Supreme Court. Mark Remillard, ABC News.
Now let's get a look at your money.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now, 75,000 nurses, x-ray technicians, lab workers, specialists, and optometrists are trading in their medical equipment for picket signs. The latest sign of labor unrest nationwide, the 3-day strike against Kaiser Permanente is over wages and staffing. The end of the Hollywood actors strike, whenever that happens, could start the clock on a price hike at Netflix. The Wall Street Journal says the streaming service plans to raise rates on its ad-free tier a few months after the walkout is resolved. No word, though, by how much. Google has taken the wraps off its new Pixel 8 and Pixel 8 Pro smartphones. The Pro includes a new AI-powered editing tool called Best Take that allows users to combine similar pictures into one photograph in which everyone is looking at the camera and everyone is smiling. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrials up 39 points, S&P 500 up 22, the NASDAQ up 144. For more money news, visit the KTAR Business Center at KTAR.com.
KTAR News, Water Watch.
We're going to study the best use of the land, make sure that we're getting the best value out of it, and work to protect Arizona's groundwater.
It's time for this week's Water Watch Minute. We're learning more about Governor Katie Hobbs' decision to terminate a land lease with a Saudi-owned dairy company. KTAR's Luke Forstner breaks down Hobbs' reasoning and what comes next.
The decision to terminate the lease with Fondamonte, Arizona, and not renew 3 more of their leases next year didn't happen right away, as Governor Hobbs explained.
We wanted to make sure we did our due diligence and that we had a solid legal basis for the one lease we're terminating now, and then moving forward the cancellation of the other 3 leases.
Hobbs stressed that terminating that first lease wasn't targeting agriculture or foreign-owned businesses. Instead, it was because of a default on the lease. She added not renewing the other 3 leases is part of an ongoing effort by the state land department to evaluate the best way to use Arizona's land and water supply. As for the future,
that is the purpose of the Water Policy Council, to update our groundwater laws and modernize groundwater use to protect it for Arizonans.
Luke Forstner, KTAR News.
For more on this water story and others, head to KTAR.com. Time for the KTAR Timeline with Steve Zinsmeister, brought to you by the Husband and Wife Law Team. After an injury, the lawyer you hire will make all the difference.
It's October 4th, and on this day in 1957, Americans freaked out about that thing in the sky. If you thought we were the country that kicked off the space age, you would be wrong. Russia launched Sputnik 1, the first man-made thing to float above our heads. It orbited the planet for about 3 weeks before its batteries died. It mostly just sent out radio pulses that any average Joe on the ground with a radio could hear. And people kind of freaked out about that.
People were shocked that Russia had a technology that could do this, and we didn't.
It wasn't so much the floating ball in space that had people worried, but the smart people in our country started to realize that the Russians were more advanced than they anticipated.
People were walking around saying, how can this happen?
The panic created an urgency for Americans to reach not only space, but the moon before anyone else. So, in a way, American space travel got knocked down a peg on this day in 1957.
It's getting an update on traffic now, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center with Chuck Rowe.
Thank you, Jeff. Not hearing about any crashes on the freeways right now. If we head west of the valley, a little bit of reduced speed through Tonopah, through the construction zone there. It looks like mostly on the eastbound side today. The 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound, you get a little bit of crowding just as you approach the I-10 mini stack. Now, we do have that crash in Gilbert. Southbound Higley is closed between Warner and the 202 Santan Freeway for an investigation into a deadly crash there. Watch for a wreck in Glendale, Bethany Home Road at Litchfield, and still working that wreck in Scottsdale, Greenway Parkway west of Scottsdale Road. I'm Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 95. Tonight clear, the low 70, sunny and 100 tomorrow. Right now in Glendale, sunny skies, 87 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. Every day you get 3 KTAR News expansions at 8, noon, and 5. It's 15 minutes of commercial-free, non-stop news, traffic, and weather brought to you by Sweet James. If you've been injured in an accident, call Sweet James. I'm Jeff Munn. In 2 minutes, your information and inspiration with The Ramsey Show on KTAR News.
Introducing Livable.com, North America's largest listing platform exclusively for new construction homes. That's Livable.com. Livable brings together all new home builders onto a single platform. Gain access to thousands of new home listings and details to enhance your home buying journey. Why buy new? Easier financing, warranties, new appliances, and AC units. And no stress about what project the previous homeowner may have done with the roof, plumbing, or electrical. Buy new at Livable.com. That's Livable.com.
Now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some much-needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more over time. But with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. Your home will always look like it's just been freshly painted, guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. So, if you're thinking about painting your exterior, call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate and ask about their ceramic technology and its ability to reduce your cooling costs. Perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you, and you get 20% off a regular price. So call 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com today.
Everyone is talking about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation. Like your neighbor Dennis.
In the process of refinishing my garage and, trying to turn it into a man cave. So I started searching, online, and I ran across Galaxy.
Galaxy Concrete Coatings is not epoxy. It's better.
First thing I wanted to do initially is I wanted to repair where the concrete had eroded. They said they could do that. I said, well, heck, let me go ahead and get the entire floor covered.
Commercial or residential, 4 times stronger than epoxy, and it comes with a 15-year warranty.
They were so courteous and respectful of the home and the property. And when they're done, they cleaned up, picked up, swept up. It was like they were never there.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com now. That's Galaxy Concrete Coatings. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. We're out of this world.
I would recommend Galaxy over any other competitor, hands down. You're going to be taken care of and you're going to be satisfied. These guys know what they're doing.
72 Sold is now the #1 fastest growing real estate company in Arizona and in the top 5 fastest growing real estate companies in the country in Inc. magazine. I'm Jamie West, and there's a reason the accolades just keep rolling in for 72 Sold. Their program works, and it's changing the way America sells homes for the better. 72 Sold makes selling your home fast and easy, and you can walk away with thousands more. Just put in your address to get your price, a higher price, at 72sold.com.
This is Arizona's news station, KTAR News. 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and tell your smart speaker to play KTAR.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's The Ramsey Show, where we help people build wealth, do work that they love, and create amazing relationships. I'm George Campbell, joined by Dr. John Deloney this hour. This is your show, America, so call in at 888-825-5225. And I'm in an incredibly good mood today because I'm wearing my Deloney shirt in honor of Dr. John Deloney's book launch week, month, year. It feels like you're one of those girls who's like, it's my birthday month. And I'm like, dude, that's not a thing. You get one day.
It's my book day.
But this entire last month has felt like
I feel like
a Deloney
with your
party.
book coming out, I've heard more about your book drama than mine.
Drama?
Yes.
I didn't know about the drama.
Do you like this color? What's the right color? What do you think about the backside?
That is
what
true.
about this? I don't know about the...
Like the amount of decisions that go into making a book, it's unbelievable. So
and the amount of
I'm proud
second guessing you put on
yeah.
decisions that you've already made is pretty amazing. But now you know what it's like to walk through the world
feeling like Deloney.
Feels good, doesn't it?
Well, I feel insecure.
You feel insecure?
I don't know if it's the shirt. I feel exposed.
And both powerful and insecure. I think the exposure part is
that's a big piece.
You're generally a short sleeve kind of guy.
Yeah.
But I think you
I don't have the muscle mass to support it.
You're both insecure and feel powerful. And now you know how
That's the Deloney way. Well, hey, we are here for you, America, and Eric is here in Wichita on the line. Eric, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Doing well. How are you?
Good, good. I have a quick question. So, my wife and I, my beautiful wife and I, have been doing the...
That's a great caveat.
Hey, here's what I guarantee he's about to do. He's about to say he thinks something and she thinks different. Am I right?
And you think she's wrong?
Absolutely. Yes, you're right. And I think she's listening, so I'm
so guys say, my beautiful wife, and women say, my amazing husband, when they're about to say, and I think they're an idiot. The other person's an idiot. So go ahead. Tell us how your beautiful wife may be an idiot, Eric.
All right, you said it, not me. But
smart man.
We had we've been doing the steps, and we are now down to just my student loans, which is about $9,000 left. And she has an opinion that we should not pay the student loans, and we should just start saving through the 3 to 6 months of expenses, because there is a very high chance that her car is going to go out within the next year or so. And we just have $1,000 of emergencies, so I don't know what you guys think about that. Should we just tackle the...
How much money do you have in the bank?
Probably about, we have about $3,500.
Okay, so you got a little more than that baby step one emergency fund. And what's your income?
$150 a year.
Oh my gosh.
So these student loans are paid off within a few months, max?
The student loans, if we really buckle down, we could do it within 3 to 4 months, I think.
3 months. So 90 days from now, the student loans are gone. You said her car could die within a year.
And you know what else
gives you
could happen
9 more
after that?
months.
We're going to have a presidential election. You know what that means?
It's all going down.
Russia could invade, and after that, a meteorite could come, and after that...
Yeah, can her car not also be repaired?
I mean, it's pretty old. This is 2006, and she'll drive it until it doesn't go anymore. That's the type of woman she is. But
I think if she's that scared, she should use that fire to fuel the debt-free journey. Go, we got to get out of debt fast. We got to get the emergency fund fast. Then we got to start the car savings fund fast, because I know this thing's going to be dead in a year. Versus leapfrogging. You said, hey, we're doing these steps. Well, the steps are in order for a reason. They work. And if you try to do multiple at once, it doesn't work.
Let's be honest, though. I get... How much debt have y'all paid off?
We owned a business, so it's been about... It was about $35,000, but I sold my business as well, so that actually helped us a lot.
Okay.
I sold my business and then paid everything else off.
How long have y'all been chipping away at this?
Really about 3 years.
Okay.
Because our business was kind of going downhill, and
so I remember like year 2, year 3 mark, we've been hammering away at this, and I felt like should get my new car now. And then my wife and I were just at zero. Right? We did all that work to just get to zero, and now you're telling me I gotta go 2 more years and save up to buy the car that I want? And which is a used car, by the way. So I get her looking down the barrel of, are you serious right now? Like we're gonna go crazy and get this thing done in 90 days, and then we start the savings thing all over again for my car? Is this just our life? And so I think there's some truth to just sitting and going, yeah, that does stink, man. We worked really hard for 3.5 years. We've grind, and we scratched and clawed, and we paid everything off. And now we got to scratch and claw again to save up to buy you a new car.
Right.
That is hard, and that's reality.
Eric, what is y'all's take-home pay? Is it about $9 grand?
It's $9 grand. Yeah, I make $60,000, and she makes.
And we're not investing right now for paying off debt, right?
Right.
Okay, so making $9 grand a month, can you find $4,500? Can you take half of that and throw it at the debt and be done in 2 months? If you buckle down?
We could. I would have to look at it again, but
think about that. Then in 2 months, you free up $4,500 you were throwing at it, plus that student loan payment. That means 9 months from then, you'd have 40 grand saved. You'd have your emergency fund plus enough to get an upgrade for the car.
Right.
So we're talking less than 12 months from now. And so if you start to paint that picture and go, hey, honey, I hear you. I'm not trying to be combative here. I'm just saying, look at these numbers. We can do this and do it quickly if we buckle down.
Do you have something you could put on the table? I'm not going to go out to eat for lunch with my workmates for a month. I'm going to make lunch.
Yeah, I could do that.
I'm just wondering if there's something you could put on the table that says, hey, I'm all in.
She sees you're serious.
All in. I want these student loans gone out of my life. Here, George and I say, it's ludicrous to not pay student loans and start saving up for a car, for another car that might die in a year. That's madness. You've got debt staring you right in the face. Pay it off.
Right.
Get rid of that stuff. But, man, I think the conversation about, okay, here's, instead of presenting the, all right, we're just gonna go crazy for 90 more days. I love George's plan. Like, let's sit down and come up with a 12-month plan. Here's how this works. If I buckle down, I'm gonna make this commitment because I know you're gonna need a car, but I gotta get these student loans out of our house. We have to get these student loans out of here. Let's make a plan, and then in 12 months we're gonna look up and we're gonna have an emergency fund, and you're gonna have a new car. Yeah. Or maybe not a new car, but a used new car.
A new to you car.
Right.
It's that simple and it's that hard, Eric.
Well,
I wish there was a shortcut.
Yeah, math and reality are no fun sometimes. Sometimes they're awesome. But
We feel like fuddy daddies over here being like, you gotta just pay up. But that's how it works. And it's worked for so many people. We believe in it that much. We're that confident in this plan. You gotta do it in order with intensity. That's the only way it works. Thanks so much for the call, Eric. This is The Ramsey Show.
You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top news stories. Arizona's breaking news and traffic leader with Arizona's largest radio news team, KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
Made to shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers. We met later in life. I liked his dimples.
Both of our spouses had passed away, and we never expected to remarry.
That's the funny thing about love. It has its own agenda.
I wanted to get her a ring that celebrated our future, but didn't ignore our past.
I just wanted a party.
Shane Company helped me create the perfect ring. The center stone for us, and the 2 side stones for our past loves.
Capture your love story with a unique engagement ring. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
I'm a big believer in investing into what the wealthiest people in the world invest into. But it's not easy to know exactly what that is, and it hasn't always been possible for regular folks like you and I. But that's changing. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and if you've done a good job acquiring some assets, now is the time to consider private equity. Private equity is ownership of private companies that aren't traded on the stock market and in most cases are very exclusive. Examples could include ownership of apartments or nursing homes, dental practices, solar farms, you name it. Why do so many billionaires invest into private equity? Because of historically low correlation to the stock market and historically higher returns. If you have a goal with your portfolio but aren't there yet, call Trajan Wealth today. Call 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. 490-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. May require accreditation.
So what makes a great car radio show? To start with, a host who knows his stuff. Check. We've got Matt Allen, the KTAR car guy, who's been fixing cars for nearly 30 years. Lots to talk about. Check. High gas prices, maybe getting a second opinion on that upcoming repair, or help in finding the right used car. That means the only thing missing is you, and that's easy to fix. We're on every Saturday morning at 11 here on 92.3 KTAR, or check us out anytime, day or night, at bumpertobumperradio.com.
Ready to schedule your AC maintenance? Call Howard Air. For a limited time, get a one-time AC maintenance with Howard Air for only $99, normally $129. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air. Schedule your appointment between September 1st and October 15th to qualify. Schedule your appointment online today at howardair.com or call 602-953-2766. That's 602-953-2766. Some restrictions apply. Tell them Gato sent you.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Arizona's news station. KTAR. On air, 92.3 FM. Online at KTAR.com. And streaming live on the KTAR News app. Your breaking news and traffic. Now.
It's 12:30. I'm Jeff Munn. Here's our top story.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
You heard it here live and exclusively on KTAR.
The entire arrangement was wrong from the get-go.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays tells the Mike Broomhead Show it was the right move for Governor Hobbs to end contracts with Saudi-owned farming company Fondamente Arizona, especially after they used up significant groundwater without paying for it.
We need a statewide approach to groundwater regulation. People of Arizona deserve that. The people of Arizona know that.
Mays investigated the water use on this land in April and rescinded 2 permits. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to close out the Milwaukee Brewers in their first-round wildcard series in the National League this afternoon. Game 2, first pitch, 4:08. You'll hear it on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Time for an update on traffic as we go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Chuck Rowe.
Thank you, Jeff. Freeways look good. I'm seeing one slow spot on the I-17 southbound just as you come off of the Durango curve down to about 7th Avenue, and I believe there was a traffic break there possibly for some debris. But otherwise, we're looking good around the valley on the freeways. There was a terrible crash in the East Valley in Gilbert. Southbound, the Higley is still shut down between Warner and the 202 Santan Freeway for the investigation into that. In Glendale, crash clearing up at Bethany Home Road, at Litchfield Road, and Greenway Parkway west of Scottsdale Road. Watch for crash clearing up there. I'm Chuck Rowe, KTAR News.
Sunny today with a high of 95. Right now in Phoenix, sunny skies, 87 degrees. Weather's brought to you by Howard Air. I'm Jeff Munn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
They say the kitchen is the heart of your home. Dave Ramsey here, and if your kitchen is outdated or downright dysfunctional, listen up. You need to call my friends at Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. They're Arizona's only remodeling company accredited by the National Association of the Remodeling Industry. Trevec is an award-winning design-build company, and their goal is to make your current home your dream home. Visit their showroom to check out their semi-custom cabinetry, luxury finishes, and get insight into design trends. Or attend an upcoming seminar to learn everything you need to know about the remodeling process, including budgeting, and get the details on their 10-day kitchen remodel program. Just like it sounds, they can knock out your remodel in just 10 days from tear out to completion. So, go to Trevec.com today and learn more. That's TRAVEK.com or call 480-367-1171.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTRCM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's your chance to check out the bold and bright Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. I'm Jamie West. Explore their studio 1 and 2-bedroom apartment floor plans and the benefits of Beatitudes rental agreements, convenient housekeeping and maintenance services, and paid utilities. Plus, all of the activities and a flexible dining program. You'll also enjoy a wonderful free brunch. It's Friday, October 6th at 9 a.m. Text RSVP to 411-923. Text RSVP to 411-923.
Message and data rates may apply. My name is Wes Hunsaker. I am a partner at the law firm of Morris Hall. I'm often asked, how can families and individuals help Make-A-Wish? Clients can benefit from tax benefits that they receive now, and knowing that they're helping children just like Campbell. As I'm sitting here with Campbell, what does Make-A-Wish mean to you, and what do you think it means to the kids that are waiting for a wish?
When my mom got the call from Make-A-Wish of Arizona, from there everything got better for my family and I, and so to every child waiting for a wish, I just have to say it's just absolutely incredible.
Do you think Make-A-Wish Arizona is a good place for those people that are looking for a charity to support?
I think Make-A-Wish of Arizona is a fantastic choice. The work that they do changes so many people's lives.
It's kind of the work of angels, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It seems like the work of angels. If you'd like to learn more about charitable giving or ways in which you can help Make-A-Wish Arizona, please visit us at morristrust.com and schedule a free consultation. That's morristrust.com.
Breaking news, traffic, weather. It's what we do. KTAR News, Arizona's news station.
Welcome back to The Ramsey Show. I'm George Camel, joined by Dr. John Deloney this hour. Give us a call at 888-825-5225. And if you're wondering why I'm wearing a shirt that just says Deloney on it, it's because I'm here to support my friend John Deloney during his book launch week. We're all very excited about it around here. And I'm excited we have a launch party tomorrow here at the event center.
It's going off, man.
Can't wait.
We've
never done one of these.
We haven't. Not with the level of complexity / level of work I still have to do in the next 24 hours to get this thing off.
We are throwing a rager on the clock.
But it's going to be pretty wild.
I'm excited about it. Well, it's
bring your plugs.
It's going to be loud.
Yes.
All right, let's get to Carol in Indianapolis. Carol, how's it going?
Good, thank you.
How can we help today?
My husband and I are debt-free, net worth about $1 million. We have 6 months emergency savings.
Congratulations!
Thank you. After seeing multiple homes over the last few years, we bought a very sought-after lot. So much so, we're being contacted by private builders asking if we want to sell, but we're currently very happy in what we thought would be a temporary home, but we are growing out of it. My main question is now a good time to build? Since I own the lot, do I need a realtor for custom builds? We have about $75,000 saved up for what we think we're going to build.
Okay, have you started reaching out to builders? Because that's really the only people you need to work with at this point.
Oh,
yeah,
do you think it's a good time to build?
Well, the right time to build is when you have the money. And so that's the beauty of having that financial freedom. So if you're asking is the right time to build, is it as far as the economy goes, rates, or what? Because you guys are going to take on a mortgage to do this?
Economy, we would have to. I mean, our current home is worth about $480,000.
And you would sell that?
That we have. That's. I don't know if we should rent it to make money out of it, or if we should.
No, please don't take money out of it. Please don't take money out of it. Don't put one house on the block for another house. That's a way to lose them both.
But we would still need to take out a small mortgage, maybe $200,000.
Okay. So if you sold the house?
Yes.
So you sell the house, you get, let's say $440,000 out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have your $75,000. That puts you at a little over $500,000, and you're saying, hey, it's going to cost $700,000 all in. We take out a mortgage for $200,000 of that.
It might be more closer to $8,000 now that I think about it.
Okay.
It's just so expensive.
Well, what's your household income?
Our household income, it varies from month to month, but I could say on average about $12,000.
Fantastic. So let's say, hey, we really need to keep this mortgage around $3,000. And if we're going to do that on a 15-year, we can start crunching the numbers to go, are we ready for this build? Are we ready to take on an $800,000 project, or do we need to wait and save up another 50 grand, 100 grand to make this make sense?
Right. We could easily hold off in this house for no more than 2 years.
Okay. But it's not too early to do the homework and go, hey, let's contact a builder. Let's start to see what this would actually cost. Let's see how much mortgage we could actually afford based on our income. And that will give you some actual facts versus just, I think and maybe and I feel. I like to have some real numbers on it.
The facts. Okay. And do I need a realtor for a custom build?
No, you own the land. You're going to have to, I would recommend getting several builders and having them give you a bid and have some sort of idea of what you want the house to look like. And maybe you and your husband can go through plans online or hand them to a builder and say, here's what we're interested in, or look around and ask people at your local church, whoever, who have used a custom builder. We had a great experience, we had a terrible experience. And then interview them at your house. They work for you, right? And then ask them to give you all-in costs and go through that whole process.
Now, the spot where a realtor could come in, Carol, is their expertise, their relationships with builders in the area, their negotiation skills, project oversight, resale considerations, things like that. I would still say, hey, there's a lot of value in having a realtor involved, but do you need a realtor in order to build a home if you own the lot? Not necessarily.
How do you say goodbye to them since they helped us buy the lot and our current home?
So are they wanting in on this? Because you already have a current realtor that you love?
Oh, yes, she helped us buy our current home and the lot. And she's mentioned, when you're ready to build, contact me, and I haven't had the guts to say goodbye.
Well, so maybe do this. Call her and ask her, what does a realtor help me do?
What's the value? How are you making money from this? What does this relationship look like? And then if it doesn't make sense for you guys, just say, hey, thank you so much, you've been amazing, but we're going to continue forward without a realtor on this one. And maybe you do work with her, and maybe it's a huge blessing. But I'm just, if the question is, do I absolutely need one? No.
Okay.
I'm saving up to have some work done at my place, and it has never occurred to me to call a realtor. Maybe that's on me. Maybe I'm wrong on that one, but that's never occurred to me. I have reached out to several folks who would be either general contractors or builders to come out and help me.
And if I did keep her, I would pay her out of my pocket, correct?
It would
you'd probably pay a percentage of the total build.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm curious about, how the deal would be structured. Is she willing to negotiate on that?
But you're not buying a house. She's not finding you a house. She's not searching through MLS, and she's not putting you into a system.
It's not a traditional realtor relationship.
Gotcha. And so maybe you're going to pay her 0.5% or 1% to help find you the right builder, and I don't think she's going to be serving as a general contractor, making sure everything that's what the builder's going to do. And so I don't exactly know what that relationship would be, but if you have a good relationship with her, she's been trustworthy, she's been awesome, sit down and say, like, what would you bring to this equation? Because otherwise I'm just going to start calling builders and begin to thumb through them that way.
Love it. Best of luck, Carol. That's a big project. Excited for you guys. All right, Christian joins us in Los Angeles. Christian, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure. How can we help?
Hey, so I'm 27. I live at home, debt-free, at my parents' house. So I have no bills. They don't charge me any rent. I'm currently making gross $80,000 a year.
Awesome.
In savings, I have $80,000 cash, $130 liquid, and I don't invest in anything except for just my pension plan. So I'm not going to be able to touch that anytime soon. But I'm looking to invest essentially, and I looked at the market, CDs, or if I were to throw it at the stock market into like a mutual fund. I do plan on using my money to purchase a home within the next 2 years, once I have enough for a down payment, which is looking to be about $150,000 for what I'm looking at.
Okay.
In my range. So I'm looking at my money's not doing anything for me right now. Essentially, so like I said, it's $80,000 sitting in the bank. When I say liquid, I purchased a truck cash just because I never had a new vehicle, and honestly, I'm considering just selling it. And I'll get $50,000 for it right now. So
yeah, you said 130 liquid. That's including if you sold the truck.
Exactly. I have 80,000 cash though, and so I'm looking to just invest. And so I can't buy a home right now. I mean, the prices are just crazy.
They're not going to go down, man. I hate to.
Yeah.
I know everyone says that they're not.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm looking to, I guess, my long-term goal is, like my 5-year plan essentially is I'm going to just, stay at home, not pretty much pay no bill, just my minimal regular bills, but...
5 years? Can I push back on that? Why? I know it makes economic sense. I get that, but man, you got to go out and live your life. You got to learn how to pay bills. You got to learn how to live on your own, have your friends.
Yeah, no, I get that. I don't want to... Yeah, I can go out and get like a cheaper condo. I don't want to get wrapped up in HOAs. I guess right now the home prices that I'm looking at, it's like
go rent.
Million.
You're a 27, 28-year-old man
Get some
making
roommates,
80
have a good
grand
time.
a year living with his mom.
Yeah.
But
So
Christian,
you're saying I should just go on rent?
yes.
Because listen, this is the math problem. You're right. The math problem. I am able to save this much money at my mom and dad's house. Yes. There is the psychosocial development side of this where you learn how to be an adult, how to be a grown man and lean on yourself. That discomfort of having a place, making the calls, having to set up your own electricity, call it when the bill's wrong. All of those things are about being an adult. Going to your neighbors and saying, hey, we all turn the music down. Those are all skills your body needs to learn that you don't get when mommy's doing your laundry for you at 30 years of age.
So Christian, sell the truck. Too much of your world. Get something reasonable. Don't invest this money. Put it in a high-yield savings account because that time horizon is way too short, my friend.
Hey, if you're in over your head with student loans, if private student loan debt is taking away your financial peace and you don't see any way out, you need Y-Refi. Y-Refi refinances defaulted private student loans that other places won't touch and gives you a custom loan built for you based on your ability to pay. You'll have a payment you can afford with a low fixed interest rate you couldn't get anywhere else to help you stick to your budget and work the debt snowball. To learn more about this custom refinancing option and a lump sum payoff option you could qualify for after 24 months, call 844-2-RAMSEY or go to yrefi.com/Ramsey. That's 844-2-RAMSEY or the letter Y, then REFY.com/Ramsey.
Y-Refi is not licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation. Y-Refi is not authorized by the New York State Department of Financial Services to service any New York loans. Funding may not be available in all states.
72 Sold is the #1 fastest growing real estate company in Arizona, and they're top 5 in the country. This is Jim Sharp, and for the second year in a row, 72 Sold has made the Inc. 5000 list of the fastest growing companies in America. Why? Well, because with 72 Sold, you can sell your home in only 8 days. Any 8 days you choose. And they get home sellers thousands more. Put in your address at 72sold.com to get your price. A higher price at 72sold.com.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Garden Show, October 13th through 15th at Westworld in Scottsdale. While there, be sure to visit one of our special exhibitors, Window World of Phoenix.
When it comes to quality and value, Window World has you covered. You see, some companies try to bait you with unrealistic offers and then force you to sit through endless sales pitches before they hit you with a price upwards of $2,000 or $3,000 per window. While at Window World, you can get 7 large premium Solar Zone Sunshield glass windows installed, tax included, for one low upfront price of $4,927. That's 7 windows from Window World for about the price of 2 from the other guys. So avoid the nonsense and stick with a trusted contractor. Info at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
And be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix at the Maricopa County Home and Garden Show, October 13th through 15th at Westworld in Scottsdale. Info at mchomeshows.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Red Mountain Weight Loss has full-strength semaglutide for half the price of Ozempic. It's called Revelex. And unlike Ozempic, Revelex eliminates side effects and there's no stomach pain or nausea, just weight loss. And Revelex is a tablet, not a shot, so you can skip the weekly doctor visits. Lose up to 15 pounds a month with no shot, no side effect, just results for half the price. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That is redmountainweightloss.com.
1-800
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Donate your car today.
This is Arizona's news station, KTAR News. 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and tell your smart speaker to play KTAR.
Welcome back to The Ramsey Show. I'm Ramsey personality George Camel, joined by my colleague, Dr. John Deloney. Strictly colleagues, sometimes friends.
Best friends.
And we are here for you, America. The number to call, 888-825-5225. We love having a conversation with you, helping you take the right next step with your money, your life, your relationships, all of it. Taylor's up next in Milwaukee. Taylor, welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great, how are you? You're a little muffled. Speak directly in your phone for me.
A little muffled, is that better?
That's
perfect.
Okay, so my fiance and I have been struggling to pay off a little bit of our credit card debt. And I was thinking the other night, she works, she makes about $14.50 a month take home, and we're paying $1,200 a month in daycare. And so I thought to myself, why, and we do Instacart and DoorDash and stuff on the side. And I thought to myself, why don't you just quit your job? Put your 2-week notice in. She's starting cosmetology school in the spring anyway, so she's going to have to be leaving her job. Why don't you quit your job and just do Instacart, DoorDash, stuff like that full-time with our son, staying at home more with him. And it's kind of funny, I was listening to you guys' show a couple days ago, and I kind of feel like a little desperate right now. And I picked up something that stuck with me, and it said that when you're feeling desperate, you're gonna be stupid. You're gonna make a stupid choice.
Yes. Good call.
So I thought, man, maybe I could get out there and talk to you guys and see how you guys feel about this.
What do you feel desperate about, brother?
So we're listening to the show. We've been throwing all of our extra pennies at our credit cards. So we have just over $23,000 in debt, and we want to take care of it because we want to buy a house. So we've been throwing all of our extra pennies at it. Well, I had to pay for books for my school. I'm an apprentice electrician, IDW, and books came due. So I had to pay for my books, and I thought I was adding my credit card payment, but I paid the whole thing. So that was a couple weeks ago. And so the last couple weeks, we've been kind of literally living paycheck to paycheck, working out of a negative bank account, trying to catch up because we totally...
We say fuck the bell. They didn't go.